know I'm bashful. I got all the whippersnappers and the little rascals. Turned off the way we drippin' with Tabasco. Old friends inquiring about the cash flow. Okay, this here in the gas state. I can't hit it, if I do I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, not here with the past the same. I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the park. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park.
La 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 bamba, shaded. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last. Yeah, spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba, shout it back. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah, she doing hard Celine. She like the bar Kareem. I'm tryna get all between. Yeah. She pop it all on me. Take on a shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey, come to my palace. I know you tired them dudes be capping. She like my fashion. I put them strings like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma told them rat no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. You the only girl who get to stay until the moon. No cap. Dime que me amas, better tell me on the phone. She say you can't have my corazón. La bamba, shaded. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last. Yeah, spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba, shout it back. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Shout it, you the bomb. We go shopping in Milan. Backseat of that foreign, bad at LA like LeBron. I got a smudge in her little bum. She say yo te amo, she just want that Louis Vuitton. Came for me in a fair lane. Keep you though you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish, she love to cook me plantain. Go hit my Cali crib and give you all that back pain. Yeah. Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Para bailar la bamba. All that she get it all from her mama. La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spin it like in my last. Yeah, spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba.
Check me out now. Tony. Yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah, turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair. Yeah, this just a small shell. Hold up, make sure it's all there. I go to sleep in designer. Psych, I go to sleep in yikes, tell any honor a lie, right? Soon as I left, I got right. This a precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This till I gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. I GD like Coach Carter. Ain't talking about no soda. Girl with me want some products. I pull her on turning hands. I close the curtain once she turn her nose. This off white. I be rocking Virgil clothes.
Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. But we show no remorse. Go get a bag, I drip in our sauce. Catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit, boy, she hit the door. And them hunters be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, bet it won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mozzie, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Homie nasty the way that I shoot off. Youngie with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my niggas, they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my niggas, they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grillin'. You on my chain, come and get it. You trippin'. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a gamble, you better not risk it. And see, I'm in the track trying to whip me a pigeon. I move with it. Keep a on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it on the block. And I'm about to go villains. Man, they took it in early, they know we spinning. Since you just can't put a hole up in it. We gon' empty them, so you know we dipping. And my dubby so high, he keep rolling. Gang.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
one warned you, ain't no time for no when you sleeping on that stretcher like lay. I'm saying hey, trying to live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming, they jumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they you in front of the Baptist church. The trappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching, they act berserk and expos up like afterbirth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I get the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. And if he ask for my relationship with the Lord, you can tell at the service I'm bored. Hold on, I'd rather be on a resort. Hold on, I'd rather be service I'm bored. I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she. I'm drowning, swimming in this. Got me drowning, I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. Cool by the boat, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going bang, bang, bang. No one warned you, ain't no.
Good afternoon or good morning if you're out there on the West Coast. We are here on ML Bapa getting ready to start our broadcasting day. We have the Diamondbacks hosting the Dodgers' big NL West showdown. I'm EB from Toronto. Duggo will join me momentarily. We saw Luke Weaver taking the mound for the Diamondbacks today for the finale, the fourth game of this four-game series. Dodgers, if they win today, they will take the series. Diamondbacks looking to split. And here is Duggo. How you doing, Duggo?
I'm doing all right.
Your coffee and everything?
Interesting having some snakes in the morning here. Not something we're used to.
I think you're more awake than I am, even though it's already afternoon for me.
I mean, I got up at... What time did I get up? 7-something. My time, it's a nice 9:15 over here in lovely Arizona.
12:18 p.m. here on the East Coast. I think I got up around 10 o'clock, so you did beat me. I guess it was 10 o'clock, 7 o'clock for you, so we got up at the same time, but relative, it's...
right.
You know, it's early. 7 o'clock is early.
I feel you, man. Like, I definitely grew up as that kind of guy. Just, whatever. I'll sleep till whenever. I'll go to bed super late. No big deal. But working in the entertainment industry kind of screwed up any semblance of, like, what's a proper time to wake up. So I don't know what consistency is anymore. So with all this going on, I'm like, all right, I'll get up with the sun. Maybe that'll help me a little bit. And it has. Because Luke Weaver's got a full count here. Talk about a baseball thing as Mookie Betts continues to be way too good for the National League. Dribbles that one down the line first thing.
And as I always say, I'm happy he's in LA now and not in the American League East anymore.
Oh, my God. Meanwhile, now I got to deal with Jorge Soler. I got to deal with Andrew Heaney. Like, this is the darkest timeline for sure.
And we in the East... get the sheriff, Andrew Chafin. We'll see how that goes for him in Tampa Bay.
Oh, my God. I was just so glad to get rid of him. That, 5+ ERA. And I had, multiple suitors being like, hey, you want to deal Chafin? And I'm like, yes, please get rid of him.
Is the thinking that maybe a new pitching coach, a change of scenery will do him a favor? And
I guess, man. I don't know. I guess they think they see something in the peripherals that, we didn't. But, I'm sitting here and, I'm looking at the numbers and, by every metric, as Max Muncy breaks out swinging for out number one. By every metric, pretty much, Chafin was the definition of a loogie. He was like the textbook loogie. You know, like I hold no excitement for Andrew Chafin in these new rule set.
If Soler gets a hold of that one, that might be gone.
God. You're telling me to wake up early and deal with Jorge Soler moonshots? Like, come on, this is torture. Hate it.
47th already. The one guy who's probably happy about him being in the National League is Mr. Alvarez over there in Houston.
I was about to say, pretty much anybody in the American League is happy he's gone because he has been on a tear, and it's ridiculous. I'm actually a little bit sad that the Alvarez and Soler chase is gone. But, yeah, I mean, you're probably right. Houston probably loves having him out of there. Alvarez has to love being the top dog, the sole top dog now.
Cody Bellinger.
So after that, Bellinger goes swinging at the first pitch, makes out number 2 on a nice little pop-up. Oh, God, but it's already 2-0.
The third baseman, Justin Turner.
This is the worst timeline, EB.
Yeah, well, in this timeline, Justin Turner was really struggling the last time I had a Dodgers game, and that was just Monday. He was really struggling, but it looks like he's picked it up a little bit recently.
Muncy, honestly, if you want to look at somebody who has not had a good series, it's Max Muncy. Pretty sure he's pretty much over. Or at least, I mean, I've seen the counting stats there, so he's doing something productive, but has not been able to consistently get on base. As that'll be a line out to end the inning, but Jorge Soler quickly makes it 2-0, heading to the bottom of the first. I hate saying that.
Dodgers off to a fast start, but let's see how Mr. Kershaw does today. Last time he pitched was on Wednesday in Minnesota. So it's 3 days rest. Thank you to San Diego Studios and their bad coding. I was going to say a different word, but it's too early for that now.
Can't be sitting here drinking coffee and cussing, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe the After Dark slot I would have said the
right,
of, but not at 12:20 in the afternoon.
Right? It's weird, man. I got to sit here and be polite and, like, you know, keep myself together. It's not things I'm used to, my man.
Well, I'm here in this time slot all the time, so I'm kind of used to it by now.
All right. Well, that makes one of us.
So, yeah, we'll see how he does on short rest. Dodgers acquired Andrew Heaney, but he pitched on Thursday, the day he was traded. Probably not a good idea.
No, that was one thing I was really concerned about with the deadline is there was no good way to, like, hold guys back.
So I think Heaney will make his debut on Tuesday now. I think it'll be Bueller tomorrow. The Dodgers go home to play the Dads, the Padres. And then after that, I guess everything will be back to normal. But the next few days are a little weird.
Everything's getting a little bit weird for the Diamondbacks as Marte strikes out looking there to start off the ballgame.
Speaking of the Houston trash can bangers, that's the Diamondbacks' next opponent. I noticed on the calendar.
It should be interesting, man. Another game with a DH. Not sure. I think we're gonna see Kelly behind the plate and McCann DHing for some of that. So go with both of those big. Go with the defensive skills of Kelly and get that big bat of McCann in there every day.
See David Peralta, who was not in the lineup the last time I did a Diamondbacks game, but that was just a week ago. He's looking for home run number 100.
Hey man, it was a nasty calf injury that kept him out for about 6 to 8 weeks. It was dark times. It was definitely dark times here in Arizona, but everybody seemed to be able to figure it out. Seth Beer stepping up in a big way, getting the call and making the most of it. As that one's going to be in the dirt, evens up the count at 2.
You're getting Houston at an interesting time as Peralta goes down swinging. They've really been on fire lately. They play the Diamondbacks and then they play my Blue Jays for 4 games at home. So that should be an interesting week.
Oh no, we're already hitting a skid here against these Dodgers, man. It hasn't been pretty. the last couple games, man, it's been, Diamondbacks able to get runs at least in game 2, but giving up a combined 18 runs the last 2 games. Not the kind of stuff you want to do to win a game, win a series.
Yeah, Mad Bum had a tough one yesterday.
Dude, what is going on with him, man? That is now his start before that was against Philadelphia, where he threw a complete game but gave up 6 runs in the 9th inning, and they didn't yank him.
These ball managers, I have no idea what they're thinking. Bringing in a guy who would have started today, but he was in the long relief role, so he came in yesterday, so he can't start today. I'm talking about Julio Urias, of course.
Oh my God.
And yeah, Baumgartner gives up 6 runs, and they leave him in the game to finish the inning. I don't get that.
I don't get it at all. As Diamondbacks have their first hit of the ball game, Ketel Marte puts one into center field. A little bit of 2-out life from these Diamondbacks.
The third baseman.
3-0 pitch, got a strike, didn't miss it.
Some guys have the ability to get that green light on 3-0. Ketel definitely one of them. Brings up Eduardo Escobar.
He's got the nicest number of RBIs, but I'm sure you want him to get past that here.
Oh, I'd love that to be 71. I'd love that to be 22 home runs and 71 RBI, please. Can't have a first inning dinger for just one team, right? Come on, please. Can I speak it into existence? Oh, he is getting some calls, man. Kershaw, the veteran, getting the benefit of the doubt big time.
Yeah, a couple of calls in City that were a little bit surprising. That's not going to be a dinger.
Drop down, drop down, drop down. Nope. Way too much under that as Eduardo pops that out in foul territory for out number 3. Diamondbacks get their first hit and leave their first runner on base. If this is just like any other game we've had lately, one of many.
Leading off for the Dodgers.
So we see Jock Peterson leading off here for the Dodgers. He's now a first baseman, thanks to Jorge Soler taking that spot in left field.
God. I got a few very strong opinions on that, but I'll try to squash that.
Pretty early in the morning still. Is that not very good numbers against Weaver? He went for 6.
I wonder if that's as a Diamondback or if that was as his time in St. Louis as well, as to why that's a small sample size.
Yeah, that could be. Not sure. I would think he would have had more appearances against him than just 6. I mean, he does smash righties usually, so you'd think he'd be in the lineup whenever Weaver pitches.
Guess we'll see. Seeing right now 2-1 here to Peterson. Weaver's been able to turn his year around after a very rough start. Moved to the bullpen, back to the rotation, and found himself now the sub-4 ERA as he's threatening to lose him here. 3-1 count. Weaver, one of the better pitchers at not allowing the free pass. So curious to see him already behind, but a swing and a foul ball brings it full. As Weaver delivers the payoff pitch, he did not go. There it is, leadoff walk for Peterson.
Batting 7.
There's the show motion. I was looking for that. Let's see. That's about as far as you can go before actually being called for a swing.
Oh, he offered at it, man. That's a swing right there. All right, with no outs, man on now. Gavin Lux stepping up. These next 2 guys in the lineup and having a big series themselves. Gavin Lux and Will Smith. 2 big integral parts of this young core for these Los Angeles Dodgers.
Lux now at shortstop with, again, the acquisition of Soler moving pieces around. So Muncy goes to second. Lux to shortstop, and Corey Seager, who's doing pretty well in real life, hasn't done so well in ball. So he's on the bench now, and Luck's not too happy with that call.
It's all good because they've been going both ways now. I feel a
Yeah,
little bit
exactly.
better. I feel a little bit better about the strike zone today now that I know I'm getting the same calls too. 1-1 to Lutz. Outside 2-1.
Count is 2-1.
But yeah, no, like one of the big questions for me is just what is going on with Bumgarner? You know, that's now 2 straight starts where he's been shellacked. And now I can't say that every starter outside of Luke Weaver's been pitching sub-3 ERA. Bumgarner's ERA ballooned up from that. Coming into that Philly start, 2.4 as that is into the outfield. That's a base hit now. The second base hit for the Dodgers there.
Batting 8. The catcher.
I'm not sure what's happening to Mad Bum. He's been as solid as anybody up to before those 2 starts. There was that one I remember in Colorado where he got knocked around, but you could expect that at Coors Field.
Right. No, it was like coming into that Philadelphia game at home here, it was, I think he was rocking about a 2.46 ERA. And in just the last 2 starts, he's already up to 3.10. Like, that's huge, man. 2 starts, and you're going to balloon, like, close to a full point. Not ideal. The one thing that does give me a little bit of hope is 2 more days until Mike Leake gets back. So Diamondbacks will have another arm in their rotation, and what I'm thinking might happen is that Merrill Kelly gets to go another start just to make sure Mad Bum's on maybe a little bit extra rest. So the day Mad Bum's supposed to start, that's Leake's first start off the DL or off the IL.
That's a good idea. And Leake was doing very well when he was injured, so good piece to add.
No, Mike Leake, man, everybody had been seeming to follow the Mike Leake plan of attack early on in the season. It was a lot of low pitch counts, a lot of pitch to contact, you know, not a lot of strikeouts, no walks pretty much across the whole staff. It was definitely something to watch. It was very impressive to see everybody following that game plan as Will Smith goes down swinging first out of the inning. Second strikeout for Weaver.
Batting 9. The pitcher, number 22.
Clayton Kershaw coming up. 5 RBIs on the season. Let's see if they put the bunt on here.
If Bob Ball has taught me anything, it will.
And if he'll probably bunt it to a double play.
Let's see there. Oh, that is perfect.
Oh.
That is about as good as you can get, and I'm really upset at Escobar not trying to just let that trickle foul because, man, one more hop and you're kicking up chalk. Oh. Ed, what are you doing, baby? Sacrifice successful for Clayton Kershaw. Lineup flips over. 2 outs for Mookie Betts with 2 men in scoring position as he looks at strike 1.
1 for 7. And that was last inning, the 1.
Big runs came around to score after the Jorge Soler home run. Ooh, that's a little bit of real life news going on there. The Mets acquire Billy Hamilton, as that's going to be strikeout number 3 for Luke Weaver. He's able to strand a couple in scoring position for the Dodgers. So score unchanged. See what the Diamondbacks got cooking up with Beer, Ahmed, and Vargas.
Yeah, I saw the Billy Hamilton acquisition for the New York Mets. I think Marisnik is down or something, so be the guy.
Yeah, Marisnik is not. I think it's. I can't remember if it's an injury or it's something health related. So.
I think the Mets could use some pitchers with what I've seen they've been doing, which is not very good.
Off the plate, ball 1.
No. Oh, gosh. I just saw a really brutal hot take there. Brody Van Wagenen has now traded 6 prospects to get Keon Broxton, Jake Marisnik, and Billy Hamilton. That's all the type of guys that are available on waivers and minor league deals. As there we go. A little bit of magic starting here for the Diamondbacks. Seth Beer trickles one up the chute for a single.
Yeah, I don't know why you would trade prospects for those guys.
Right.
Of course, going back to the trade for Cano and Diaz, which he traded the top prospects for, and that didn't work out so well to this point.
It made sense at the time, ish. You know, like when you have the ability to get somebody who was the lockdown guy, you know, you take it. Yeah. Going from Jay Bruce to Robinson Cano, that's an upgrade. Cano, granted, he had just been popped for PEDs again. But, you know, you get Cano, who's still having an incredible career. You know, obviously it's going to suck on the back end, but you're in contention. You've had a rotation of DeGrom, Syndergaard, Wheeler, Matz, and whoever I'm forgetting.
Last year, before Stroman, I don't even remember, because they got Stroman in July.
Either way, you know, you had a star-studded rotation. You had Pete Alonso knocking on the door at the time. Jeff McNeil was threatening to break out. You know, Wilson Ramos behind the plate. You know, there were the pieces there. Everything was ready. Conforto, Nimmo. You know, team was looking good. You add a big bat like that, a big veteran presence in Cano, and it makes sense. You just don't expect Robinson Cano to fall flat already as soon as you get him, and Edwin Diaz to forget how to pitch.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Diaz, but this year's not starting off so well either.
As Nick Ahmed puts a charge into that one out into right. Mookie Betts going to camp under it after getting over there. That's out number one. I think a lot of it had to do with that new ball. You know, Edwin Diaz, his primary pitch being the slider. And just about everybody who relied on a slider in 2019 sucked. Like let's not mince words, man. Yeah. Everybody that was a slider-heavy pitcher sucked last year.
I wonder if the baseballs this year are still juiced or if they're back to normal.
Let's see. I haven't really dug into the data so much as I'm not crazy about the product that's being put on the field right now.
Oh yeah.
I'm actually pretty close to calling the Diamondbacks right now and telling them to 86 my MLB TV. Just so like it's on record that I'm not happy with this.
Yeah, I hear you.
But where was I? I'm so bad at that. I end up like on half a tangent. And I forget where my main point was.
Yeah, well, I was talking about the baseball, whether they're juiced this year or not.
Oh yeah, so I haven't dug into the data so much. But the conspiracy theorist in me wants to say that in this screwed up season, this is exactly the season you'd want to have them, because you're generating offense, you're generating possibly a home run chase in a short season. You're keeping excitement there when, you know, we've seen so far that pitchers seem to have the edge over hitters for the most part.
Yeah, it's a good point. I wouldn't be surprised. And, of course, they're not actually telling you the truth ever, because last year they were all like, well, as far as we know, the balls aren't juiced. Yeah, right.
Good old Rob Manfred refusing to take culpability for anything. But yeah, no, like it was interesting, and I'm really curious to see. Like, I haven't seen a whole lot of balls leap up, and I've seen, you know, too many pitchers succeed, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't seen anybody struggling and, you know, pitchers complaining about it. So I would say that maybe it's back to normal, but I wouldn't rule it out of the question if halfway through the season they switched it up. If offense is down and pitchers seem to have too much of an advantage, I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden the formula changed and balls start leaping off the bats, you know, if we're still playing baseball in September.
Yeah, let's see if we even get that far, because I'm still skeptical. This is a really good at bat from Vargas.
Oh my God, right? I was just about to say, I think this is like the 6th foul ball by Vargas in this at bat. He is making Clayton Kershaw battle now.
I think it's 9 pitches, maybe. You seen already?
Oh, this is something beautiful. Another 2-2 pitch to Vargas. And, great stop there by Jock Peterson. That is the most unrealistic thing I have seen today.
Man, good at bat, and he put some good wood on the ball, too. Right to the glove.
Coming up now, Carson Kelly. Struggles generally at the plate, but has been kicking it up a notch as of late.
Oh, that's off the plate.
Thank you to Ildemaro Vargas for the lengthy at bat, which allowed us to discuss the juiced baseballs, yes or no.
Right? It's I don't know, man. I'm really curious to see what happens. Like I said, I'm not so much paying attention to the product on the field right now. So it might be a little bit hard for me to really dig into it. But I'm definitely, now that we've had this conversation, I might keep an eye on it more. Even if it's just, what Fangraphs and BREF can tell me.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I don't know what baseball is up to. They could very well juice the baseballs. They could say they're not doing it, just like last year. And who knows if we even get through this shortened season. I'm still, like I said, skeptical that that's even going to happen.
Oh, yeah. I'm in that boat. You've heard me plenty of times. I'm not shy about saying that.
Yeah.
3-1 here to Carson Kelly. Luke Weaver stands on deck. Kelly and Weaver, obviously the two main pieces of that Paul Goldschmidt trade. Former teammates in St. Louis. As Kelly takes a walk, going to put 2 on, 2 out here for Luke Weaver.
Batting ninth, the pitcher, Luke.
We'll see if he can make something happen. Not a bunt situation, obviously. It has a 1 RBI on the year, so we'll see if he can pick up another one.
To formally answer the question, special. Kelly's getting enough time against lefties that he doesn't take the total hit for becoming a bench player. Even though McCann does have better stats against lefties, the Carson Kelly, if he was starting against righties, would be completely inept. So the getting at this allows, a very passable bat in McCann to see the majority of the time against, majority right-handed pitching. While giving Carson Kelly just enough reps to stay happy, healthy, and in the conversation.
Yeah, you gotta give him some playing time.
I think when we switch over to the DH, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be McCann DHing against lefties and Kelly catching, and McCann catching against righties. But if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be 2 righties that they're going to face in Houston. Yes, it is. It's going to be Justin Verlander, game 1, and Jose Urquidy, game 2. 1-2 to Weaver. Swing and a miss on some inside junk, and that will do it for the pair left on base for these Diamondbacks as Kershaw collects strikeout number 3. Still a 2-0 ball game through 2.
So yes, the Blue Jays will face Verlander as well in game 4 of their series against the Astros. That would be fun.
Verlander. Whoa. Verlander. Oh, I'm sorry. Things are like flying at me in real life. Caught me way off guard. Oh my god. Verlander, man, he's been on a tear since coming back healthy.
Yeah.
I know he missed the first 6 weeks, 8 weeks due to that groin tear.
Look out, 1-1.
He's back at it.
Yeah, I still have nightmares about his no-hitter last year in Toronto. So see if he can do that again at Minute Maid Park. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. And it's 2-1 to Muncie. Swing and a miss, 2-2. So are you up in Toronto proper then?
Just about. I'm in the suburbs of Toronto, but it's the greater Toronto area is what we call it.
Toronto Metro as Muncie goes down swinging for the second time today. 4th strikeout for Weaver. Weaver seems to have it clicking just a little bit, except for that Right here, you see it on the screen. 2-run home run by Jorge Soler back in the first. How many Jays games do you generally try to make a year then?
I don't usually make a lot of them because of my work schedule, so it's a little bit complicated that way.
Screw that. Get a better job.
My brother tries to go to one game a year, and usually he ends up going to a Twins game for some reason, just the way it works out. He's been to like 5 games against the Twins in recent years.
Oh, that's funny. That just makes me so sad, though. Like, the statement tries to make it to 1 game a year. You know, I think even with my work schedule, I made it to 46 last year.
Ooh.
You know, I got the full season package, but, you know, I sold some because of work, gave some away. I was out of town for some. You know, at the time, the old lady was working nights, so there were plenty of times that I just didn't feel like going to a game by myself. Ended up selling tickets or something.
Yeah, I don't live very close to the ballpark, maybe an hour's drive. Like, it's downtown. It's like downtown proper, and I'm in the suburbs.
Copy that. You see Weaver getting a little bit around, pitching around Soler. Can't blame him. Soler goes at swinging one in the dirt. Dribbles over to Ed. Toss in time for out number 2.
The center fielder, Cody.
We settle down a little bit, hoping to have a 1-2-3 inning here and give the top of the order a chance in the bottom of the inning.
And looks like I'm getting called out on that number. Let me pull up ballpark and verify that. Let's see. My history, 2019 season. I know for a fact there was a game I screwed up and didn't check in. So I have 44 check-ins, which means I attended 45 games last year. So I was close. Close.
That's a nice, healthy number.
Right? 45 games. I mean, considering I had an 81-game ticket package, I'm a little bit disappointed in myself. But I'll take it, man. Considering two of those games were in Chicago as Bellinger goes down swinging. Weaver has got it clicking now. Love to see it as we are heading down to the bottom of the third. Arizona trying to get some offense.
Looks like Heidi's giving us some stats on that offense for Arizona.
It's up there, man. You know, especially with Peralta, I expect those numbers to get back up there. You know, second in the National League and just about everything worth mentioning. Pretty sure trailing either only the Washington Nationals, man. Howie Kendrick, Adam Eaton, it's Trey Turner. Those guys have been going off over there in the nation's capital.
Yeah, I just had a game, Nationals and Braves, the other night. They were tearing it up, as they usually do.
Beardy Buddha making me look like a fool over there. 51 games last year.
Did he go to any games against Toronto, where a lot of Canadians come to Target Field?
Minnesota's like the Canada of America. Actually, I lied. The UP is the Canada of America. As that's grounded out to Jack Peterson. He makes the play somehow for out number 1.
There's the standings, a half game difference between the Dodgers and Diamondbacks, and everyone else is just, not very good in National League West.
No, that's San Diego's a little bit of a surprise there. I would have expected them to be playing at least 500 ball.
Yeah, we saw them 10 games under 500. They will be at Dodger Stadium for 3 games starting tomorrow.
Nope, that's the ball.
Where's when the Dodgers go to San Diego. A lot of Dodgers fans go up there.
Lucky to live close to a ballpark, he says. I have made it a goal, now that, trying to figure out more of what's going on in life. I'm not just packing up everything into my car and moving across the country like I did 4 or 5 years ago. any next place I live, I need to be within an hour's drive of a major league ballpark. I refuse to not be a season ticket holder at this point. As 3-0 to Peralta, looks at one, just piped into the zone for strike one.
You're staying in Arizona long term?
I don't know. I don't think there is a long term for Arizona. Let's be real. I'm kind of a green guy. Like, I don't see it getting any more cheery down here with the situation with the Colorado River having to feed Nevada, Colorado, Arizona, California, New Mexico, maybe. It's not ideal. As that's a walk there for David Peralta. He gets on base. Good guy to have on. And Ketel Marte at the plate.
Single on a 3-0 count his last time out.
Yeah, Beardy. It's, that's a pretty big fact. I'm pretty sure that within my lifetime, it's going to be a desolate hellscape. I need to spend some more time personally looking into how to build my own house. Go buy a plot of land in the middle of nowhere. Get apparently, I knew compost toilets were a thing. For like that real off the grid living.
Right.
I didn't know incinerator toilets were a thing.
Oh, I have not heard of that.
Right. I had a buddy, talking to me about, living off the grid. I was talking last night. As that one is going to drop in right field. That's a sit. There's a hit there for Ketel Marte. He's 2 for 2 now. Diamondbacks able to get the guys on base. They just got to be able to capitalize. The problem we've seen way too many times in these games is the small ball's happening, but just got to actually put it together to score the run. But speaking of those toilets, apparently an incinerator toilet is barely more than a compost toilet. So it's like less to go wrong, except for maybe fire. As there's 1 out, there's 2 outs. 1 to 6 to 3. Double play will end the inning. What did I tell you? They get the runners on and cannot capitalize.
They're playing like the Toronto Blue Jays today.
Not good.
Nah.
Not good. Heidi's talking there about something. It'll give me a perfect time to segue into the plug. Everything we do here, folks, is for charity. That was one of the goals from the outset when we started this back in March. Everything we get from your donations, your subscriptions, your bits, any sort of monetization that we get, the very small amounts, goes directly to charity. And that charity at the moment, as is when we started, it's Meals on Wheels, delivering food to folks all over the country. Going to be a big thing here as everything seems to be falling apart.
Yeah, we were talking about this last week, that Meals on Wheels are going to be even more important. You said starting August 1st, so we're on the 2nd now. So
right?
Now's the time.
No, it's going to be huge, man. Starting now, I can't imagine things are looking too rosy.
Yeah.
So, if you've got it, maybe, I'll be the bad guy. And I think I said it last time, and I'll say it again, is Justin Turner, speaking of bad guy, puts that one into right. But, great running grab by Starling Marte for out number 1. Maybe don't donate it to us. Donate it to something local. Donate to, something that helps your community. It's somebody you know personally. I'll just be real, man. Like, whatever helps.
See,
so
Kevin
if
Crone.
you've got it, help your community, man. Help your fellow man.
Saw Kevin Crone there, 545. He was on the Major League roster the last time we were on a call.
With the return of David Peralta, it's hard to roster both Seth Beer, Christian Walker, and try to keep, Kevin Crone also in the rotation, excuse me. So,
You got 3 guys for like one spot. It's a bit of a problem.
You know, the only thing that, I was thinking about was, do we keep him in there as the DH against Houston? But now that I'm seeing what the matchup is, it's 2 right-handers. The obvious move is Seth Beers your DH, Cole Calhoun's out in right, Christian Walker's at first. So I'm pretty happy about that. That's going to be a disgusting lineup. It's, McCann behind the plate, just mashing. Peralta's back. Cattell and Ed and Starling, Cole Calhoun. Oh, it's going to be feisty, man. It's going to be great.
Well, now that we've seen what the Astros are doing, yeah, you need every piece of offense you can to match them.
And hopefully there's no pitching meltdowns. Got to double check what those pitching matchups are as Jock takes one, bounces in the dirt, gets away, but doesn't matter with nobody on. Game 1 set at the moment to be Robbie Ray going against Justin Verlander. That's a high-quality matchup right there. As that one's going to be dribbled against the shift. Ed's toss in time for out number 2. Sad I'm not getting a Greinke game, though.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the Toronto series.
Oh, that's so sad. No, you're going to tell me that the Diamondbacks are coming to Houston, and you're not going to throw Greinke in the rotation.
Virtual Ducky Breaker, if you're listening, you don't mind not facing Verlander in Toronto, or Greinke in Toronto. We don't want to face Verlander or Greinke. I guess we got to face one of them playing a 4-game series. So.
Though, I mean, I shouldn't complain about facing Jose Urquidy, 4.21 ERA, 7-7 record, versus the beautiful Zach Greinke.
Do you have which game Greinke's pitching that series after?
I don't. I just kind of mine the data for my own series.
I'll have to take a look at it.
Yeah,
that's probably in game 2 of that series on Friday.
All right.
He might go Thursday. So we'll see. I know that game's on here too, just not with me.
And let's see. Game 2, Diamondbacks at Houston, going to feature Zach Gallen against Jose Urquidy. See if Zach Gallen can figure out what's going on with the walk, man. I swear to God, that kid has offered up like 5 walks a game lately. Something is just not clicking finding the strike zone. Who does he think he is? Robbie Ray as Gavin Lux strikes out. That's going to be strikeout number 6 for Weaver. And that's back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings for Luke Weaver. Why did you have to give up that home run, Luke?
Leading up for the Diamondbacks, the first baseman,
See how long, we'll see how long Kershaw can go. As we said, not exactly at full strength today.
There we go. Beardy Buddha coming in clutch. Today, Zach Greinke will be pitching against the Twins. That's why we are robbed of that lovely matchup.
So he would be around maybe this Friday. I don't even know.
SFX is saying that you should get Greinke for your game. So you get him.
On Friday? Yeah, maybe.
Have fun with him.
Yeah.
I miss him.
It's only 2 games for Diamondbacks and Astros, so he may not. He may go on Saturday.
Nope.
Just depends on where the Astros have their off day. Is that a 4-pitch walk there to
yes,
set
it
there?
is. Yes, it is.
That's going to be walk number 3 for Kershaw. He's put some guys on base. Diamondbacks have started off these innings big. Been able to get the runners on. Just got to actually hit somebody in, though. Every run counts in these close games, too. To be able to leave that you're at 5 left on already, not encouraging.
Yeah, special coming in. He probably pitched Saturday. I'm not doing that game. Mark Colley's doing that game, so I'll get somebody else on Friday. We'll see who it is. And next Saturday, I'm scheduled to be on the Dodgers again, so that should be fun. Dodgers and Mets at Dodger Stadium.
Always be fun, man. That was, let's see, these were games I was hoping to actually make. Every year I do up my road trip spreadsheet, right? Yeah. I've got every ballpark sorted by distance, basically up to Colorado, right? So that's about 1,000 miles away. And then I put on there every time the Diamondbacks are playing there, every time the Cubs are playing there, and every time the Mets are playing there. So basically I can plan a road trip for, like seeing any of these ballparks for any of the 3 teams that matter in my household. And,
Okay.
called strike 2, evens it or brings it full now to Nick Ahmed. No outs, beer on first.
Ball 4 to him looked like a strike. So this is sort of,
there we go.
That looked like, oh boy.
Here we go. There's ball 4.
Now
Back walks issued up by Kershaw, so no outs. Heading down to Ildemaro Vargas. Had that monster at bat earlier.
Yeah, that was a very impressive at bat. Now, have you been to every major league ballpark yet or not yet?
No, not even close.
So you haven't been to Toronto, I'm going to guess?
Nope. I wanted to make it to Olympic Stadium up there.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize until I was flying out that I was flying out to Quebec City and not Montreal.
I gotcha.
I was like so disappointed when I realized that. I'm like, oh, shit.
Diamondbacks were here last year. Cubs would have been here this year.
Yep.
The original schedule. And the Mets, I know we play them next year. I don't know if it's going to be at Citi Field or in Toronto.
The thing that bugs me, man, is, I don't know if I ranted about this with you. I know I've gone off a couple times about it. The fact that, you're with the rotating interleague schedule, generally you play every team every 3 years, and home away kind of swaps every 6.
Yeah.
So only every 6 years do you generally see an interleague team in your town. Oh my God, that's another double play ball. That is what, number 3? No, that's just number 2. Oh, that seems a lot worse than that. 4 to 6 to 3 goes Vargas. Beer moves up to third at least, but now 2 outs in the inning.
See what Carson Kelly can do. Yeah, it's all messed up with the injury, and even the plan where you go home and away, it doesn't always. They don't always do that like perfectly. Like last year, the Blue Jays went to Dodger Stadium, but before last year, they hadn't been there since I think 2007 or something like that.
That's ridiculous.
And I know Diamondbacks were here we had 2 games against them in 2016, and then the Blue Jays played 2 games at Chase Field, and then obviously last year they were here. But before that, I think they were like 2 series in a row in Arizona, so it hadn't been a while. It's been a while since between 2016. I don't know when was the previous time that the Diamondbacks were here. So it's kind of weird the way they schedule. It seems kind of random, and I think they're trying to be a little more consistent. Like the Padres were in Toronto 2016. That was the first time ever.
Jesus.
And that was like the last matchup that hadn't happened. Toronto hosting San Diego. All the previous matchups before that were in San Diego.
And that's what happens when you toss it over to an analytics company and do it all computer-wise. For years and years, it was this one couple that did it by hand every year. And it feels like ever since they moved it to computer-based scheduling, it's gotten totally out of whack. And I hate it.
And now it's really weird because American League East won't play American League Central for a few years now.
Right. As we're going to go full here to Carson Kelly. Fouls that off. So 2 outs in the inning after the Vargas double play. Back-to-back innings with double plays. That's why it felt so bad. It was so recent. Kelly walked in his last appearance. Pitcher spot on deck as Kelly gives that one a ride, but should be easily playable in center for Bellinger. It is, and that's the inning. Another man left on for the Diamondbacks, up to 6 now with 2 double plays in there. As we are through 4, still a 2-0 lead, same as it's been since the first square. But the thing that bugs me is that they're skipping over the interleague matchup we had this year. It was NL West and AL Central. As a former Midwest transplant, I loved it. I was so looking forward to it. I had, buddies. I had family that was going to fly out here even for when the Tigers were in town.
Right. Yeah.
And see Andrew Miller and John DePlantier warming up. That's kind of weird. They're throwing into each other's arms there. I think they'd be doing it the opposite way, but who knows?
Welcome to the game, and I'll be the show once again.
Right? Welcome to the show, baby. I was looking forward to it, and they punted the schedule obviously, and they're going with the just East, Central, West. That makes sense. Trying to keep it isolated, I get that. That makes a ton of sense. But the fact that they just rotated, and now they're going to do the same matchup they're doing now, where everything lines up East, Central, West for next year, bugs me so bad.
Yeah.
The only thing that redeems it to me is if they did it because they're not sure what the health situation is going to be like in the country. If that was the reason, I get it and I respect it, because God knows they botched the health plan this year.
Yeah, we'll see if I don't know if I'm not a doctor or a health expert or anything like that, but I would think we'd still have this virus next year, and we'll see what happens. We'll see if Canada ends up allowing any games next year as Will Smith goes down swinging here.
Now batting, the pitcher.
And that's strikeout number 7 for Luke Weaver. Right now, he has retired his last. Does the sacrifice count as retiring a batter?
I would say so. Why not?
10 straight.
He recorded an out, right? So.
That's true. Like, the batter did not reach. So that's Will Smith now 2 strikeouts to his day. That does make 10 straight that started with Will Smith. So Weaver been looking fine. Brings up Kershaw. 2 balls to Kershaw start off the at-bat. See what we got here. Weaver trying to get back in the zone. I don't know why he's pitching around Clayton Kershaw with Mookie Betts on.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
It's got to be slipping or something, man. It's like, because Kershaw's not biting. He knows the name of the game up there. It's extend the at-bat as long as possible to draw out the pitches on the opposing pitcher. Give yourself some time to recoup. He knows the story.
That's something he does very well. He just, even if he doesn't get on base, he knows how to work the pitcher, get the pitch count up.
See, everyone's like, oh, it's always such a bad at-bat when the pitcher's hitting. It's not just, them trying to hit as well. Sometimes it's exactly this. All you're trying to do is go up there, take pitches, and that's, see, right there, perfect. A 6-pitch at-bat for Clayton Kershaw that ends in a walk. He swung the bat, once? And, that's all you need to do. That's ideal. There is that hidden strategy to it that may look like a bad at-bat. And sometimes, yes, they are totally putrid. I will give you that. But, no worse than Brendan Ryan was for years.
Oh, yeah, I remember Brendan Ryan.
Brendan Ryan's my out-of-the-park baseball hero, dude.
I've seen pitchers who actually hit better than some position players.
Right. Lewis Brinson as Mookie goes down looking for strikeout number 8.
Now batting.
So he walks the pitcher and then strikes out Betts on 3 pitches. That's a very interesting strategy. Here's Max Muncy, who's already struck out twice.
See, it just had to come and bite me after I said 10 straight retired. As Muncy puts that one into right, back at the wall, leaping. Starling Marte does not come up with it as Max Muncy takes the first pitch he sees, says screw your 0 for 2 day, and makes it a 2-run home run.
I was fooled. I thought Marte might have had it because he kind of clutched his glove, but then I saw the graphic, runners running side.
And see, this is where the Clayton Kershaw walk looks even worse. You know, I know that obviously things are going to change a little bit, you know, with the Mookie Betts situation if Clayton Kershaw is not on. But if you can assume that it's a totally independent, you know, event, and you end the inning with a Mookie Betts strikeout, that's totally different. You're out of this. You don't have a runner on. You know, and even if it's somehow extended and, you know, whatever, it's not a 2-run home run, no matter how you'd slate. Oh, my God, that's just huge.
You should never walk the opposing pitcher, ever.
No.
Speaking of interleague and all that, I see when the Blue Jays play National League teams in National League ballparks, they seem to always give up home runs to pitchers and walking pitchers and things like that.
Just don't know how to actually handle it, man. It's you pipe them kind of in the zone and you just either wait for weak contact or you don't let them take a ball. You know, a pitcher, for the most part, if you're flitting around the edge, is going to take. A smart pitcher, at least. You know, like that. Any pitcher is going to take that in an attempt to extend the at-bat, extend the inning, work the pitch count. Oh, my God. That one could have been trouble, but that's a foul ball. Full count now to Soler.
Could have been the second home run of the day if he straightened that out.
Oh, please no. Diamondbacks already trailing by 4 now as Weaver gets strikeout number 9. Come on, buddy. Where was that against Kershaw? We're looking at a totally different story if that happens, but this is the reality we live in. Max Muncy puts one over the fence, and it is 4-0 now, heading to the bottom of the 5th.
So it's been kind of up and down day for Weaver. He struck out 9, but given up two-run homers. And the offense is not doing him any favors, getting all these runners on base and then stranding them. Now we see if Torrey goes for the pinch hitter here.
I don't know, man. Like, I'm really curious to see what happens because Weaver is looking all right. He's up at 88 pitches though, and they're saying that's it. 9 strikeouts, 4 runs. Luke Weaver had himself a pretty decent ball game, just unfortunately had those 2 home runs. So now coming in to pinch hit, James McCann.
385 overall, not too bad. Of course, I love that early on the season when he was just sitting on the bench in Chicago.
I just didn't get it, man. You've got a former All-Star. You've got a huge weapon. You know, I get that Yasmani Grandal exists, but Yaz hasn't been that great so far. You know, Yaz hasn't looked phenomenal. You know, and the fact that just McCann was sitting there, and I think when we picked him up, he had a grand total of 23 at-bats. Or 24.
That's kind of criminal, you know? Even if you need to give the guy some playing time, even if you have pretty good catcher like Randall, who we'll see in our next game, actually. So you see Kershaw leading the league in wins, looking for 15. Needs to get through this inning.
Looks like I don't see a world in which he doesn't.
And that would lead the majors, because I think, is it 13 now that leads the American League? Ryu was at 13, but he's down for the year. And then Fires yesterday in a game that I called picked up number 13 to tie. So I think this leads the majors as far as I remember.
I was about to say, last I knew it was Mike Fires that was leading the charge over there.
Yeah, he just tied Ryu, but no one's going to pass. Like, Ryu's not going to pick up any more wins unless he miraculously recovers from his dislocated shoulder and comes back in September.
Just pop it back into place, call it a day, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was a brutal loss for us.
Yeah, just set him down, brace him, just pop it back in, and you're fine. You can get right back to throwing baseballs 99 miles an hour. No big deal.
And he doesn't even throw 99, so it's not like he's not a hard thrower at all.
1-2 now to Starling Marte. Another foul ball. Marte 0 for 2. Struck out looking, grounded out so far. Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 2 for Marte. Strikeout number 4 for Kershaw. Oh my God, he hasn't had a strikeout since his first time through the order, striking out Luke Weaver.
ERA leaders there: Quintana, Hendricks. Graphics skipped right by, so I didn't see if either of them was pitching for the Cubs today.
Oh, let's see. Who is going for the Cubs today? It's not Chris Bryant. He's day-to-day right now. That was a huge blow. It was great that it was only just the one game. I know myself and all the other Cubs guys were wigging out. We're like, because it's like, oh, he's going to need an X-ray. And we're like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah, when the graphic showed up, it looked like he would be out for a while. Then I saw just a few days, so something lucked out.
As that's a 1-2-3 inning. McCann, Marte, and Peralta go down in order after Los Angeles doubles their lead. 4-0 now through 5. Trying to find that. What channel is that in?
Now pitching before the Diamondbacks.
Alex Young will take over here for the Diamondbacks. Making his 18th appearance.
Leading off from the Dodgers, the better fielder with 35. Cody.
Why am I like spacing in which channel that gets posted in?
Inside, ball 1.
Still early for you, 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah, I guess, man. There we go. I found it. Chicago.
No strike.
It will be Zach Brown going on the mound for Milwaukee.
There it is. It's Jeff Samardzija.
And Jeff Samardzija.
He's going to look for a better start today than his first one back as a Cub.
Oh, it was not great. And that's a fly out there as Alex Young coming out of the bullpen, getting his day started. Young has been an integral piece of this ball club. Coming up, being very clutch, man. Diamondbacks have been blessed with some solid long relief, whether it be from Merrill Kelly to start the season with that like 2.1 ERA over who knows how many innings. You know, and now it's Alex Young, the lefty, offering up a different perspective. And he's been doing it well, man. He got, you know, I think pretty much every Diamondback has come up and got shellacked in their first start. and then gotten it figured out after that. You know, Alex Young, I think he's now pitching around a 3 ERA. Pretty nice out of that long roll. He's always been able to give us a couple innings as well.
We're on August 2nd now. I haven't been here since the beginning, but August 2nd, I'm still trying to figure out the Blue Jays long relief thing. It's been killing us all year. Right now, our long reliever is former Diamondback Chase Anderson.
Ooh, Chase Anderson. I always think of him as a Brewer.
Yeah, because he didn't really do much for Arizona, I feel.
I can double check. Now I'm curious. That's a base hit, though, for Justin Turner. Squeaks one in the left field. First hit of the day for Turner.
He had, I think his best year Anderson did in Milwaukee in 17.
Sounds about right. Let's find out. Chase Anderson did pitch 2 full years for Arizona in 14 and 15. To the tune of a 4.01 ERA first year, 4.30 ERA. A combined 15 and 13. Where is his ERA plus? 95 ERA plus. So just a little bit below average. So I guess nothing to write home about.
Right. I think he's pretty much done that for Toronto and Ball. But I would notice he'd come in to start and then he'd be at 80 pitches by the 4th inning. So that's kind of useless. If you're on a team and your role is to eat innings, but you're 80 pitches in the 4th, that's not really doing anything. And then the long man had to come in for him anyway, so just switch the roles.
Yeah, no, Diamondbacks really, it's going to be interesting what they end up having to do now with Mike Leake coming back. You know, everything's been fairly solid in the rotation. You know, I mean, as a whole, it's been solid. You know, there's been bad starts. You know, I can't say that Robbie Ray's been great. He's blown up a few times. Madison Bumgarner has clearly blown up a few times now. You know, we've had Zach Gallen exhibit some big control issues his last couple starts. You know, but you know, outside of that, everybody does. Oh, my God. Jock Peterson, the righty killer, goes lefty on lefty here, and that is now the third two-run shot given up by the Diamondbacks today. It is now 6-0.
That is not a typical Jock Peterson bat against lefties. No, he's usually horrible against lefties. Saw something there, though, 410 feet.
That's I gotta find this now. This is gonna bug me. He cannot have that many against lefties. There is no way.
Oh, I think, did we not look at that the last time the Diamondbacks?
Oh, did we?
I seem to remember that we did.
I'm literally looking up all the links right now and clicking R Purple, so I have pulled up his career splits before.
Yeah. I think we did this the last time. I think you might have been on the call with Cookie or Special. I don't remember, but I remember we were talking about it in the chat.
There we go. Let's see. 14 against left-handed pitching versus 94 against right-handed pitching.
That's about what I expect. 14, I even thought it's too much.
Granted, the sample size is a lot smaller. Yeah. Though his OPS is still a lot smaller.
Now, has he faced Alex Young before in real life? I would guess not. Maybe one of the better or something? Yeah.
I can actually, let me see. Alex Young versus John Peterson.
Meanwhile, single here for Gavin Lux.
Now batting, the catcher, Will Smith.
All I'm finding is like Jock Peterson sitting against Alex Young and other Dodgers taking him deep. Like who was it? There was Russell Martin smoking one. Blue Jays legend Russell Martin.
Of course, yeah.
David Freese taking him deep as well.
Cardinals legend, yeah.
Right? So I'm not finding anything, though.
Guys aren't even playing anymore. Or at least Martin is he's not signed by anybody. I don't know if he's retired.
But I'm not finding anything. Let's see.
Yeah, I would guess he probably would sit against him. He got some starts last year, did Young, that I remember.
Let's see. Why can I not find? Okay, Roto, like the Roto website should give me something, right? All the fantasy stuff. Like, give me Alex Young versus like everybody. This is stupid. I hate it. I am not happy. I need baseball. I need the premium baseball references. That one's going to squib past the third base bag, and they will hold the runner at third. They will advance. Have runners in second and third now on a Will Smith double. That kid, I swear to God, like that's all he does. All he does is hit doubles.
Except for the 3-homer game he had against the Diamondbacks the last time they were in Chase Field.
I was hoping you didn't go there.
So Clayton Kershaw will bat for himself here. We'll see what they do.
As that's popped up, but nobody's going to get there. SFX went through the game log, found it. Lefties that Jock has homered off of, including the Bot Ball world. Mad Bum, Andrew Chafin, Harrison Musgrave, Christian Friedrich. Did we do this before? I swear to God.
I told you we did this, yeah. Matt Moore, Robbie Ray, and then Alex Young. There, he's out. Or is that I guess the Alex Young would be today. So.
I think Alex Young is today. No, because I remember looking at that, and I'm like, how do I say Frank Garce's last name?
Right, yeah, we had this conversation.
Oh, my God, this is ridiculous. I love it. Well, I hate it, because now it's 6-0. Another game, it looks like, that the Diamondbacks are going to drop. Going to put them in a little bit of a skid as Kershaw taking his hacks yet again, giving him the pleasure of a third plate appearance. Strikes out. First strikeout for Alex Young here today.
I thought they would go for a pinch hitter, but no, he went with Kershaw batting for himself. Of course, watch him get taken out of the game now because it's a pop ball. Mookie Betts takes a strike. Dodgers scoring a couple of runs here and another home run. Rare lefty home run from Jock Peterson. So Mookie fouls that one away, so now it's 0-2. Alex Young throwing 30 pitches in an inning. Probably not what Torey Lovullo wants to see. There's another foul ball. So 0-2 is going to be on the ground and knocked down by Seth Beer. Makes the play. So that will do it for the Dodgers. They do get 2 more runs on that long home run from Jock Peterson, making it 6-0.
Can we just stop with that, please? The 2-run home runs. Can they just end?
So they don't take Kershaw out of the game. Like we said, this is being ball ball. He hits for himself and it gets taken out, but there's some action in the pen behind him. Dodgers longman David Price and Ross Strickland.
See, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Give me David Price. Let's go. Got a 6-run lead. Bring in David Price. Make that more like a 2-run lead.
I want to say that's what happened. Was it yesterday? That Julio Urias, of course, should have started. He shouldn't have been in long relief, but he came in and pretty big lead and then gave up a couple of runs.
See here now, 1-1 to Ketel Marte as Kershaw's out here working after coming in at 90 pitches. Looked at for strike 2.
There's our 2 long men there.
See, look at that. It's the same shit, man. It's the lefty and righty just about bumping knuckles with every pitch they throw.
I need that command in the chat. The SDS. There we go. MLB The Show is a well-coded game. Thank you, TARDIS, for those commands. Yeah, this game has the weirdest things that I've ever seen.
I mean, maybe personally, I'm just biased from all the years of out-of-the-park baseball.
No, it's some of these managerial decisions are just mind-boggling. And even I feel the worst manager in real life would not make some of these decisions. As there's a strikeout.
Oh, that's rough.
See the leaders in the ARI. Cubs right at the top of the pack here. Diamondbacks in second and Dodgers in third. And look at Marlins and Dads. They're up there. Not great, but both of those teams are not in contention at all.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Both those teams, I guess I'm a little bit surprised at San Diego because they haven't started calling up all the young guys. You know, your Luis Patino, your Mackenzie Gore. But you know, the Marlins have had that solid young pitching core for a minute now. You know, Caleb Smith, Pablo Lopez, Sandy Alcantara, Eliezer Hernandez. There's like 1 or 2. Jordan Yamamoto.
Yeah. And a guy who was having a real solid season, I was on a call the other day for the Mets and the Marlins, Jose Urena. He's not necessarily a young guy anymore, but he was having a terrific season and got the win against the Mets on Thursday. So that's going to be on the ground. And they get him, so a couple of quick outs here.
Seth Beer.
Seth Beer's been on base both times, signaling a walk.
Come on, Seth Beer, you got this. Give me that big swing 6-run home run I know you can pull off.
See, acquired from Houston for Zach Greinke, who the Diamondbacks will not face on the road trip. He could still go in there and do some damage against a former club.
Dude, that's one thing I'm really looking forward to is rolling out Seth Beer as a DH against his former team.
Count is 2-1.
That one's going to go high, 2-1. See what you got, Seth Beer. Now that Kershaw's over 100 pitches, you know you got something in the tank. And you've got a single at least. Hey, that's something. A little bit of life in a 2-out single.
It's third time getting on base.
That's the first time Diamondbacks have recorded a hit since Ketel Marte back in the third. That's not great.
No.
Like, they had it rolling, man, early in the game. It was base runners here, base runners there. Had a handful of walks. It had 4 walks, but this is, like I said, this is just the first hit since Marte had that single in the third, and before that, it was Seth Beer's single to start off the second. Kershaw's mostly kept them quiet.
One of those walks to Nick Ahmed. Who's up there now.
Really? Ahmed? I didn't even know that. It says grabbed from Atlanta in 2013.
Yeah, no, that can be.
That's right. I have looked this up before. So the off season before the 2013 season has Ahmed. Come on, get down in the gap. Let's go. Or just get over the fence. Nope, it's going to hop off the wall. That will plate one. Beer's going to go first to home in time as Nick Ahmed's got a run scoring double. Oh my God, thank God it's not a shutout anymore.
Is this a Justin Upton trade that sent?
It was.
Oh, I figured, yeah.
Look at that. It was Justin Upton, as that will do it for Clayton Kershaw. See, even Dave Roberts can manage a bullpen to know that, you know, once your starter's giving up runs, that's when you pull him. Come on, Torrey, don't leave him in there. Give up 9 runs.
Especially on short rest, too. So we'll see which long reliever is going to come in and give up a few more.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's going to be David Price.
Oh, yeah, baby, let's go.
Number 33, David Price.
Yeah, except here's the thing. Ildemaro Vargas' power is basically non-existent. Maybe a hit, maybe a double. That's about the worst thing that's going to happen here.
He's 0 for 2. Seen a lot of pitches today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So Ahmed was part of the Justin Upton trade. I saw Atlanta 2013. I figured it was probably that was it.
Was indeed.
Is that Brandon Drury up there?
It was.
Oh.
It was Randall Delgado, Brandon Drury, Martin Prado, and Zeke Spruill in exchange for Chris Johnson and Justin Upton.
Blue Jays legend Brandon Drury. I saw he played in the game last night. Simmed into the game.
No, I'm kind of sad he just never really put it together. I was really high on him. Okay, that's going to be playable for Mookie, and it will be. Diamondbacks do get one off the bat of Nick Ahmed, that former Atlanta Braves legend. And it is now 6-1 through 2/3 of this one.
Yeah, Drury was presented to us when he came from the Yankees as a pretty good hitter. Just hasn't happened, and here comes our favorite double switch.
Oh, God.
Your attention, please.
Ooh, this one actually
The
could make
changes
some
for
sense.
Arizona.
But we will get into this if I can. Come on, look around the diamond. Look around.
Number 34.
Not quite.
John
Oh, looks like.
Duplantier.
No, I still can't tell. John Duplantier, though, into pit.
Batting 9. Number 16.
Former starter and used as a reliever after, I think, just getting 3 starts this 2020 season. See Miller and Rodon warming up now. Unless something drastic happens, I can't imagine they go to anybody else. They kind of just let John Duplantier finish this one out.
Yeah, I wonder if they replace someone at second base. That would have made sense. Vargas making the final out there.
See what happens here. 2-0. 3-0. Is it the fastest man in baseball, Tim LaCastro, playing second base now in exchange for Ildemaro Vargas? Kind of what it looked like. As that's a 4-pitch walk to Muncy. Guess he just didn't feel like playing with him,
Now
man.
batting, left fielder.
Now he's got to deal with a guy who has homered today and has 108 RBI in August 2nd. 47 home runs, 108 RBI. Picking up from 2 in the first inning.
Oh, this will be dangerous. I mean, I can see pitching around Max Muncy. You don't like the righty on lefty matchup. Sure. Cool. Get it. Doesn't get any easier, though, when Jorge Soler is the next guy in the box.
So Shark said, guess who is in for the Snakes on the double switch? So I'm going to assume it is Tim LaCastro, because he's just saying, guess who it is.
I was about to say, that's too much excitement. I think it's got to be LaCastro. See what he's got now against Soler, though. Ooh, drops that in 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
And that is confirmed. LaCastro now in batting 9th, playing second base. Pitcher spot moves up to 7th. There we go. That's kind of how I like to see that lineup, though. LaCastro at the bottom of the orders. Oh, finally, Diamondbacks able to turn 2. Happened to him in back-to-back innings early in this one, and there we go. We go 1-6 to 3. Great snag off the mound by Duplantier.
I wish I knew what exactly Soler was swinging at, but I'm not really sure.
Oh yeah, that was like some Vlad Guerrero stuff, man. It was like way off the plate, out of the zone, not sure what he was thinking. He dribbles it instead, makes 2 outs with 1 bad swing. Brings up Cody.
So we said the pitcher is now the 7th spot?
Pitcher has moved to the 7th spot. Ildemaro Vargas is replaced at second base by Tim LaCastro.
Perfect. Make sure I get that all right. That's one thing when we don't hear these double switches, I get all confused.
I thought you were going to say that's one thing when we're fans of American League teams, we just don't understand double switches.
No, I understand double switches, but I need to hear it, right? I like, you know.
I'm just ragging on you.
1 and 2.
Though I'm sure there are plenty out there that are like, oh, what even is a double switch? I don't understand. I'm American League Baseball.
Yeah, I've seen that, or I've heard that, I should say, quite a bit around here.
Oh, because I know even actual tenured managers that end up going over to the National League sometimes just don't get it. Like, I mean, it's an easy guy to rag on, but pretty sure Gabe Kapler still has no idea how to actually execute a double switch.
Now, I wonder if Beardy Buddha is still in the chat with us, but I remember Paul Mulder a few years ago in a game at Dodger Stadium. He totally botched the double switch and had to replace a player because of it. That's going to be... Ooh, what a play.
Laying out Ketel Marte going full bore. That could have been trouble off the bat of Cody Bellinger, and instead it is out number 3. It is stretch time indeed, baby. Woo! Ketel Marte.
Leading up for the Diamondbacks, the catcher, Carson.
That was a really nice play there.
Wow. There's you want your highlight. That one right there.
Yeah, we were looking for highlights, so that is that defensive play is Kevin Kiermaier-esque. So,
oh my God!
See him
yeah.
doing I'm going to be on a call for Blue Jays Rays game Wednesday, so we usually see plays like that from Kiermaier. Cookie's already. Should we tell him who started?
It was your boy, man. It was your boy on short rest who went like 105 pitches.
Yeah,
of one run ball.
It's right there on your screen on the top left of the crawl there.
Yeah, swing and a miss out of Carson Kelly. Looking foolish up there against David Price. Price gets strikeout number 1.
Next for the Diamondbacks.
Third Kershaw start that I've called here. The first two he pitched 8 innings and threw 130 pitches in each, but I knew that wasn't going to happen today.
I love how Cookie's like, yeah, man, I got to take a day off, and immediately I've already seen him posting in the Broadcaster League channel and now posting here in Twitch.
You can't get ball out of your system.
Nope.
Timmy Lowe is going to make a quick out there.
The right fielder, number 2, Garland.
God. You don't even know what drugs are, Cookie.
It is a drug. Yeah, it's going to be Bueller on short rest, and then Andrew Heaney will go Tuesday. So, yeah, it's the best we could have done, really. It's just, yeah, SDS again.
It is a drug, though, man. As somebody who has indulged in his fair share of drugs, this is definitely one.
And, I got to ask you, Dougal, because you used to do this every day. I guess you still kind of do, but I had 6 games this week, and I feel a little bit wiped out now.
Oh, trust me. I'm sitting here at, 110 or so? There's a reason my broadcasts have gotten less and less focused as we've gone on.
So 6 of 7 days, but after today I'll be off until Wednesday, so I think that's probably a good thing for me.
Nope, inside.
I mean, some of it at this point is just hearing somebody else's voice, getting just trapped in my house, not working for 4 months, just to interact with another human being, be it virtually. It helps. It helps.
Yeah, no, this is a lot of fun. But all the prep work and all that, and so if you do six a week, you start getting a little bit tired. So that's been my experience this week.
Oh God, Cookie's trying to call me out now. She actually has a job though, and she sometimes likes to be alone.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You sometimes you want to get out of work and wind down on your own and not just be bombarded and be the sole human interaction for another person, as that's going to be a 1-2-3 inning for David Price. He has sat down each of the 4 batters he has faced. Oh my God, I was so excited to watch David Price come in, and sure enough, he shut me down. We are through 7, 6-1, still the score.
Your attention, please.
Andrew Miller coming in now for
number 48.
Diamondbacks.
Miller's look good, man. He was mostly brought over as just the salary dump in order to get Giovanni Gallegos, but especially with Andrew Chafin's struggles, the emergence that Andrew Miller has played, it's been solid. I've been very, very blessed by Andrew Miller.
I still have nightmares about him shutting down the Blue Jays in the 2016 ALCS when he was with Cleveland. He was lights out back then.
Oh my God.
Not so much in recent years, but he can still get it done.
Oh no, tell me about it, man. 2016, I had just moved to Arizona, so my Cubs fandom was fully there. That's what I was born and bred with. So trust me, I've seen enough Andrew Miller in a Cleveland uniform for a lifetime, and that's going to be a leadoff double for Justin Turner.
Although in Game 7, I think it was David Ross who got to it. I want to say for a home run.
I can check. Let me tell you, between how much with the drinking and everything that I was doing at the time, a lot of that's pretty hazy. It was just too exciting, man. It was just it was like a party from like the end of September to November 3rd. Like it was brutal.
That was a great World Series too. Jock Peterson, his last time up, had a rare home run off a left-handed pitcher. They try to do that again.
David Ross, Andrew Miller, top of the 6th, 1 out on a 1-2 pitch.
Why do I remember this stuff? I have no idea, but I remember.
Because honestly, like, tell me a better World Series in our lifetime.
Yeah, that one stands out. Obviously, you had the history of both teams not having won a long time.
Right.
Cubs with the 108 and Cleveland, whatever it was at the time.
Like 86 or something.
So that was just the history of that. If somebody would break a long curse.
Right. You know, like it was the years behind it. It was the Cubs, you know, with their young core finally looking to do it, you know, after getting close in 15. As Peterson works a walk there. No outs, 2 on now. Andrew Miller, after saying all these positive things, he puts 2 base runners on.
Cleveland, they really had no pitching, and somehow they got through that ALCS against Blue Jays staff that was among the best in the American League, if not the best during the regular season. So, and they were running out guys like Ryan Merritt. I remember that. And, you know, they didn't have a fully healthy Kluber. Bauer had that finger thing.
Oh, my God, the drone injury.
Yeah. So, yeah, he was bleeding on the mound in Toronto in that game. That was insane.
And they were like, no, dude, you can't put liquid Band-Aid on. You can't do any of that because you're altering your fingers. You might alter the ball, and which was such, like, I get it, but it seems so absurd at the time.
It's interesting how, first of all, I don't know why he's playing with drones when he's supposed to start playoff games. He's just it's a Trevor Bauer thing to do, right?
Trevor Bauer is just an anomaly.
Yeah.
I was trying to have that conversation yesterday, and I'm like, you say something like that you're totally on board with, and you're like, man, this guy is great, and then like in the next breath comes out and just says some totally just like what?
Yeah.
Oh, he's an enigma. Gavin Lux goes down. First out of the inning, first strikeout for Andrew Miller.
So I was just surprised that they even let him on the mound with that entire thing. And he didn't last very long.
No, and he would have gone up there and just bled all over the place if they would have let him.
Yeah. So it was pretty amazing Cleveland making it to the World Series with that banged up pitching staff, and then they still had a lead against the Cubs. They were one game away from winning.
That's what I was going to say, man. Like, the blowing that 3-1 lead, like, that's a storyline in itself, man. You know, I think only better than that is 3-0 Yankees-Red Sox as 1-2 to 3, or 4-6 to 3. There's your double play. That ends the inning. Andrew Miller gets bailed out as my tongue is not bailing me out. Going to be 2-3-4 due up here, bottom of the 8th, running out here for the Diamondbacks.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, the left fielder,
Is Price going to stay out there at least for now?
Just kind of mopping up this one.
Oh, it could still get interesting. I mean, as I always mention, the long relievers are the bane of my existence in Bob Ball.
See, Peralta fouls that off 0-1. So I guess I've been told that I'm on janitorial duty to make sure the game transition happens. So that's going to be interesting. So I imagine that you're going to be taking over the game recap because I cannot stand like hearing myself twice like that.
I gotcha. Don't worry.
So it'll be all you, buddy.
Sounds good. Well, after this game, we'll take you to, speaking of Cleveland, it's going to be the White Sox and Indians. With Carlos Rodon, I think it's maybe his first start of the year.
think it's his first 2020 appearance.
And Mike Clevinger.
Sunshine himself.
Game 4 of the 4-game series there. That's a pretty big series as well, just like this one. As foul ball there.
No, man. Games 1 and 2 were nuts. There was a 5-run 7th inning for the eventual winner in both Game 1 and Game 2. So I was really hoping that we saw it in Game 3, because that was my afternoon, was right. Cleveland and the White Sox, but didn't see it, unfortunately. Got robbed of it. But, man, what we didn't get robbed of was just balls flying off the bat. Like, everything for the Indians yesterday was flying off into left field, man. It was insane.
Yeah, Keiko was not fooling anybody in that game, that's for sure.
No, for a guy whose MO has been soft contact his entire career, there was nothing soft about it. It was pitch to contact, pitch to hard contact. We almost saw Delino DeShields Jr. go for the cycle. He got the home run and the triple out in like 3 innings.
So we'll see how today goes. So if Chicago wins, they'll split the series, and if Cleveland wins, they'll take 3 or 4, I believe. There's a pop-up there. And Will Smith makes the play.
Quick first 2 outs here for David Price.
Now batting, third baseman, Eduardo Escobar.
Just nuts, man. David Price, I was so excited to see come out, and yet he's retired. Every batter he's seen, that's the first 6 he's seen going now.
He's had bullpen experience. When he first came up with the Rays in 08, he was pitching out of pen, and then I remember one of those Red Sox postseason appearances. I think it was 17. He was coming off an injury, so he was in the bullpen, and he was the only guy who was able to pitch it because Houston, of course, now we know why.
Right.
So he does have a bit of experience doing this.
But I mean,
he'd still be starting if he wasn't terrible as a starter this year.
Right. No, they just bungled it, man. Everything up there in Boston just seemed to get bungled. They've been right up on the luxury tax, if not greatly exceeding it. Deals like that sweetheart deal to World Series MVP Steve Pearce.
Yeah.
This huge deal to David Price. You could argue that JD Martinez was grossly overpaid. It's been a series of poor deals given out, yet, oh God, Cookie's going to come in here and give you the business.
Oh, but Martinez, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, that last pitch looked pretty good, so Bryce is not too happy. Seth Beer is 2 for 2 with a walk. Good series, 4 for 13, too. Scored the only run so far for the Diamondbacks. Yeah, Cookie would say that they should have signed JD Martinez 3 times.
That's true. That's true. I'm not just salty he wouldn't stay in Arizona. I think it was just a series of poor financial decisions, by a club that had Chris Sale on a monster deal, bringing in David Price, his big deal. And you know that you've got one of the best young players in the game. You've got a top 5 player living in the game. And you fail to make the proper budgetary moves to secure it.
Yeah, that's a big
dump with David Price in essentially what was a salary dump. Yes, they did get Alex Verdugo back, Jeter Downs. It was good. But, you had to throw in David Price to get it done, and all of a sudden your returns 10, 15 points of prospects worse. It was a total just mismanagement by Boston. That's what I'm getting at. And there we go.
Gonna do it again.
Oh, beautiful. 6-2 now.
Now batting, the pitcher.
Yeah, I told you, Brace can still mess things up. It's not foregone conclusion. This game is over.
Have those stats, baby. No, I'm not. Yeah, it's not that I'm saying that he wasn't worth the money. It's I don't know if Boston was the right place to be giving him that money and that contract structure. If that makes more sense.
Did I totally mess up the lineup? It was they put him in the 6th spot. No, not the 7th spot. They took.
Oh my God! What
boy. So Josh Rojas will be. Oh boy, that messed me up here completely.
Yeah, I'm not out here like just stumping against JD Martinez. I would have loved to see him out here, and I will make the case that yes, his putrid defense would have made up for his bat would have made up for his putrid defenses. Josh Rojas is not patient, pops that up immediately. But our boy, the truth, Seth Beer, makes it a 6-2 game as the outs still running out even further.
So we get a new pitcher. So yeah, I totally botched that. I thought Vargas was taken out, but no, Ahmed was taken out.
I thought so too.
Oh my goodness. Giovanni Gallegos will make the
Number 65.
appearance here, top of the 9th. Not a safe situation. Saving more runs for coming across.
They just haven't been in safe situations lately, man. It's either been a close loss or a blowout win. There's no in between.
Corey Seager will pinch hit for Price, so Price's day is thankfully done.
At the ball. Count 1-0.
See there, Gallegos fires in ball 1 to Corey Seager.
Now, do you think that Arizona was maybe turned off by JD Martinez's defense, or they're just not they're not the kind of club who would sign anyone to such a big deal?
I don't think they were buying into the explosion he had. You know, he was going to get paid on that insane second half of the season.
Yeah.
And, you know, the career numbers, while good, were not that. Much like Nicholas Castellanos not staying in Chicago. It's basically the same thing. A guy has a good year, has a good half year after getting traded away from Detroit. This is even funnier than I thought. It's ground out for out number 1. A guy leaves Detroit, has an insane year, but is so bad at defense that it's questionable if an NL team wants to bite. And because you know you're going to get paid off that huge production, because that's going to be first and foremost on the mind. Is he having a bad hitting coach where he was coming from? And that's where both guys come from the same team kind of comes into play as well. Is can we take this guy and turn him into something more? Cincinnati obviously thought that with Castellanos. The AL, it seems like Boston basically got in a bidding war against themselves.
Right.
Which I don't know how they managed that, but they did.
Well, Dave Dombrowski is that's his MO. Just
right.
Trade a lot of prospects, sign a lot of expensive players, and then get yourself fired when it all backfires.
No, that is the Dombo mood, dude. It's like you go in there, you sell off every prospect, and you win now. Your budget screwed. Your farm system screwed. Mookie Betts striking out looking screwed. First, you know, and all of a sudden 5 years later, you might have a ring to show for it, but you're screwed for like 5 years.
Yeah. Look at Detroit now.
Right. I mean, you went all in to try to get Mr. I a ring. Yeah. It just didn't work because you ran into like every team of destiny on the way there. You know, it was super tough luck losses to the even year BS Giants and the Cardinals, right?
Yeah, was that 06 Cardinals?
I think so.
Then 2013, they had the Red Sox. They had that Boston Marathon thing.
Right.
And then they had a terrible bullpen in 2014, so they were swept by the Orioles because they had pretty good rotation. They had Scherzer, Verlander, Price, Porcello was on that team, Anibal Sanchez, but yeah, the bullpen woes, that was always a problem.
You know, and I think that Arizona thought they might have the answers too. And there we go. It's 06 and 12. The Cardinals and the Giants. That's what I was mostly thinking of.
I mean, Cookie, was it really auspice or just the fact that nobody could get any outs with a bullpen? I mean, every guy he went to didn't get it done.
But is that on the bullpen or is it on the mismanagement of the bullpen by auspice? That is the question. Oh my God, that is why we traded all that prospect capital for Gallegos. Going down, swinging. Diamondbacks got 3 outs. You get 4 runs. What do we have?
Your attention, please.
We have Blake Trinan on the mound for the Dodgers. 59 third innings, 60 strikeouts.
Will be Vargas, Kelly, and LeCastro. That is the least inspiring 3 names I could probably pick out of my hat.
Vargas, who never actually left the game.
Right. I mean, I thought he was done, man.
Yeah.
I guess I don't get it. I really never get it.
See, now I use this app to keep score. So now the app thinks that Andrew Miller's batting.
Oh, God.
I'm not even going to change.
This is why I do everything on paper. It may look like a nightmare, but
yeah, well,
it's all analog, baby.
I was doing paper until I had an extra inning game with Justin Rock a few weeks ago, and I ran out of paper. Yeah, so obviously it's pretty easy in the AL to do it on that because nobody ever gets double switched. You might pinch hit for somebody or pinch run, and that's it. But yeah, this app you have to get it right. You have to get the switches right. Even if you're doing it on paper, you should get the switches right.
Right. It's just common sense, man. Yeah. 1-2 to Vargas. Blake Trinan's out now to work. Another foul ball out of Vargas.
It is sort of like Miller hitting. It's lefty on ready, so.
Right.
So it's sort of kind of as he goes down swinging, and Miller probably would have done that too.
I mean, Vargas up there, one of the many switch hitters here in this lineup, is part of why there's a part of me at the deadline, the D-backs were in talks about sending Robbie Ray to Atlanta. Part of me wanted to do it just to get Drew Waters and have even more switch hitters.
Yeah. Well, Cleveland is big on that, the switch hitters.
Oh my God, yeah.
Lineup's already on the screen, so you see Lindor and Ramirez and Hernandez, Carlos Santana. And that really, really hurts you as an opposing manager because there's nothing you can do.
Right.
Because they'll just turn around back from the other side, and they're all really high-quality switch hitters, too.
Right. No, and if you stack it like, switch righty, switch, something nuts like that, too.
Yeah.
Against a right-handed pitcher, it's going to be normal. It's, your typical left, right, left, right, left, right. As Carson Kelly's looking for a bomb, he's going to not get it there. That's going to be a big foul ball.
2-0 swinging, down by 4.
But imagine that against a lefty, man. It's going to be like 7 straight guys from the right-hand batter spots.
Yeah, it's a tough. I like that the switch hitter thing. So Drew Waters ended up going to the Rangers. Made his major league debut on Ball yesterday.
Just sad. There were a couple big pieces I was really trying to get out of Arizona. As Carson Kelly does get under that, but way too much under that, as that's popped up behind the plate for out number 2. Diamondbacks down to their last out, looking like they are going to drop 3 of 4 to Los Angeles. Fall to a game and a half back in the West. Came into play a game and a half up. but here we are.
These series are always huge. It's me stating the obvious here. Tim Locastro, 0 for 1 today.
Let's see what we got. Timmy Lowe. And anything on the infield is always possible, but it's not. That is out number 3 as EB. This is 3 of 4. The Dodgers take it in pretty big fashion. Diamondbacks unable to stop the offensive onslaught, now led by Jorge Soler. It is getting brutal. I hate it. I'm glad we're not playing them for the next couple days. But 3 of 4 here in the desert. Last game at Chase Field for a hot minute. And these Diamondbacks look to go to Houston to start a road trip off right.
Diamondbacks will go 2 in Houston, 4 in Pittsburgh, which is, I would say, easy stop, but you never know with these games. And they will play the Dodgers again August 14th, 15th, and 16th. That will be at Dodger Stadium, so who knows? Weekend series. Maybe Doug and I will get another call. Maybe Cookie and I will be on the call. Maybe, who knows? Jock Peterson will be our player of the game for this finale. Getting that 2-run bomb off the lefty, but we started with Soler homering in the first inning. 2-run shot of Luke Weaver. That gave the Dodgers a 2-0 advantage. Mookie Betts, all the way in the 5th inning, called out on strikes looking. Weaver had a lot of strikeouts, gave up the 4 runs. There's number 3 and 4, another 2-run home run for Max Muncy.
That was basically the story for Luke Weaver. It was 9 strikeouts, but 3 2-run home runs. 2-run home runs.
Yeah.
Somebody else had a 2-run home run.
Jock Peterson, that was off the lefty, Alex Young. That made it 6-0. That's in the top of the 6th inning. Nick Ahmed drove in the first run for the Diamondbacks, bottom of the 6th with an RBI double. That was off Clayton Kershaw. Starting on a short rest. Did relatively okay, just gave up that 1 run. Bellinger with a lineup. This is the play of the game. Watch Ketel Marte here on this one. What a dive. Beautiful play at the top of the 7th. For our highlight reel, Seth Beer drove in run number 2 for Arizona, bottom of the 8th inning, off of David Price. That made it 6-2. That was the final run that scored in this ball game. As in the bottom of the 9th, Tim Locastro grounds out 4-3. Max Muncy dives for that, or slides for that, throws to first, and that was the ball game. So the Dodgers take 3 of 4 here in the desert. Clayton Kershaw picks up the win, 5 2/3 innings. Luke Weaver will take the loss. Gave up those 4 runs, despite the 9 strikeouts. And Dodgers will go home to play the Padres 3-game series starting tomorrow, and 4 games against the New York Mets. Coming up next, we will have another big division game. It will be in the American League Central, where the Cleveland Indians are hosting the Chicago White Sox. Game 4 of the 4-game series. Carlos Rodon, Mike Clevinger. Looks like we are going to get underway. Tyler Danberg and JD Gregory will be on the call. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
EB, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How about you guys?
Doing good.
Very good myself.
So it should be a great game on our hands. Thank you, Duggo and EB, for a great game. Not the result that the D-backs wanted, but the Dodgers put on quite the offensive show. But now we're starting to get set. We're in pregame of Chicago and Cleveland. Tyler Danberg, JD Gregory with you. And, well, partner, this is going to be a great game on our hands. This should be a very fun one in the 4th game of this 4-game set between the 2 teams that are in the 1 and 2 spots in the American League Wild Card.
It absolutely should be, and I'm sure Chicago has a little bit of revenge on their mind. It's not been the weekend they've wanted it to be. They find themselves 3.5 back, so they're going to want to get out of Cleveland with a win today. But the Indians are on a pretty good pace right now, and we'll see. They've got the great guy in Mike Clevinger, I think, on their way.
From beautiful Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio, it's Game 4 of this 4-game series between two division foes, the Chicago White Sox and the Cleveland Indians. Hello, everybody. I'm Tyler Danberg alongside JD Gregory as we just introduced ourselves in the pregame show. Now we're here live for some Sunday afternoon ML ball. A great game on our hands. And let's take a look as the Cleveland Indians take the field and Mike Clevinger hits the mound. A 9-4 record, 3.87 ERA in his 23rd start of this season. And he's coming off a strong win a couple days ago against KC. What do you like about Clevinger, JD?
I just like the way that he keeps his composure on the mound. Even when things get hard for him, he gets tough himself, and he works his way out of this. So we'll see how he handles this White Sox rotation today.
The first pitch to ARI Garcia, the Chicago leadoff hitter, is a swing and a miss. Here's our lineup for the day for Chicago. Leading off, it's Garcia, batting second, playing short. Last year's batting champion, Tim Anderson. Batting third and playing second, the recently acquired Jonathan Schoop. Batting fourth, doing the designated hitting, is Edwin Encarnacion. Playing in left and batting fifth is Eloy Jimenez. Batting sixth and doing the catching is Yasmani Grandal. Batting seventh and playing first is Jose Abreu. Batting eighth, Nomar Mazara, the right fielder. And rounding out the lineup in the 9th spot, it's the third baseman, star-studded Yoan Moncada. So the count is 1-2. A beautiful day on our hands at Progressive Field, and the count's at 1-2. Comes the pitch, and it's flown into left. And under it to make the play is the left fielder, Delino Dishields, and there's one down here to start things off.
Tim Anderson.
But always nice to get the leadoff hitter, and Clevinger showing a lot of command right there. Hopefully he can continue to do that throughout the day today.
And Mike Clevinger, it's usually tough for him. We were talking about this before we went on the air, JD. He has trouble getting through that first inning. It's kind of that trap door, and it has been throughout his career. And if he can get through the first inning, it should be smooth sailing as he pitches a ball high and tight to Tim Anderson.
Absolutely, and that's going to be vitally important today because this White Sox offense can be very explosive, so you don't want to make very many mistakes, and you don't want them to hang around for very long.
Popped foul, playable for the first baseman, Carlos Santana, and there are now 2 outs here on the top of the first.
The second baseman, Jonathan Schoop.
Clevinger got him up around his hands there and jammed him, looks like.
And now we'll see Jonathan Schoop. He's had quite the season offensively, and what a game he had yesterday. This was an incredible go-around for Schoop as he takes a curveball called strike on the outside corner. Yesterday he was 2 for 5, a homer, a double, an RBI, and a run scored. And that's good news for a guy that the White Sox traded Luis Gonzalez to the Tigers for.
Absolutely, and this is a great bat to be able to stick in the middle of that lineup to complement both Encarnacion and Jose Abreu. Schoop is capable of big things, so he's a great addition for this White Sox ball club.
2-1 the count to Jonathan Schoop. He's been through pretty much everywhere in the past couple of years. Twins, Tigers, now White Sox, and that's just in the 2 seasons. Started things off in Baltimore. That's pretty much where he gained a lot of his consistency and his reliance. Here's the 3-1 pitch as Schoop awaits as a swing and a miss. High fastball got Schoop to cut and miss. It's now full count.
If I'm correct, didn't Schoop play some center field in Baltimore for a little bit too?
He was kind of like a Swiss Army knife. Yeah, that's a good point, JD. He's played pretty much everywhere. Here comes the 3-2. Line to center. That's going to fall down for a base hit. Mercado overruns it in center. Scope's heading for second. Here is the throw, not in time, as Jonathan Scope slides in head first for a double.
Well, Jonathan Scope is an all-around great baseball player, power and speed, and everything else, and there he displays it as he keeps this inning alive for the White Sox.
And shake that, JD. They're going to give him the single and the error in center for Oscar Mercado. We'll now see Edwin Encarnacion at the plate with 2 down and a runner on second. Just the guy you want at the plate, and it misses for ball 1 and a high fastball. Encarnacion, 15 years in the big leagues. Time really flies when you're hitting the absolute daylights out of the ball, and he's had maybe one of the best seasons of his career in this current 2020 season. He takes a called strike. It's 1-1.
But that just goes to show you that sometimes changes of scenery can help some things, but the one thing that comes along with Encarnacion is a lot of strikeouts, so he's going to have to figure out a way if this White Sox club's going to make the playoffs to compensate for that.
Yeah, you mentioned the strikeouts. Encarnacion, the former Indian in 2017 and 2018, has struck out 99 times, and I'm not going for my Ferris Bueller impression. 99 times, and there's number 100 on this season. Clevinger gets the much-needed K, and he gets out of the inning. Only 1 hit, leave stranded Jonathan Scope. No score midway through the first here in Cleveland. So making his first start of the 2020 campaign, it's Carlos Rodon. He had 7 starts last year, limited because of Tommy John surgery, a 3-2 record, 5.19 ERA, but granted, he only pitched 34.2 innings. This is a guy, JD, where there's going to be some issues in terms of keeping his arm healthy, but when he can, it's going to be lights out for the opposing hitters.
Absolutely, and the one other thing that really works for him is being a left-hander. Left-handers are not easy to hit because they're kind of a, I don't know if I want to say rare commodity, but they're a minority, and most hitters are used to seeing the ball come out of the right hand of the pitcher, so it kind of changes things up for them.
Rodon, heavily invested in by the White Sox, drafted, was the 3rd pick in the 2014 MLB draft. He was the highest White Sox draft pick since, get ready for it, Harold Baines in 1977. So you can tell that despite these injuries, Chicago still believes in the left-hander. Here comes the 0-2 to Francisco Lindor, the leadoff hitter for the Tribe, and it's going to be a ball.
1-2.
Well, if Rodon could put together a healthy, consistent season, I think that he would be a well-worth investment for the White Sox for sure.
Yes, just another piece to that puzzle, especially for a rotation that has already developed themselves as very reliable. Here comes the 2-2 to Francisco Lindor, and that's fouled away. We'll do it again at 2-2. So Lindor yesterday was 0 for 4, a run scored, a walk, and a strikeout. He's batting .243 on the season. Here comes the 2-2 delivery, and that's going to be popped out of play, and the count stays even.
Well, I know you're just kind of trying to change things up against the lefty, but I really like it when they're able to move Lindor's bat down into that number 3 hole, because he makes such an impact behind the plate that he's a bat you want up there when you have runners in scoring position.
He is up there in leadoff homers in franchise history. Here comes the pitch. Strike 3 called. The backdoor slider gets Lindor looking, and Rodon gets his first punch out of the season on the first batter he faces this campaign.
Well, I think that Lindor saw something there the umpire didn't. That ball was at the knees. I think he thought it was a little low. Disappointing first out.
Now we'll see Jose Ramirez batting .283 on the season, 18 home runs, 53 RBIs, and yesterday he just put an absolute laser show on display, 2 for 5, a pair of home runs, and 5 RBIs. You know, when this guy gets hot, he stays hot.
Yes, he does, and that's a carryover from the way he finished last season out.
I'm glad you mentioned that. His final 46 games of the 2019 season, he batted .320 with 15 home runs, 45 RBIs, and 19 doubles. That's 2-1. Rodon 11 pitches in, hasn't looked too bad. A lot of those pitches came into that count worked by the leadoff hitter Francisco Lindor. The 2-1 pitches chopped away by Ramirez, and you can hear those Jose chants in the background.
Those are unique chants. I love those.
Especially during a playoff atmosphere. There's nothing like that in Cleveland.
No, there isn't. The building shakes. It gets loud. It's just a really, really fun atmosphere to be in. Hopefully they can do it this year.
The pitch is outside, and again, it's a full count. So the first two batters Rodon faces, it's 3-2 counts. And if history can tell, well, at least a batter ago, Rodon is 1 for 1 when it comes to getting the guy out. The pitch is hit high and deep down the left field line, but it's foul.
But the Indians are doing the right thing, making Rodon throw a lot of pitches, wearing him down a little bit so that it'll be easier for them as the game goes on.
Bopped up, shallow right, moving back, and making the catch is the second baseman, Jonathan Scope, and there are 2 down.
Well, I really like this guy coming to plate here in Carlos Santana. Santana really thrives in big situations. He loves to fight pitchers off, and a lot of times he's rewarded for it with big hits.
Offensively, he's been the second best first baseman in the American League. Maybe he might take the top spot as of right now. Edwin Encarnacion, who's at first right now on defense for the White Sox, as Santana takes strike 1, is arguably the best one. So we're seeing at least the 2 top first basemen in not just the American League, but in the major leagues. And here comes the 0-1 pitch to Santana. It's outside, 1-1.
I think this return to Cleveland's been a little bit of a resurgence for Santana. There were some times where he did not hit for average, but the last couple of seasons now, his average has been up there.
Grounded into the shift, over to first, and the inning's over. So Carlos Rodon, 3 up, 3 down, and he's off to a hot start as Jimenez, Grandal, and Abreu are due up after 1 inning of play, no score between the White Sox and the Indians. Beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Cleveland, Ohio. Sunday Bot Ball. And like as always, you can donate to our nonprofit, our featured nonprofit of the week. Donate to Meals on Wheels. And here's the first pitch of the inning, and it's a curveball low and outside to Eloy Jimenez.
Nope.
Jimenez takes ball 2 low. So JD Jimenez, a guy that the White Sox invested a lot in. They didn't see too much of him either. They signed him out of Cuba, and he has showed up pretty well so far. There's a fly ball towards the left side of center field. Mercado, who's already shifting over to his right, will make the grab, and there's 1 down.
Well, getting back to Jimenez, I know that he's disappointed there. The White Sox invested him, and they have high hopes for both him and Luis Roberts, who I don't believe is in the game today. But I know they're hoping they can be part of the core of this team for years to come.
Yes, he's got the night off, but Yasmani Grandal, you look at him, you look at what the White Sox gave him this year contract-wise, acquiring him from Milwaukee after he left that deal. And, Grandal's a guy, too, one of the better catchers in Major League Baseball, but he's especially known for his bat. And when he's not hitting as well as he's supposed to be or expected to be, that's going to be a question mark for your ball club.
It absolutely is, and I guess you can have the guys to compensate for it, but Abreu and Encarnacion are not going to have great nights every night, and if the next big gun that you bring in can't produce, that's going to be a problem.
The 3-1 pitch to Grandal misses inside. Ball 4. That's the first walk today for Clevinger. And that'll put a runner on board with 1 down in the top of the second for Jose Abreu, batting all the way down in the 7 spot today.
Well, this guy has always been a feared hitter. He is just one pitch away from really launching one in the stands. So Clevinger's going to have to be careful with him.
Don't want to make one mistake to this guy, and Abreu takes a curveball low in the zone for strike one. Here comes the 0-1 delivery. Fly ball, hooking foul into the right field seating area.
Well, the White Sox spent a lot this year to try to build this team, but I have read that Jose Abreu is one of the guys that they could have some issues come contract time with.
Yes, he has stated, though, that he's in the long term in Chicago. He's here to stay, and in the day and age of max contracts, and the White Sox have been able to pack a ton, showing that loyalty is critical. But what a curveball by Mike Clevinger in the dirt, gets Abreu to chase, and what a pitch from Sunshine.
Yes, absolutely. He went right after Abreu that at bat, and he was rewarded with a strikeout.
That's the second punch out for Mike Clevinger, and now he'll face the former Ranger Nomar Mazara, coming in batting .269 on the season, but this man can find the gap. You look at Mazara's extra base stats, he's at 29 doubles, 12th in the American League, a triple, and 12 home runs. So you know that he's able to get on base for not just one bag, but 2, 3, or 4.
Nice to have a guy like that down at the bottom of your lineup as well. Gives a little bit of spunk to the offense.
2 down, 1-1 the count, a fly ball hit towards right center field. This ball is off the wall. Heading to third is Grandal. He will hold there. It's going to be a 2-out double for Nomar Mazara. That's his 30th two-bagger of the season.
A little bit of power right there on the part of Nomar Mazara. I know he did that a lot when he was with Texas. That ball looked like it was going to go, and I think Oscar Mercado thought the same thing, Tyler.
Yeah, he just held it there out in center, and then he just watched it fall off the top of the wall. And actually, JD, that's a great defensive play, at least for an outfielder, able to get that relay, and Grandal doesn't have a lot of speed to get home, so that was also a bonus. 2 down, 1-0, the count 2 on. Okada slices a liner to left, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Grandal will score. Okada's heading for second. Here's the throw. Not in. Oh, it is in time with a lot of time to spare. But despite Okada being put out at second, Grandal scores. It's 1-0 White Sox, and they take an early lead midway through the second. So Carlos Rodon will come out to face the 4-hitter Mercado. And his 15 home runs this year, a career high. Now, granted, he didn't play the full season last year as a rookie. Following him in the lineup, Cesar Hernandez batting 5th and playing 2nd. Jordan Luplow, the lefty killer, batting 6th and playing in right. Batting 7th, the DH, Big Franmil Reyes La Mole, batting at that 7 slot. And batting 8th and 9th, Roberto Perez, the catcher, and in left, the 9-hitter, Delino DeShields Jr. It's 1-1 to Oscar Mercado and JD. This is a guy that he could be here for the long haul in Cleveland with his value to the team in center.
Absolutely, and there's a kind of a wealth of outfielders here in Cleveland. You could move him around just like you do some of the other outfielders, but I really love what he brings to the table in center field, for sure.
Last year, he led all rookies in runs scored with 70 and stolen bases with 15. He tags a fly ball towards left center field. Going back and looking at it fall off the wall is the center fielder. That is going to be Garcia, and it's a double for Oscar Mercado. He took that into the left side, a dead center, and he leads the team now with 29 doubles. What a hit for Mercado, and what a season he's been having.
Absolutely, and you would expect nothing less after last year. These outfielders are having some trouble losing the ball in the sun. It looked like the center fielder there had a little bit of trouble finding it.
You see Slider enjoying the runner in scoring position. He's a very underrated mascot, not gonna lie. He can play the drums, he's able to play some guitar with the furry paws. He's able to do a lot.
Yes, he is, and he has a great relationship with the fans. Even adults absolutely love him. If you go to the game, you see adults wanting to get pictures and selfies with him all the time. He brings a lot of personality to this experience at Progressive Field.
Grounded foul by Cesar Hernandez, 1-1. Yeah, you're right. He brings a lot to that game day experience, and you could see him. He probably scares some of the visiting. Well, at least the White Sox are familiar to it, but he's got to scare some of the first-time visitors in the dugout, just jumping up and down. You know, Tommy Lasorda had a troubled past with that. With I hate to be wrong here, but I believe it was Yuppie, the Expos mascot back in the 80s. I could be wrong. I'll probably get corrected by the Twitch chat. Here comes the 2-1 from Rodon. It's grounded foul, and it'll be 2-2.
I believe you're right. I did see a video this week that he kind of got into it with the Philly Fanatic at one point as well.
And that's just a tale of two bombastic figures.
Yes, it is.
3-2 to Hernandez. The pitch is fouled off again. So Cesar Hernandez, a guy, he just focuses on contact, so he's able to work the count. He's batting .315 on the season. He's 6th in the American League in hits and 8th in batting average. The payoff pitch, he walked him. Hernandez draws his 38th walk of the season. That'll put runners on first and second with nobody out here in the bottom of the second for Jordan Luplow.
Well, Luplow has a lot of power in his bat. His average is a little bit lower. He's a little more effective against right-handers, but he's a guy that can get a clutch hit if you need it, Tyler.
Yes, especially against a lefty. Last year, his .742 slugging percentage versus left-handed pitching was by far the best among outfielders in the American League. In terms of right-handed batters on left-handed pitchers, the 1-0 pitch from Rodon is chopped to third. Barehanding it is Moncada. He throws over to first. It's not in time. The bases are loaded. Everybody's safe. And Luplow gets on board.
It was a nice little job by Luplow to put a ball in play. I don't think anybody was expecting it to be a little spray like that, but he's the beneficiary of that.
Yes, and now we'll see Franmil Reyes over his last 8 games. He's batting .333, 10 for 30. He's got a couple home runs during that span. On the season, he's jacked 15 home runs.
Well, he was part of that trade that brought Yusei Puig here for Trevor Bauer last year. They brought him here for situations like this, and he struggled a little bit, but he caught on, and when he caught on, he was pretty dangerous last season.
That was quite the deal for guys to work out. That one's popped in foul ground, but that will carry over the railing to the right of the first base dugout, and it's now 0-2 to Reyes. Down looks in. Here comes his pitch. It's grounded to the left of the line and dribbled over foul.
Well, you definitely don't want to put a ball on the ground right here. You'd want to try and get as many runs in as you could, try and take this lead over.
Swung on and missed, and Carlos Rodon punches out the first victim of this inning, and that's a much-needed strikeout. Now you've got a double play ball if you're the White Sox.
Well, it couldn't have worked out any better because, as we were saying, a double play ball would end the sitting. You've got to lay off the low stuff if you're Roberto Perez right here.
Batting under the Mendoza line, and that's not a good sign for a guy who had quite the breakout season. Here's a fly ball down the left field line, but it settles foul. But he's still able. He's hit 10 home runs, 42 RBIs. He was 1 for 4 yesterday. But you don't want to strike him out, or you don't want to strike out if you're Roberto Perez in this situation, too.
No, you're not. But again, this is a guy that's a clutch hitter. You think back to the 2016 postseason. He had the 2 home runs in Game 1 of the World Series. I believe he hit 2 in Game 1 of the ALDS against Boston that year. And he can swing a bat even though the average is low.
Yeah, you give him the opportunity to pick up a stick and get batting on the right side of the batter's box. You're going to see some production. 2-1 count. The pitch is right down Broadway. Strike 2 on the fastball. But you also look at JD, Carlos Rodon, his pitch count. He's only been through 1 1/3 inning. Tough situation, too. 40 pitches already. Here's the pitch, and it's grounded fair down the left field line. That will score 2 runs, and the Indians take the lead off the bat of Roberto Perez.
And there's what we talk about when you talk about Perez being a clutch hitter. These are situations where he has come up big in hits, and here he comes up with a nice little shot down the third base line.
Just look at that. Picture perfect, perfectly placed, and that'll have runners on first and second as Luke Lowe holds for Delino DeShields. DeShields was a double short of the cycle yesterday. He was 3 for 4, a homer, a triple, a single, and 3 RBIs. He's also in the top 10 in the American League in stolen bases, so get him on base with an on-base percentage of already 300 plus. You're going to see some action from him moving at least from first to second.
I know he was part of that Corey Kluber deal in the offseason, and a lot of fans were really distraught because they didn't think that they got enough, but he's proven himself to be a very valuable player.
Well, now that in the Botball universe, Corey Kluber's moved over to Atlanta, looks like you got to say the Indians win the deal. Here comes the 1-2, and it's out of play.
Well, I think that deal was more of getting rid of some salary for the Indians as well. I'm not sure. I think they just went and got what they could out of it.
Pitch is swung on and missed, and Rodon strikes out his second batter of this half inning. That's his 3rd strikeout altogether. There are 2 outs for Francisco Lindor, and this is going to be probably one of the tougher outs you will have for a White Sox pitcher today.
Absolutely, Lindor has a knack for fighting pitchers off. He takes a strike down the middle there, but he's a great hitter, a great approach at the plate.
Lindor 0 for 1. And it's outside. Rodon trying to locate that two-seam fastball and hasn't been working so effectively so far. Here comes the 1-1 delivery to Lindor. It's fouled the other way into right field. Lindor, last year, had another remarkable season, an all-star yet again. He's 5th in American League WAR the past 5 years, and it's swung on and missed for strike 3. So look at that. Carlos Rodon gets out of the inning, but not after Roberto Perez. He goes, hits a 2-run single down the left field line. It's 2-1 Indians.
Leading off to the White Sox,
Larry Garcia will lead off the inning. It's 2-1 Cleveland. We've seen some good action-packed innings so far. Tyler Danberg, JD Gregory with you on ML Botball between these 2 AL Central teams. This one's popped off the top of the Indians' third base dugout.
Nope.
Clevinger been rolling along. That one misses on a slider. Outside and low, 1-1. Garcia, another guy, 30 doubles, a triple. He grounds this one into right. That one past the length of Cesar Hernandez, and that's going to be a leadoff single to start off the third for Larry Garcia.
Always nice when you can get the leadoff hitter on. Garcia showing some excitement right there.
Especially when you're opening it up for Tim Anderson, last year's batting champion in the American League. He might have back-to-back AL batting crowns. He's second just by a couple points in the AL right now, batting .344 coming into this game. He takes a curveball into left center field, and that one will be caught going back. That was the left fielder DeShields to make the catch. And going back to first goes Larry Garcia. So 1 down here in the top of the third for Jonathan Scope, who hit a single to center, then advanced to second on an error on that same play by Oscar Mercado.
That was a weird occurrence, that's for sure.
Yes, it was. Don't see too many errors from Mercado.
No, you don't. He's a very solid player. That's what made it so weird.
0-1 the count. Clevinger from the stretch, and the pitch is high and outside. It's ball 1.
What makes you wonder if maybe the White Sox will try and get aggressive this inning and start Garcia over there at first base, trying to get a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, we might see that. That's grounded foul by Jonathan Schoop. He's a guy, you put him on a contending team, you'll see a lot better numbers. The pitch he tried to get him to chase, Clevinger did, but Schoop lays off. He was with the Twins last year, so you know he was able to contend, but he was kind of rotating on and off. Had a lot of guys that were able to play. Marwin Gonzalez could play pretty much anywhere. Still trying to do that. So the Twins, they had some options for Schoop last year, but if you're not being productive in that lineup, then you're not going to be playing every single day. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Hold on, they check Garcia back. A speedy man on the base bounce. He's back safely.
This situation, I think, gives Schoop a lot more freedom and a lot more of a chance to showcase himself and make an impact, I believe. So he's in the right place.
And it shows that the White Sox really do need him as well.
Absolutely.
The 3-2 pitch to Schoop, and it's fouled off the end of the bat again. So Clevinger and Schoop going at it. Check back Garcia. Gets back safely. Got to keep in mind, Larry Garcia, he's able to steal a couple bags. 13 stolen bases. Has been caught stealing 5 times, so 13 out of 20 isn't bad. The pitch, an elevating curveball, and it's swung on and missed for strike 3.
It's a huge out right there with the runner on base and went out. Get a guy that can do some damage at the plate out. That's a great thing.
Yes, it is. We'll see Edwin Encarnacion. They pitch out. Garcia goes back to first. He holds, and it'll be 1-0. Encarnacion yesterday, 2 for 3, a home run. That was his 28th of the season. Takes a cold strike, 1-1, and he's a guy you put him pretty much anywhere and everywhere because he has done that over his many decade-and-a-half seasons played, and he's going to be able to produce still. Check swing, he went around, doesn't matter. Called strike 2, 1-2.
I believe he came up as a third baseman with the Reds, and he was pretty phenomenal, both third base and behind at the plate.
But even that discipline can't lay off that breaking pitch from Clevinger. Sunshine is rolling as it's blazing out in Cleveland, 87 degrees, and Clevinger just about that hot. 2-1 Indians midway through the third. So we get a nice view. You can donate to Meals on Wheels, as Heidi Watney's probably talking about something, but Tom Danberg, JD Gregory with you. But well, JD can always donate to our featured nonprofit. We're not getting paid, but we're doing this to get some reps in, also doing it for a great cause, donating to Meals on Wheels. So hope you're enjoying our afternoon coverage of Sunday Bop Ball. There's nothing like a day game on a Sunday. Got the day off, get some rest, and take in a ball game.
Absolutely, a great day to do it, and a great charity. I know they are a charity that made a big impact on my family with a family member. So, folks, if you want a charity that you can definitely get behind, Meals on Wheels would be it.
Bottom of the third here, the count already 2-0 to Jose Ramirez. He currently sits in the 8th spot in the American League with a 4.5 batting WAR. Obviously, when you look at advanced stats, Jose Ramirez is one of the most consistent offensive batters and forces at the plate, but he grounds over to short, and Anderson puts him out by a step. 1 down. Here's a look at the American League Central standings presented by Topps. You look at the Twins and the Indians going right at it. The Tribe a half game out. Chicago 3.5. They're trying to stay in the wild card race. They're 3 games back in the top spot in the wild card. but they're still in the second.
The White Sox, the last couple of weekends, have kind of had things not so easy. They had the Twins last weekend, and I think the Twins beat up on them a little bit. So if they could salvage a game today, this would really help you, because the season is starting to get later and later, and it's going to be pretty imperative that you play well at this point.
Yes, and Carlos Santana at the plate, he's a guy that he can get as consistent. He's like Scotch. He ages with time, and he just gets better as he goes forward in his career. You look at his amount of walks. He leads the league with 62 base on balls, but you get his offense rolling consistently, a 272 average so far, 32 home runs and 73 RBIs. You're seeing a lot of great things from Santana, who has now earned his second consecutive All-Star nod.
Absolutely, and he's another guy that's got a great approach at the plate. He'll make you throw a lot of pitches. There he does it, draws a walk.
Walk number 63 on the season for Santana. That is about 8 more than the most in the American League and in the major leagues too. You're not going to be able to find a guy that is able to see the ball as well as Carlos Santana. And we'll now see Oscar Mercado 1-for-1 with a double to center today. And Rodon coming into his first start, 2 1/3 innings, 60 pitches though. What are you seeing probably the max amount of innings he can go in this start?
Well, I would say at this point it's going to be hard for him to get out of the 4th inning, because at this pace he'll probably have upwards 85, 90 pitches, and that's a lot of pitches for a starter to throw, especially when it's hot outside. Tyler, you've got to that heat really makes you labor.
Yes, I mean the fatigue level is going to be much higher and much more fluctuating, especially for a guy who, I won't say coming in cold turkey, but he hasn't gotten enough action to really have a couple starts under his belt and then have this frustrating start. So he's going right into it. Count full to Oscar Mercado. Here's the payoff pitch, and he walked him on a changeup right at the feet of the Indian center fielder, and we will see a mound visit at least for Rodon.
Well, I think that this is the right thing to do. Go out there, just check out him, see how he's feeling. Like I said, it's hot out there today. He's out of condition, I'm sure. Don Cooper, one of the better pitching coaches, best actually in the game. He has been here in Chicago for years under a lot of managers.
Yeah, and that says something about Cooper's tenure, that he's able to withstand a lot of different managerial changes, and he has, like you just mentioned, JD, and we'll see Cesar Hernandez, who holds off on a curveball, but it's in there for strike 1.
Well, apparently Cooper said something to him that really resounded with him, because he comes back and fires a strike on the first pitch.
And like you said, it just starts to spiral down, at least for the next pitch. It's 1-1. That one almost hitting Hernandez. He drew a walk and later scored his last time up. He hits a liner foul off the tarp, and it's 1-2.
You gotta wonder how much. The Hernandez is in the plans for the Indians if he's just the stopgap. He's had a very, very good season. That was a position that was commanded by Jason Kipnis for so many years, but I think the Indians did a great job finding some production in his absence.
It looks like they needed JD, maybe a little bit more of an average hitter, and that is a guy who can hit above 300. At least that's what Hernandez is doing right now. They need that guy, and they've got him so far. The 2-2, fly ball into left center field, ranging back, setting up, and under it is the left fielder, Eloy Jimenez, and there are now 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd. Up for Jordan Luplow, who had an infield single, just a little chop shot on the 3rd baseline, and Mercado wasn't able to make the play. So he's able to churn out that infield single. Then he later scores, too.
Yes, he does. He scored on a RBI single by Roberto Perez.
Fouls that away. He was third-round pick in the 2014 draft. He was property of the Pittsburgh Pirates. They sent him to Cleveland in 2018, along with the now iconic meme, Max Moroff, who has kind of turned some heads after his lackluster summer camp with the Mets. And Luplow goes down on strikes. Rodon elevates. He pumps his fist. He gets out of it. The Indians still lead 2-1, but Rodon puts down the side. Back here on ML Bop Ball, beautiful day here in Cleveland, Ohio. Tyler Danberg, JD Gregory with you on this great Sunday afternoon. And, well, JD, let's kind of take a look at what's happened so far. The White Sox struck early, but then it was the Indians' time. They've scored 2 unanswered runs. What's been the main benefactor behind that 2 unanswered run production?
Well, I just think the Indians have done a great job today making some good patient at-bats and taking advantage of a pitcher who has not pitched to this point this year. But you want to give some props again to Don Cooper. He identified that there was a problem there with Rodon and went out and spoke to him, and Rodon responded with a big strikeout, 2 big strikeouts, I believe.
Yes, 2 big Ks for Rodon. We'll see Eloy Jimenez 0 for 1 today. Last year he led All-American League rookies in home runs with 31, RBIs with 79, and total bases with 240. He's trying to do something that can put him at an even better follow-up. Here's the 0-2. Clevinger throws that curveball. Jimenez this time lays off, and it's 1-2. Here comes the delivery from Clevinger, and this time it's a swing and a miss. Same pitch, same spot. Over to first is Perez, and that's another strikeout for Clevinger.
Well, Clevenger's got that strikeout going today. Bradley Zimmer, what a season he is having in Columbus. My goodness. Only 1 home run, but a .600 batting average over his last 10 games. Man.
Yes, that's quite a 10-game stretch. And then can't count out Call either, batting .500 over his last 10 games. But you look at Bradley Zimmer, that's a guy who wants to make it back to the show and quickly.
Well, again, that shows the depth that this Indians team has, because a guy like Zimmer, you could at some point have him up here and move, then you could move Mercado.
Fouled away by Greinke. 220 on the season. 17 home runs, though. That's been a high spot to put it over the seats. That's something that the White Sox have done very well. You look at their lineup, you look at their bench, they can put the ball into the stands. There's no doubt about it.
No, there isn't. There's a lot of power. We talked about Abreu, Grandal. Encarnacion is another one, Scope. They've just got to figure out a way to sustain this.
3-1 the count. The pitch flown into right and under it quickly. That one off the bat of Grandal in a hurry, and making the catch is Luplow. There are now 2 outs for Jose Abreu, who went down on strikes his last time up in the second.
Well, Mike Clevenger's starting to get up there in pitches too, but I think he has looked pretty good today. Worked himself into a couple of jams, but found a way to get out of it.
Well, his last start, he surpassed 100 pitches by a lot, and he went 7 1/3 innings, 2 runs, 5 hits, 11 strikeouts, and only 1 walk in a big win over Kansas City, an 8-4 victory. It's 2-1 to Abreu. But, JD, Clevenger's a guy that he's able to take on a ton of workload. Besides that one injury he's had last year, that's been the big one, but you keep him healthy, and that's probably one of the bigger things, but then his stamina is as high as possible.
Absolutely, and I actually think that with Bieber and Clevinger, you have 2 #1 starters. That's about as high of a level as Clevinger pitches at, and he brings a lot of energy when he's out there.
Well, there's no doubt about it. I mean, Bieber's a very low-key arm. Clevinger, high-octane. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Grounded to the right of Santana. He'll run and step on first to make the play, and the inning is over. Mike Clevinger keeps on rolling. It's 2-1 Cleveland midway through the 4th here on ML Ball. Leading off the bottom of the 4th will be Franmil Reyes. He had the bases loaded with nobody out a couple innings ago, the second, and he went down swinging. And luckily for Roberto Perez,
Outside, that's the ball.
Who got him out of that, Reyes might have had some heads turning if the Indians were not going to be able to plate at least a run, and he
1-1.
swings and misses, strike one.
Well, I think it's a great point, Tyler, and one of the things that the Indians are famous for is getting runners on base and then not being able to come through when you really need to. So, A+ doing it that second inning, but yeah, you're right. The Indians have to step it up when they get runners on base, especially when the bases are loaded.
Here's Rodon's wind, the 1-2 pitch, check swing. Reyes did not go, and the count is now even at 2.
I remember even during the days of the 90s when they had names like Ramirez and I'll let you.
Grounded to first, Brady makes the play, 1 down. Carry on, JD.
But we were talking about not coming through with runners in scoring positions. I can remember during the days of the 90s with names like Ramirez and Bell and Tomei, there would be times where the Indians would load the bases and do absolutely nothing with it. So they got to find a way to get that worked out, break that up a little bit.
You'll now see Roberto Perez. He's bumped up that batting average up 2 points with that 2-run single he had in the second that put the Indians up by a run. That's been the last scoring opportunity for both these teams since. And it's 0-1 to Perez, who swings and misses at a low fastball, 0-2. He was the first Indian to win a Gold Glove last year since Sandy Alomar in 1990. So you referred, JD, to those 1990s Indians, and you got to go back to one of the first years of Sandy Alomar's historic career in Cleveland to find the last Gold Glove before Roberto Perez came along in 2019.
Well, absolutely not. The other thing is, and I've said this on a lot of broadcasts before, you know, people want to look at some of these power hitting catchers. Folks, there's a lot of other intricacies to the catching game, and Alomar was a great leader, and I believe that's what Perez is too, and a great defender. So just because you can't hit, that doesn't make a great catcher.
Fly ball to right. Going back and making the catch is Nomar Mazar, and there are 2 down. Coming up for Delino DeShields, the bottom 9 hitter. You referred, JD, you talked about Sandy Alomar and Roberto Perez, that comparison of the two. Well, what better than having Sandy Alomar as the Indians' first base and catching coach? So Roberto Perez is really, and he's came on the record saying that he has learned a lot from Sandy Alomar, and he, in his Gold Glove speech, cited Alomar's work as probably one of the most influential to his career and the resurgence of his career that he had last year. It's quite the turnaround.
Absolutely, and you know, that's a great bonus to have a guy like Alomar on your coaching staff that understands that and can help him get the respect of the pitchers, because I know the pitchers here in Cleveland absolutely love Roberto Perez.
Rounded to short. Anderson throws over to Abreu, picked out of the dirt. And Anderson escapes a possible error. Great play as you see the lineup of Shields and the aforementioned Sandy Alomar. But the Indians go down 3 up, 3 down. And to start off the fifth, it'll be Nomar Mazzara, double in the second. He tanked it for his 30th double this year, and that is now 2 guys through this game. 2 guys for the White Sox that have at least 30 doubles. Of course, Larry Garcia has 30 coming into this game. Here's the pitch to Mazzara. Laced to right center field. That'll be a base hit, and Mazzara is 2 for 2 on the day, and I'll put a runner on board to start off the 5th.
Now batting, third baseman, Yohan Moncada.
Pitch right down the middle there from Clevinger, and Mazzara just gets a hold of it. Nice little shot to the outfield.
Hey, he's just doing what he can to get on base. And Yohan Moncada, batting in the 9th spot, takes an elevating curveball. The inside corner, 0-1. Moncada's a guy. Yesterday. Oh yeah, carry on, JD.
Moncada's a guy, again, one of these White Sox hitters you want to be careful with. He can hurt you at the plate.
Did not play yesterday, but he's appeared in 98 games. The 0-2 pitch coming from Clevinger, and that one just misses. Boy, that was as close as you can be if you're the pitcher, Clevinger. But that one just off the zone, off the plate, 1-2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and this time there's a swing and a miss, and Moncada goes down on strikes. That's the 6th strikeout for Mike Clevinger, and what a fastball blown by the Chicago third baseman.
Absolutely, Moncada can't keep up to it right there.
That's another thing, Clevinger, quite the believer, as this one gets away from Perez, and moving to second on a rare pass ball is Nomar Mazzara.
Well, rare error there on the part of Perez and by Clevinger.
They will mark that as a wild pitch, but still, you don't see a lot of breaking balls get by Roberto Perez. Last year in 118 games, he did not allow one pass ball. That was just under 1,000 innings that he caught.
Shows worthy of a gold glove.
Yes, rightfully so. Garcia batting 179 with runners in scoring position. He's got a man on second, and Mazzara with moderate speed. The 2-0 pitch popped up inside the third baseline. Under it is Ramirez, has to move to the right. He makes the catch. 2 outs.
Now batting, the shortstop, Tim Anderson.
Oh, for 2 today, it's Tim Anderson, runner on second, 2 down. 2-1 Indians, still clinging onto that lead. Anderson with a fly ball to deep left field, and making the catch running back to his right is DeShields. What a play by Delino DeShields to end the inning. 2-1 Cleveland midway through the 5th, and it's the Tribe's turn to hit. Leading off the bottom of the 5th will be Francisco Lindor, a pair of strikeouts. It's been an underwhelming year for Lindor. He came into this 2020 bat ball season with 4 straight All-Star appearances. This year, he was nowhere near as good to make the cut. It's fouled off. 0-1.
Disappointing for a guy like Lindor. Lindor's just a 5-12 player for sure.
Last year, he's known for just his all-around abilities. He hits a fly ball to right center, leaping and not being able to make the catch is the center fielder. That's Garcia. Lindor's on his way to third. He's going to try and nab a triple, and he will get into third without a throw. And so just like that, Lindor notches his 2nd triple of the season, and that puts a runner on third for the Indians.
Well, Garcia was way out of sync on that, and that ball does look like it could have the trajectory to go out, but I mean, he wasn't anywhere close. I don't know if he was just trying to decoy and slow Lindor down a little bit, but Not a great play right there by Garcia.
If so, it did not work. And that'll bring up Jose Ramirez 0 for 2, but he's got a great opportunity to drive in a run with nobody out in the bottom of the fifth.
Well, here's what Jose Ramirez is good at, is driving runs in, and you can use it. Ooh.
Hit him. Rodon with a hit batsman. And now there are runners on the corners. Just look at this again as Ramirez just looks on. Doesn't even wince.
Well, you can tell Rodon's a little disgusted with himself with the way that hit Ramirez.
I don't think I would be if I were Carlos Rodon, and he's 90 pitches in. If you're Ron Renicky right now, excuse me, not Ron Renicky, Rick Renteria, you gotta be, well, I'm sure Ron Renicky's probably facing some type of pitching decision, even if the Red Sox aren't even playing right now. But if you're Rick Renteria, you gotta look at, as that one almost nicks Santana, you gotta be looking at a pitching change. Not too many action in the bullpen either. Here's the pitch to Santana. Called strike down the middle on a fastball. Not too many guys warming up in the pen for Chicago.
And you got to wonder about that, because we even said he'd be up by this point by the 90 pitch mark, and he's clearly starting to lose stuff with a couple of pitches thrown here, hitting Ramirez and throwing way inside to Santana.
Yeah, that's as close as you can get on a slider without hitting a batter. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from the NC State product. And it misses 3-1. He tried to get that backdoor breaking pitch, and Santana, with one of the best eyes in baseball, looks on at ball 3.
You gotta wonder, Ramirez does have speed. Gotta wonder if maybe he'll get the green light to go here.
We'll see. The fans on their feet here at Progressive Field. Santana fouls off the pitch and into the hands of a spectator. Nice catch out the third base side. Here comes the 3-2 pitch now coming from Rodon, and it's set up the middle to second. Glove and flip. And over to first for the double play is the shortstop Anderson. And just like that, it's scoped to Anderson over to Abreu. And the base paths are cleared.
But the Indians get a run here, Tyler, so Santana does a good job getting the ball into play. That's what his job is, getting a run home, and the Indians further distance themselves from the White Sox.
You're right, they do get the run, and that's all you need if you're Carlos Santana. So it's 3-1 Indians now with Mercado at the plate. And he hits a fly ball to deep left field. Down the line it goes, and it is gone. Oscar Mercado, his 16th home run of this 2020 season.
Well, you can see Rodon, he's just deflated right now. They've got to get him out of here, Tyler. He's throwing it inside at batters, hitting them, giving up home runs. It's time to call this a lost start, I think.
Yeah, maybe a couple batters too many. You look at Mercado with a little bit of that Carlton Fisk type reaction, and that one just hooks onto the home run porch. A 397-foot blast for Mercado, and it's 4-1 Indians for Cesar Hernandez, who rips into a fly ball into left, but making the catch ranging back to his right is Eloy Jimenez, but the Indians tack on 2 more runs as Lindor hits a triple driven in by Santana. Then Oscar Mercado caps off the half inning with a shot to left over the bleachers.
Leading off for the
He is warming up Hunter Wood, and also another newcomer, Yoshihisa Hirano. So Mike Clevinger, 75 pitches in. JD, is it too early, though, to call him in?
Well, I believe so, because Clevinger, for as many pitches as he's throwing right now, is in a big group. He's getting strikeouts and outs that you need. I'd let him pitch a little bit longer.
Well, we'll see Jonathan Scope. He's 1 for 2. The 0-1 pitch from Clevinger, and it misses in the dirt. That's a beautiful curveball as we take a look at the Indians' bullpen in right center field. Also, you see in the distance a couple White Sox relievers starting to warm up, but Clevinger, that elevating curveball, it's so hard to hit. Meanwhile, a fastball is grounded to second, and Hernandez retires scope. But going back to that curveball, that's been one of Clevinger's main strikeout pitches, and it's fooled a lot of these power hitters for the White Sox today.
Absolutely. So if that's what's working for you, you keep going to it and keep trying to get as many outs of these White Sox hitters as you can get.
One down for Edwin Encarnacion. Here's the line to pitch from Clevinger, and it's outside. Over his last 3 games, he's 4 for 11. We mentioned before yesterday, he took the Indians deep for a home run. Yesterday in the Indians' 10-3 rout, I mean, balls were flying out of Progressive Field yesterday for both teams, but mainly for the Indians because that's really when they went haywire with their bats. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Edwin, and it's in there for called strike 2, slider down at the knees.
Well, that performance yesterday by the Indians clearly got something good for them because they've had several good at-bats here this afternoon so far.
Grounded through the hole and into right center for a base hit. Edwin Encarnacion gets on base. That's his first hit of the ball game. Just poking it past the shift. That'll put a runner on board.
But I'm trying to see if the White Sox do get to the postseason, how Encarnacion performs, because he sure didn't do it here in Cleveland when he was here.
He performed to some degree if we take a look at what he's been able to do. But again, for that huge 100-plus contract, that's what they were looking. They were looking for that season he had in Toronto in 2016. Look at 42 home runs and 127 RBIs. The next year, he did hit 38 homers and 107 RBIs, 32 on 107 and 18 as well. So he did perform to that degree, but not to what some may have hoped, but still enough to probably be worth that contract.
Absolutely.
Here comes the 2-1 pitch, and it's swung on and missed by Jimenez. Just another tantalizing breaking ball from Mike Clevinger. Count even at 2, 1 down, looks in, here comes his pitch, check swing, did Jimenez go? He went. Strikeout again for Clevinger, and now there are 2 down in the top of the 6th.
And Clevinger has these White Sox hitters just completely off their game right now. That's another argument to maybe let him pitch just one more inning.
We'll see Yasmani Grandal 0 for 1 at the plate. And he chops the pitch foul and right to the pitcher. Fair, excuse me, and Clevinger, fair is an understatement. He has been tremendous. Relatively flawless through 6 innings as the starter for Cleveland. Midway, it's 4-1 Cleveland.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the White Sox,
Kelvin Herrera will come into the game. A 4-1 record and 6 holds, not bad for the White Sox reliever in his 57 appearances. And this is another guy who's bounced around a lot of places. And what do you like, JD, about Herrera?
Well, I just like his the fact that he is such a consistent pitcher. He was a big part of the Royals' run in the middle 2 part of the 2010s when they finally won a World Series, and I believe he was at least. He can be a shutdown type of guy.
So it's 0-1 to Jordan Luplow, and they're keeping him out there in a righty-righty situation. Usually Terry Francona normally will bring in a pinch hitter. You look at who the Indians have on their bench. They do have Sandy Leon and Tyler Naquin as some options to hit. Naquin, that lefty on the bench, probably a realistic situation as he normally plays in left or right. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Luplow, and it misses ball 2.
Nope, outside.
2-1 misses, and it's now ball 3. He has now made 58 appearances, one more than the 57 games he appeared in last season with the Red Sox, or excuse me, the White Sox. Wow. That's 2 Red Sox references actually today. We mentioned Ron Renicky for some reason, and now we got the Red and White Sox. So 3-2 the count. Luplow with a fly ball to right center, diving and not being able to make the catch is the right fielder, Mazzara, into second with a double is Jordan Luplow.
Well, we have seen some really goofy things from the outfielders on both teams today. I don't think there was any reason to dive for that ball. And here Mazzara does it, and it's going to cost the White Sox, could quite possibly cost them a run.
Another man in scoring position for the Indians. And that's a called strike. Beautiful changeup on the low outside corner to Franmil Reyes. And in a righty-righty situation like that, that's just an unhittable pitch for Herrera.
Absolutely is. Well, great pitch.
0-1 the count. Here comes the delivery, and it's outside. Reyes acquired last year. That deal, if we want to break it down, the Indians received Logan Allen, Victor Nova, Yasiel Puig, and Scott Moss, along with Franmil Reyes. The Reds received Trevor Bauer, and the Padres received top prospect Taylor Trammell. The 2-1 pitch fouled off by Franmil Reyes. I think we want to say that the Indians might have won that deal, or maybe this could be handed out among these 3 teams because everybody's gotten a critical piece.
Absolutely, and I believe that Reyes is a bat. It's going to be around a while. He's a big part of the future for the Indians, and they got a great pitching prospect out of that. And I think that's a win for the Indians for sure.
Might think so. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Reyes hits a fly ball to right center field. That one's going to two-hop the fence. Scoring is Luplow to second. Reyes, and he drives in. Luplow, his teammate, to make it 5-1. Cleveland has his 21st double of the season.
And if you're Calvin Herrera, you're going to be in Nomar Mazzara's ear for what happened to batter before, because again, you can't have defensive lapses because they lead to runs, and this is a situation where that happened.
Herrera now in a hole. Runner on second has allowed a run. He'll face Roberto Perez, a single, that 2-run single that came earlier in this game. And the Indians haven't looked back. They've scored 5 unanswered runs. 0-1 the count. Here's Herrera's delivery, and that's going to be a breaking ball inside for strike 2.
The other thing about that defensive gaffy from the point of Mazzara is that these pitchers get into rhythms, and that happened even before Herrera really even had a chance to get into a rhythm. So we'll see if he's able to come back from a psychological standpoint.
Count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Perez awaits the delivery, and it's a fly ball tag playable to left center. Garcia makes the catch. Holding up at second is Reyes. And there's 1 away in the bottom frame of the 6th for Delano DeShields.
That's a good answer back, Tyler. See if Herrera can keep things up.
Yes, I mean, it's something that you want to gain some confidence for, and that's what you need. Pitch to Shields. Line and bloop to the first baseman, Abreu, and he makes the catch in foul ground. 2 down for the leadoff man, Francisco Lindor.
Kind of a look what I found thing there on the part of Abreu.
Yeah, just move over a little bit to your left, stick out your glove, kind of Scotty Smalls-esque, and see if you can pull down the ball. Lindor with a fly ball, moderately deep to center. Towards right center is Garcia. He's under it. He'll make the catch to end the inning. But Franmil Reyes with a double to right center. Just look at that fly into the Cleveland afternoon sky. And that's going to make it 5-1 Cleveland after 6 innings of play.
Leading off with
Back here on ML Bot Ball, Tyler Damberg, JD Gregory here in Cleveland. Small assignment for us. We're both relatively around the area, but it's a great game. Two very, very good teams. The Indians ahead in the series 2-1. And the first pitch of the inning is a chopper to the pitcher, Clevinger, who stays out in this inning, throws over to first, and there's one down.
This has just been a classic outing here on the part of Mike Clevinger. He has really shut these White Sox hitters down. It's going to make it easier for the bullpen, I think.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, you just take a look at how effective Clevinger's been. Takes a burden off this bullpen because you get these guys well rested. I think that's probably an understatement for Terry Francona. You're taking the edge off a lot of these guys, especially in a shaky bullpen that has a couple good guys, but it's tough to stay consistent. And that goes for any bullpen throughout the major leagues.
Absolutely. It's also the kind of start you need to have if you're going to contend and maybe win a World Series at some point.
Liner into left center. That'll be a base hit.
Now batting.
So a nice drive for Nomar Mazara, and that's his third hit of the ball game.
Now that kind of makes up for that little defensive defeat in the last half of the last inning.
I mean, Mike Clevinger, he's had an incredible go-around today, just tremendous performance, knock on wood for if you're the Indians, but Nomar Mazara has found some soft sore spots in Clevinger's repertoire, and he's taking advantage of it. 0-2 with that called curveball to Moncada.
We were a little worried about Clevinger throwing a lot of pitches earlier on. He's done a great job of throwing minimal pitches, getting these White Sox hitters to swing at pitches.
0-2 the count. Now 1-2. The kick, the pitch, blocked this time by Perez. One pass ball will do, but Perez will not have that happen twice. Keeps it in front of him, and staying put is Mazara. 2-2. Moncada takes ball 3 on that curveball.
Pitch before that, we were seeing just exactly why Perez has that gold glove from last year.
Right. He's been incredible. The pitch is outside. And Mike Clevinger has now allowed 2 men on base, with one down in the top of the 7th.
Well, here might be the time to go out and talk to Clevinger. It looks like they're going to change pitchers.
Yeah, Francona's going to make the call to the bullpen. And we'll see who comes out of the pen in right center. And quite an effort for Mike Clevinger. He only allowed 1 run. That came in the early stages of the ballgame. He'll walk off, tip his cap to the home crowd. Everybody's on their feet at Progressive Field, and we'll see the former Tampa Bay Ray acquired at the deadline last year, Hunter Wood, 46 appearances for him in 2020, a 2-2 record, 6 holds. Hasn't came in with a 2.48 ERA. Hasn't came in a couple games, but now he gets his chance to face Larry Garcia with 1 down and runners on first and second, and Nomar Mazara and Yohan Moncada.
Well, Wood should be fresh, but we'll see. That was a little bit of time to sit and be inactive. We'll see if that causes any struggles.
And the first pitch of his outing is going to be a high and outside pitch. Garcia, you talk about how good of a hitter he is, batting .264 in the season, but he has struggled with runners in scoring position, way under 200, batting .177 with RISP. It's 2-0 for Hunter Wood on the mound. Here comes his pitch to Garcia. Fly ball into left. Moving back is DeShields. He'll make the catch. Tagging up and heading to third safely is Mazzara. Roncano holds up at first. They'll advance the runners at least. 2 away with runners in the corners for Tim Anderson. And this is going to be a relatively tough situation for Hunter Wood when you're just 3 pitches in and you're facing one of the best hitters in the American League.
Well, you might have to be willing to come up with some kind of a sacrifice here, even if you only give up 1 run, Tyler, you're still ahead, and it gives you a chance to get to the back half of that bullpen.
2 down, here's the pitch, and it's ball 1. So the fastball misses low and outside. Anderson coming into today, batting .308 on the season with runners in scoring position. He has just been tremendous in clutch situations when the time comes. Here's the pitch. That's a called strike. High fastball just in the zone there for a 1-1 count to Tim Anderson. The righty waits the 1-1 pitch. And that's another called strike. So do you like that approach by Anderson, looking at 2 fastballs, knowing that he might have been able to drive in a run with those?
Well, I mean, you got to be selective with your pitches, so obviously he's seeing something we're not.
I guess so. Now he takes at least a defensive swing at that payoff pitch. Count still at 1-2.
At some point, you got to get aggressive, though, because it's getting late. You've got to get runs on the board.
Grounded to third. Ramirez over to Hernandez at second. And that will end the inning. So Clevinger starts it. Hunter Wood finishes it. It's still 5-1 Indians as they limit the damage. Chase Fry will come into the game. 46 games like his opposing reliever Wood. This is a little bit different, though. An 8-7 record, 8 holds in 41.2 innings, and they'll face Jose Ramirez to start off the bottom of the 7th.
Well, you'd like to see the Indians get a little bit of a cushion here, and that looks like it's going to be tough against this part of the White Sox bullpen, at least.
Ramirez only has 1 hit off Fry in double-digit at-bat counts, 0-1 the count. Now it's chopped foul behind home plate. Ramirez, a 2-time All-Star, a 2-time Silver Slugger. Among the top 5 in American League batters in extra base hits from the past 3 years with 231. His teammate Francisco Lindor is second with 237, and Ramirez trails that by just a couple hits, and he's in 5th. The 1-2 pitch from Jace Fry coming. It swung on and missed. Blocked in the dirt by Grandal. He'll throw from the right side of the line, and out is Ramirez. First strikeout for Fry, and the first batter he faces 1 down.
It wasn't a very good pitch for Ramirez to swing at either. Not sure what he was thinking about.
Yeah, not sure. And we'll see Carlos Santana, 4 for 9 against Fry. He lays off, but not after that curveball falls in the zone still for strike 2. The line, the pitch to Santana, outside. So 0 for 2 is Santana today. He was 0 for 4 yesterday, but he did dry walk.
He's had a good bounce back here so far.
And that one bounces off the shin guard of Yasmani Grandal. Here comes the 2-2 payoff pitch, and it's swung on and missed by Santana. And Jace Fry has struck out the first 2 batters he's faced. And there are 2 down for Oscar Mercado, the dangerous Mercado. 2 for 2 today, a double, a walk, and a home run his last time out.
Be nice if we could tag another one again and get the bullpen a little bit of a cushion to work with.
Count 1-0.
And that's 1-0. Jace Fry, the past 2 years, maybe make it 3. He's on path to do it. has led the White Sox relieving staff with 68 appearances, tied for the second highest total among Major League left-handers, and that's including starters and relievers. Here comes the 2-0 pitch to Mercado, and that misses for ball 3.
That means the Fry's a workhorse. That's an awful big load of work to have to carry.
Yes, here comes the 3-0, and he walked him. So Oscar Mercado draws his second walk of the ball game, and that's a runner on first with 2 outs.
See if we can get a 2-out rally going.
Cesar Hernandez, a guy that has been able to start some of those rallies. He's got the arsenal, and he's just a contact guy. A lot of guys compare, he was, at least for the past couple of years, and then especially last year with the second coming of that counterpart, Luis Arias was that American League version of Cesar Hernandez, and then with that signing that put Hernandez to Cleveland from Philadelphia, him and Arias, not just American League foes, but they are very compared to within the division as well. 1-1 pitch, grounded to second. Scope plays it, throws to first, and it's in time to get Hernandez. So the White Sox walk one batter courtesy of Jace Fry, but Fry strikes out 2, retires Hernandez. Still 5-1 Cleveland, but the White Sox, their turn to hit after 7. Jonathan Scope will lead things off. He's 1 for 3. He singled all the way back in the first, but he's been silenced. This time he'll face Hunter Wood for the first time today. He's faced Clevinger 3 times, and that's going to be a called strike.
For Terry Francona, you're hoping that Wood's able to make short work of this part of the White Sox order, just like Mike Clevinger has done all day long. You don't want to see a resurgence at this point out of this part of the lineup.
It will be pretty incredible, too, to see Hunter Wood go for not just over an inning, but an inning and 2/3. Here's a grounder to short. Lindor throws it in time to get Scope. That was a tough play for the Gold Glove shortstop, but Lindor makes it look as easy as pie.
Well, I think that would have been a tough play for any shortstop to make, and that just shows you how special of a talent Lindor really is.
And in the final year of his contract, so much looms over. Will Lindor get paid by Cleveland? Will they have enough? Will they make the investment? Or will he move on otherwise? There was that speculation he might have gotten traded in the winter. So this will be interesting to see it all unfold because he wasn't dealt at the deadline, come the winter, come November and December.
Well, I know what the fans would like to see happen, but what the organization's going to be able to do and work out, I suppose, are a different thing. But I know this coronavirus thing is really, I think, going to have a big effect on it, unfortunately.
3-0 the count. The pitch to Encarnacion, the called strike, and the at-bat is still alive. Hunter Wood last year with the Tampa Bay Rays, then came along the Cleveland Indians, and he was able to make some long relief starts. He's one of the better bullpen openers in baseball, at least as of last year. Actually, in Tampa Bay, he shut down the Indians twice.
He did. Very reliable, very valuable part of that bullpen.
3-2 the count. Here comes the pitch to Edwin, and it's swung on and missed. Encarnacion throws the bat in anger, and Hunter Wood rings up Encarnacion for strike 3.
Well, definitely a frustrating afternoon for these White Sox hitters. These Indians pitchers, both Wood and Mike Clevinger, have owned them this afternoon.
A very important game for the White Sox. Very, very important game when you look at it.
It absolutely is, and if you're a White Sox fan, you're hoping this isn't the start of a downward turn, downward spiral, but it's definitely a discouraging thing to see.
Here's a shot to left center, but Mercado will make the play, and the inning's over. And we will now see, after a strong inning from Jace Fry, the former Marlin, the former Cub, hits side armor Steve Kishek. 2-1 record, a 1.75 ERA, having one of the better seasons of his career.
Leading off for the Indians.
Absolutely. Again, another example of change of scenery can do for a player. I know he was acquired via a trade by the White Sox.
Nope.
Yes, in a
Ball one, no strike.
strong deal. Very important, too, for him.
Let's go. Wait for the pitch.
Here comes the pitch, and it's inside to Jordan Luplow, who doubled his last time up, then later scored on a Franmil Reyes double. And you got to look at the White Sox. They're trailing by 4 runs. They need a win and bad just to take the edge off after a Tampa Bay Rays squad has 63 wins, and they're coming up the rear. And the White Sox cannot afford to lose as many more games as they can. And there's a fly out to Jimenez for Luplow. That'll bring up Franmil Reyes with an RBI double coming from his last trip to the plate. He's 1 for 3 total today.
Well, going back to your point about this division race, yeah, it would be in your best interest to have a try to get back into this and win as many more games as you can, because that Tampa Bay team has had a solid year, and they're just not going away.
Yeah, probably. And really, when you just take a look at what's been going on, it's probably best for the White Sox just to keep winning, but not to keep their focus on everything that's been happening. Because when you look at it, it's probably the White Sox that they will not win the division. This is a 2-man race for the Central between the Twins and the Indians, but you look right there, the White Sox, they're playing for a wild card spot. They're trying to get back to the playoffs for the first time in a couple years.
Yes, they are, and they have the squad that can do it.
Swung on and missed the slider right at the belt for Reyes. The lofty 6'6" DH waves and misses, and you can feel the breeze up from the booth. There are now 2 down for Roberto Perez.
Ball, that's inside.
Ball 1 lays off, and that was a smart move by Holding on that breaking pitch right at the hands. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, grounded to short. Anderson gloves. The ball is not dug out of the dirt by Jose Abreu. He's had to bail out Anderson a couple times, but this time, no sir. And Perez will reach on an error. Take a look at this one more time.
That was kind of a half-hearted attempt to try to make that snag by Abreu. And I'm telling you, Tyler, these errors have kind of tossed the White Sox today. We saw one made by Mazzara back in the bottom of the 6th, and now that one by the Abreu. They're leaving the door open for the Indians here.
And in the bottom of the 8th, and the White Sox trailing by 4, it looks like they've started to just hang their heads a bit.
Definitely a sign of discouragement, and that's not what you want to see if you're Rick Renteria.
2-0 the count. Kishek, 11 pitches in. Here's number 12, and it's ripped into right, a base hit. Holding up at second is Perez, and that's going to be a 2-out single for Delino DeShields.
Well, again, you had that error at first. It left the door open for something bad to happen, and DeShields puts a ball into left field.
And that's enough for number 0 to make it hit number 1, and we'll now see Francisco Lindor, who tripled and scored his last time up, and that was just such a critical at-bat.
It absolutely is, because it gives you a chance here to have a real producer, maybe produce one more time and scratch a couple of more runs across the plate.
excuse me, that was 2 at-bats ago. Last time up in the 6th, he flew out to the center fielder. 2 men on board, 2 down. Lindor rips a fly ball to right. Going back and looking up is Mazzara, and it's gone! Francisco Lindor, a 3-run home run to right. And that puts the Indians up even more.
Well, that's pretty much the cherry on top of the sundae right there. If you are Terry Francona and the Indians, caps off a great offensive afternoon. And again, the White Sox had chances to limit what the damage the Indians have done for them, and they ruined that with errors, and the Indians take advantage of it.
And that will be the night for Steve Kershaw. Not able to finish the inning that he started. We'll now see Evan Marshall, 5-1 record, 9 holds, the most on this White Sox bullpen staff. 5.18 ERA. It's 8-1 Cleveland. He'll face Jose Ramirez, hitless in 3 at-bats. Struck out his last time up. And he hits a fly ball to right. Can he do it again? Has he done it? Yes, he has. Ramirez goes back to back. And it's another home run for this Indians lineup.
This offense is rolling right now, and it's just at the right time. Wow. It has been a huge weekend for these Indians bats, Tyler.
What an incredible go-around for this Cleveland lineup. And the first at-bat of the night for the reliever Marshall is a home run to right. Almost the same spot that Lindor took Kershaw deep. Ramirez does it to Evan Marshall. And you knew from the second it left the bat of Jose Ramirez, Marshall knew it was out of the yard. And we'll now see Carlos Santana takes low ball 1. Kind of wipes the dirt too, saying, hey, put it in the zone. I'm going to try and make it back to back to back.
And how many times have we seen the Indians do that in the past? They've been pretty good for that.
Yeah, they're able to load up the power department. This one poked past the shift, but it just hooks foul. So Santana, obviously a pull ball hitter from either side of the plate, tried to take it the other way, and it was just a couple inches from extra bases. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Marshall, and it's ball 2. So Santana lays off on that low inside changeup. Here comes the pitch. And Santana, this time, will take an inside curveball for strike 2. Here comes from Marshall, and a swing and a miss. The outside changeup from Marshall ends the inning. But Francisco Lindor does it first. Then Jose Ramirez does it next. And 2 home runs tacked on. 9-1 Cleveland. And it looks like the Indians will start off the 9th with Hunter Wood. He has already gone 1 2/3 innings, and he's trying to make it 2 2/3 innings as he will try and face Yasmani Grandal for 2 today. Here's the pitch to the Chicago 6-hitter, and it's flown into center, lifted into the hands of Oscar Mercado, who makes the grab for out number 1.
Well, you definitely got the cushion here where you do not need the back half of your bullpen and Simber and Brad Hand or Perez. So, yeah, if you can keep Wood out there, definitely do it and give those guys a rest.
Yesterday, the Indians used 2 relievers, as that one's grounded just foul for Jose Abreu. And Adam Plutko actually got the win. Went 2 1/3 innings and got the win in relief. Here's the pitch to Jose Abreu, and that's inside on a breaking ball. Nice changeup, but Abreu holds off 1-1. This time pulled, foul.
But depending on what happens later on this afternoon between the Twins and the Astros, there's a strikeout right there. This offense is definitely primed and ready, Tyler. This is going to be a pretty explosive series, I think, up in Minnesota between the Indians and Twins.
Yes, and we'll see coming up next, right after us, Milwaukee and Chicago. That's the Cubs. Of course, we're watching the rivals right now, but take a look. We got some good games. Hines AS alongside great other boss, and we're going to say hello to them coming up later. But here with 2 down, it's Mazzara down to one knee with the fly ball down the right field line, but it just hooks foul, and the count is now even at 1. He got all into that, and that would have been quite the day for Mazzara. He'll ground it this time into the shift. Lindor throw to first, picked by Santana. The Indians win. They take the series 3-1, and they unload for 9 runs on the Chicago White Sox here on Sunday.
This is just what the doctor ordered for Terry Francona and the Indians. A great momentum going into a huge series against the Twins this coming week.
Just a huge victory, like you said, JD. And the Indians, they will now go to 71-41, trying to tie it up on the Minnesota Twins or take the lead of the AL Central. The White Sox, however, fall to 67-45. They stay in third in the American League Central, but they will not fall in the wild card race. Both teams stay in that spot. And we take a look at our player of the game. It's Francisco Lindor, 2 for 5 today, a home run and a triple. He made it count when it was needed for the Indians. And let's take a look at our highlight reel. It got started with the White Sox. They took that 1-0 lead with a Yohan Moncada single, and he was ended up to be out. And then, with the bases loaded and 1 down, Roberto Perez with a ground ball fair into left. That scored 2 runs, and that was kind of the main shifter in this game for the Indians.
Well, it absolutely was, because it got a nice little tone set for the offense, and especially for them to open the door once the White Sox started making errors.
You see that RBI double play for Carlos Santana. That made it 3-1. And then, in the bottom of the 5th, Oscar Mercado with 2 down. The bases suddenly cleared. He goes deep to left, and this was just a no doubt about it shot, as long as it stayed fair, and it did, to make it 4-1 Indians.
That pretty much closed the afternoon out for Carlos Rodon. He did what he could, but it just wasn't enough.
And Jace Fry came in, and Franmil Reyes doubled to right center. And you take a look at Steve Kishek. His time to shine, and boy, did it turn somber and sour as Francisco Lindor teed off for a 3-run home run deep into the right field seating area. And then on the next pitch, on the next at-bat, it was Jose Ramirez saying, "I'll take a back-to-back shot to right." And that made it 9-1 Indians in the bottom of the 8th. And boy, how great was Hunter Wood in relief. You look at this pitch to Nomar Mazar, he was unbelievable.
He really was. He was awesome out of that bullpen, giving those bullpen arms a lot of rest today. So, you want the bullpen rested going into the next series, and that's exactly what's going to happen here.
And there are your highlights. It's a 9-1 victory for the Cleveland Indians. They take the series 3-1. Mike Clevinger gets the victory. Carlos Rodon gets the loss. Hunter Wood with, I guess you're going to say it, with that save. Look at the notable players below. Mazzara had probably the best game out of the White Sox at the plate, 3 for 4. He almost had a home run, but it just hooked foul. As we say hello to our next guys in the booth. Guys, how are we doing?
Going pretty well over here. Got another good interdivision matchup with the Cubs and Brewers.
Yes, should be a great game on our hands. JD, any closing remarks, as this has been a great game, as we are still taking a look at our notable players and player of the game post-game screen?
But I just think that the Indians are right where they want to be, within striking distance. They could definitely change the look of this division race this week. And then if you're the White Sox, if you're Rick Renteria, you've got to get these defensive issues, get Jose Abreu and Nomar Mazara into your office and talking to them, because they definitely cost this team with their errors here today.
Well, the Indians moved to 71-41. White Sox with the loss go to 67-45. For my partner JD Gregory, I'm Tyler Danberg signing off and sending you to the north side of Chicago with Hines and Great A Other Boss. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Tyler and JD. That was some offense going on towards the end. Is going to get some Cubs roster moves. They are going to be making a call up here to the major leagues in the midst of Chris Bryant being out for a day or two. It's going to be the kid Nico Horner getting called up.
Yeah, Nico Horner finally getting a little call up. 22 years old, one of the best prospects right now in the Cubs system. He's looking like a future cornerstone of this team, and with Chris Bryant out for a few days, this definitely could be a case where he can maybe make his move into at least a starting rotation, if not just staying on the Cubs roster for the rest of the season.
So it'll be Jason Kipnis, who's hitting pretty well below the Mendoza line, who makes way, as we are going to be seeing Nico Horner getting the start in his first game here against the Brewers. It's going to be Zach Brown, young kid for the Brewers, making the start for them today.
Yeah, Zach Brown, young, hungry. I don't know what else to say other than he's definitely one of the more interesting prospects right now coming up for the rotation for the Brewers, and we'll definitely see what happens in the future when it comes to him. And we're seeing a few small moves being made. It looks like it will be Horner actually leading off. But we also get to see the return of Jeff Samardzija to Chicago.
For all you avid swimmers out there, I would advise staying out of Lake Michigan for the time being. There is a shark sighting in Chicago.
Very much so. Shout out Jeff Samardzija. It's glad to see him back in the Cubs uniform. He was a cult favorite of the Cubs faithful. He was always, putting in the team before himself. And as you see there, the season award leaders right now, we're glad that he's back. He definitely can help shore up this rotation a little bit. It's something that we need just to be safe. Once we get into now that we're in the home stretch of the playoff push.
You can also see another former Cub, Jorge Soler, leading some of the NL stats leaders, thanks to the trade that got him out of the AL, where he would be fighting with Yordan Alvarez in a uphill battle for both MVP and Silver Sluggers alike. We take you out to Wrigley Field on a sunny afternoon here on a Sunday, August 2nd.
Is that supposed to be a bear or a dog, buddy? Interesting sign there. You see Samardzija's stats, 7-9 on the season and 22 starts, 3.47 ERA, 1.27 whip, not the best but not the worst at all. 107 strikeouts to 48 walks, and only 129 and 2/3 innings total for all those.
So this is the home debut 2.0 for Jeff Samardzija, and he'll be facing Lorenzo Cain to lead off for this Brewers lineup.
First pitch clocking in at 3:53 Eastern Time is going to be a routine grounder to the second baseman. And I believe that is Horner getting his first taste of big league baseball with the easy grounder 4-3.
I believe actually Horner is going to be starting at third today over Ian Happ. At least that's what I gathered from the start of the game, as Avi Garcia is going to be starting here out for Jeff Samardzija, who got one pitch, one out.
I mean, hey, production.
That one comes in for strike one. 71-40 for these Cubs. Best in the National League, and I believe they're just a half a game better now than the Minnesota Twins for the all-time, all of Bopball. There we are.
Yeah, Cubs, very disappointing season last year. Of course, now that David Ross is in instead of, Joe Madden, definitely looking to get the groove back in the swing. Maybe that little freshness there as you see the weather. 92 degrees, partly cloudy, wind right now blowing 9 miles an hour in from right field. Beautiful day here in Chicago at the friendly confines, and it's a 1-2 count on Abby Garcia from Samardzija. The pitch comes in. It's going to be the first strikeout of the night. Swing and a miss from Abby. Jeff Samardzija with his first strikeout as a Cub since return. First strikeout at Wrigley Field since returning. And it's good to see that old stuff that we missed so much, Hines.
Oh, man, I loved Samardzija when he got called up and watching him. It was great to see him. I think he sort of took over as, one of the fan favorites after Ryan Dempster was one of my favorite pitchers to watch, too. Just, I don't know what it was. He was sort of the ace of the staff at that point, despite, times being both good and bad.
Very much so. And, Keston Hiura right now having one of his career years, career high in RBIs with 52 and only 9 homers, definitely being more of a contact and getting on base person than a power hitter in a league right now which is being dominated by the power hitters, arguably. And as a 2-0 pitch from Samardzija comes in, it's going to be launched high and deep, and I should not have said anything, but it looks to be staying fair, and it will. A solo shot for Keston Hiura, and just like that, Jeff Samardzija has given up his first home run as a Chicago Cub since returning to the friendly confines, and up stonks the caster jinx.
Well, you always, get on me for doing the broadcaster jinx, so I think I am fully in my rights to blame you for this one, as we see that one wrap around the foul pole. Good home run for him. Was 3 for 5 with a double yesterday in that high offense barrage between the two teams.
Well, here's somebody I would have expected to hit a homer earlier. Second in the NL with 33 homers, Christian Yelich. Right now, 306 average, 1024 OPS. Not as good as last season in terms of the stats, but he's still being one of the key contributors for the Brewers. And Hines, easily the face of this franchise far and away, as that's when it's going to be launched into right field. Hayward is going after it, but it's going to be back-to-back solo shots for the Milwaukee Brewers as Yelich gets his 34th on the season. And Samardzija's day has gone from relatively quick and nice to it's starting to get a bit worrisome.
Certainly the case here as you average out the 2 homers to 400 feet even. 401 on this one from Yelich, going right there by his face, in fact. Here is for 399, so find a nice even number, and that is the only thing that is nice out of that.
Well, Justin Smoke, as you see there, he has 999 career hits, and he's definitely looking to get the beautiful number 1,000 right now here. 2 away, still 1-0 pitch coming in.
2-0.
It's going to be up high and outside on the slider for a 2-0 count. See their first round pick in the 2008 draft. Justin Smoke took a bit of time to get into the bigs, but he definitely has shown his potential and shown his talent in his time in the MLB. 2-0 pitch comes in. It's going to be in there for strike one. So you see the
look at our umpiring crew.
Holiday in
Ricky
the back,
Holiday.
Daryl Parker over at first, Matthew Ross at second, and Dave Lawrence at third. Sorry, Hines, we both had the same call.
We both had the same idea. That's most important.
Ooh, umpires. We should talk about them. As long as it isn't Joe West in the backstop, I'm fine. Beautiful breaking ball on the splitter there, making it 2-2.
I don't know. I think we're not invited to any parties at Angel Hernandez's place after the last game we called together.
Oh, who said I wanted to be invited in the first place? That's going to be low and inside. Full count, 2 away. Still 2-0 though after the 2 solo shots from Keston Hiura and Christian Yelich. Samardzija already up to 15 pitches, about to be 16, which could decide whether or not this inning continues. As the payoff pitch comes in. Swing and a miss, strike 3, his second strikeout of the day, but although there's those 2 strikeouts, Hines, those back-to-back shots from Keston Hiura and Christian Yelich are the 2 hits that Milwaukee gets, and it's a 2-0 ball game. Early in this game, we're going to the bottom of the first with Nico Horner, Rizzo, and Baez leading it off. So we can get a look at Zach Brown, who's 4th start on the year right now for the Brewers. He has a record total of 5-3 with a 3.73 ERA. A 147 whip, a bit higher than Samardzija's, but He's also been more of a relief pitcher than he has been a starter. Only a 55 to 37 strikeout to walk ratio, so that might be something to worry about, those control issues. And here you see Nico Horner, his first major league at bat, and he's definitely looking to start it off in some sort of style. It's going to be low and inside, ball one. See the Brewers 46 and 64, fourth in the NL Central. The only reason they are not currently in the basement of the NL Central is there's a team called the Pittsburgh Pirates that are still existing. This is definitely not the season, Hines, to be a Brewers fan, but you know, they're really just trying their best. They're continuing to spin the wheels, and maybe next season is their season.
Well, they certainly kept their pieces at the deadline. They still have Yelich, of course. Lorenzo Cain's been performing well. So, along with, you know, Keston Hiura on his 24th birthday today. So, shout out to him for that with a home run. So, that's one way to celebrate. But, yeah, they're definitely have a chance to come back next year better and stronger. It'll just be a question of, under Craig Counsell, can they get the job done?
Well, he swings and fouls that one. Nico Horner has a full count on his first at bat, and he's looking to at least get on base as the payoff pitch comes in, and he's going to swing and foul that one down the first base side again. 95 on the four-seam fastball from Zach Brown. Very good stuff early on, obviously only first at bat, but if you're throwing 95 in your first pitches, you're definitely doing something right. As that's going to be grounded right back to him, and he's going to quickly throw it over to first base, which is covered by Justin Smoak for out number one.
Well, Horner homered on his first pitch he saw at Wrigley last year in his Wrigley debut. Can't get it done here, but I think even though he's not going to be getting the everyday nod once Chris Bryant gets back, hopefully later in the week, he'll be a bright spark, I think, to come off the bench, maybe even get a start at some point, and, you know, maybe just get something going for this team and keep the offense alive.
Here comes Anthony Rizzo, who's been one of the main cornerstones of the high-powered Chicago offense for years now. It's going to be low in the dirt, nearly 1-0.
Nope.
We'll watch a high outside four-seamer 2-0 count now on Anthony Rizzo.
Rizzo had a 2 RBI double yesterday, part of their 6 runs that they scored despite a losing effort, which was sort of blown by the bullpen.
Smoke's going to easily take that himself, and it's 2 away here in the bottom of the first.
Just need a grounder to the a chopper down to the catcher, and you could have a grounder to the pitcher, catcher, and first baseman. 1, 2, and 3.
Here comes Javier Baez hitting 280 on the season, but something that stood out to me, Hines, is that 341 on-base percentage. Not anywhere close to what he's looking for. He's usually, you know, much more efficient in getting on base. Lifetime on-base percentage of... Never mind, he's hitting... His on-base percentage is 310.
Well, I was going to say, he's been working a lot of walks.
I was about to say, you should really improve on that, buddy. That's going to be a grounder over to third base. It's going to be thrown by the Brock star, Brock Holt, and it's going to be 1, 2, 3 in the bottom of the first, and we're going to the top of the second. Nothing for the Cubs on no hits, still 2-0.
Leading off for the Brewers, the catcher, Omar Narvaez.
You see Omar Narvaez, 262 average, 8 homers. He's being more of the, you know, just bat than anything. He's not really trying to stand out. He's just being there for the team. Last 3 games, though, 4 runs scored, so that's definitely something that he's good at right now. And it's going to be a 1-0 count as Samardzija prepares the pitch and he throws it. It's going to be just outside the bottom left corner. It's going to be a 2-0 count on that cutter.
Well, Narvaez had a homer in yesterday's game going after Yelich hit one.
Well, it's a base hit in right field. It is not going to be fielded by Rizzo. It's going to get right past him, and Hayward throw it to the cutoff man at second, Horner, and Bodie, sorry.
The third baseman.
And just like that, that's the first hit of the game for the Brewers that is not out of this ballpark.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do here with the lefty-loaded lineup against Samardzija going down from Yelich. They're going to be all lefties.
Well, Brock Hull grounds that right back to Samardzija. Quick one. I believe that was a 1-4-3 double play, if not a 1-6-3 double play. And just like that, it's 2 away. And I had next to no time to talk about Brock Hull, one of my favorite players when he was on the Red Sox. And I'm sad that he's no longer a member of the team, but hope he's doing well in the wonderful, beautiful Milwaukee. It's going to be a routine grounder. It's going to be out as, hey ho, what do you know? We're going to the bottom of the second. It is still 2-0 on only 1 hit. Kyle Schwarber leaves it off right now. Although that 251 average is definitely not the best in the world, Kyle Schwarber is known as definitely one of the best offensive players for the Cubs. 32 homers and a team-leading 75 RBIs. And you look at that 590 slugging. Woo! Definitely one of the power hitters for this team, Hines.
Yeah, he's been hitting bombs left, right, and center. Yesterday hit one 488 feet, almost onto Sheffield Avenue out there. It's a moonshot.
Yeah, well, you see the shift right now being put on for Kyle Schwarber. You know, Schwarber's known to hit relatively easily against the shift, but at the same time, it's always a good idea to have a guy who usually hits towards the right side of the field, have a shift against that side. He's going to foul that down the right field side as we just say that, and it's a 1-1 count. Going to be low for a 2-1. The 2-1. It's going to be low, but he still tried to not swing. It looked like a half swing and a check swing and a full swing at the same time. It's going to be called a strike, though. And he's going to swing and miss on strike 3 on that changeup. And just like that, out of nowhere, Zach Brown's first strikeout is an interesting one, to put it nicely. And here comes Wilson Contreras, the catcher, batting 5th, hitting .288 on the season with 15 homers and 45 ribbies. As the first pitch to him will be lifted high and deep into left field. But Yelich is under it, and he will grab it for out number 2. It was near the warning track over there in left field, but it just did not fully carry. The wind definitely blowing in from right field, affecting it.
Look at his pitch count, only 19 pitches for Zach Brown. He's just mowing them down.
Yup, and it's been 5 up, 5 down so far, and here comes Jason Hayward hitting a paltry 231, but, you know, Hines, that's really par for the course for Jason Hayward, and the Cubs signing him only really for his defense for the most part and the occasional power. First-round pick back in the 2007 draft, he was one of those players that managed to hit a homer in his first major league at bat, and that was always something nice to see. He's going to look at strike 1 there.
That one came off of Carlos Zambrano, in fact, in Old Turner Field. And then I think he also had his first multi-homer game against the Cubs and his first grand slam against the Cubs. So, moral of the story, he likes hitting against the Cubs.
Apparently he is not really a big fan of hitting for the Cubs. It's a 1-2 count. Zach Brown, as you said earlier, only 22 pitches. This is going to be pitch number 23 on the night, and it's going to be fouled right into the dirt at home plate and rolling towards the third base side. It's still 1-2. As the pitch comes in, it's going to be up high for ball 2.
We got 3 balls and 2 strikes.
It's an eye there from Hayward.
Yeah, it's now a 3-2 count. Payoff pitch coming in from Zach Brown, and it's going to be fouled down right field side. He was looking at that and thinking, that might go fair. But no, it's going to drop foul. And this at-bat definitely taking a toll on Zach Brown, but that's going to be lifted up into left center field. Yelich is under it and will grab it for 3 outs. So another 3 up, 3 down. A bit of a problem on that last at-bat against Jason Hayward, but manages to hold it down, and it's going to be Brown, Kane, and Asvel Garcia warming it up for the top of the third for the Brewers.
Leading off from Milwaukee, the pitcher, Zach
Brown. I'm assuming only 2 for 9, maybe 4 for 18 at best. Hitting only 222, not really one of those hitting pitchers that we're coming to love more and more. If you ever want to know that, shout out Duggo.
Yeah, I believe he's only 2 for 9 on the year. But, I mean, the Cubs, Darvish got a hit yesterday. Hendricks has gotten a couple in his last few games. So pitchers are hitting here in Chicago, at least.
I think one of the greatest flexes of all time as a pitcher is being able to hit a homer off another pitcher that's as elite as you. Like Arrieta's homer. Who was it against? I believe it was Greinke? Or was it a Dodger pitcher? Bumgarner, yeah, it was Bumgarner.
In the postseason?
In the postseason, yeah.
And Travis Wood off of...
ultimate flex.
I forgot who Travis Wood hit his off of. It was George Carteris, I think. Or not George Carteris. The guy... Contos. The guy's name starts with a K. There we go.
Maybe. I'm believing. He did hit one in 2014 off of Wainwright. I do know that. And you are correct about the George Contos one. As the 3-1 comes in, it's going to be looked in for a strike, and it's a full count on Zach Brown. And interesting that Samardzija has against his pitcher counterpart is in a little hole, but that's going to be grounded shortstop. Beautiful throw by Baez, and it's going to be in timeout number 1. Interesting to see it being so odd of a count, a 3-2 count, but hey, shout out to Zach Brown for legging one out with that 15 speed. He nearly beat the throw, and we're headed to the top of the order now with Lorenzo Cain grounded out back in the first inning. I believe it was on the first pitch as well.
It sure was, and that was a great play by Javi. I mean, we see it every day, it seems, that he makes some kind of great play, but even against the pitcher, I think it deserves to be recognized.
Well, he's seen 2 pitches and swung at both of them, and one resulted in an out, the other resulted in that foul ball. Is he going to swing at his 3rd pitch? Yes, he will. Broken bat. Samardzija grabbing it. Quick throw to Rizzo, and he's swung at 3 pitches, 2 of them being out and another being foul. It's 2 away now in the top of the 3rd.
Not Lorenzo the best Cain. Approach to be swinging at everything.
I mean, to be fair, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, but Lorenzo Cain's taking that a bit too seriously, as he's been responsible for, 25% of the outs alone so far for the Brewers in this game, and it's only on 3 swings. Here comes Avi Garcia, struck out back in the first.
Well, every pitch you swing at is 100% a strike as well. So if you miss it, then you're in a bit of trouble.
We're playing the MLB version of Daryl Morey ball. We're going to call it Moron ball.
There we are.
Well, it's going to be fouled down the first base side. It's just over the dugout, and it's a 1-2 count on Garcia. Lifted high, and jeez. Was that caught? Yeah, that was caught. I'm sorry. I just... Now, the weather in Chicago in the game right now may be beautiful, but right now in Chicago in real life, it's not looking that hot because I definitely just saw a lightning bolt strike 3 miles away from my house.
Well, stay safe over there. It's not that bad a couple hours south of you, so I'm in the clear.
Yeah, lucky you. Well, here comes Ian Happ leading off the bottom of the 3rd, 2.62 average, being one of the more efficient glue guys right now for the Cubs. Able to play a multitude of positions. He's played center, he's played 3rd, he's played 2nd, and he's going to rip that down the left field side. That's going to be the first hit of the game for the Cubs, and it's going to be a stand-up double for Ian Happ, and just like that, there is a runner in scoring position for the Cubs here in the bottom of the 3rd. 18th on the year, hitting against somewhat of a shift, but not that crazy of a shift, but Yelich was all the way over in left center, nearly center field, and that definitely impacted whether or not he was going to advance from 1st to 2nd or not. And here comes Jeff Samardzija. He's hit a couple things so far, and he's going to go for a bunt, but he's going to stay off, and it's going to be called a ball.
Homer ties it. Why not just swing away? But in all seriousness, yeah, bunt's probably the right scenario with Almora on deck, try to get the runner to 3rd, but love to see a pitcher bomb.
Oh, I would love it too, but he's not really looking for it right now. It's now a 2-0 count. And So I check the minute cast to make sure I'm not in any immediate danger. That's going to be, I believe, fouled, if not chipped slightly, and it's going to be strike one. And bunt down the third base side. It will be no advancement by Ian Happ. So the bum was all for naught. It's going to be out number one for Samardzija.
That's some poor bunting, or not actually poor bunting. That was a good bunt, exactly where you want it. Poor base running for Ian Happ. Third base is wide open. You've got plenty of time to run over there and get there. Why don't you just go?
Well, here comes Albert Armour Jr., 6 for 16 in his last 4 games. Definitely on a bit of a hot streak here, and he definitely has the ability to at least move Ian Happ up to third, if not home. And he's going to look at the first pitch up inside corner for ball one, sorry. And as I do check the minute cast, luckily this storm is passing over right now, but almost entirely gone over into the Indiana side of my area.
Haha, Indiana, take that.
Yeah, Northwest Indiana dealerships that are usually not as useful as the other Chicago suburbs. 2-0 count. Yeah, you heard me, Bob Rorman. Looked inside strike for 2-1. I remember driving and like anywhere in Chicago, listening to the radio. It's like every 5 minutes. That one's gonna be in the dirt, no advancement. For me and Happ, it's gonna be a 3-1 count on Almora. Just like every 5 minutes when it was a commercial break, I just heard Bob Rorman. It's like, oh cool, this guy's back. Terrible swing by Almora, and it's gonna be a full count after that swing and a miss curveball.
To be fair, that was a very accurate representation of the voice for that commercial.
Well, that's going to be a broken bat. It's going to be caught. What a quick little grab by the catcher. It's 2 away just like that, I think. Didn't really know what to do with that swing. Here comes Nico Horner, grounded out back in the first inning. Still looking for his first hit of the season in the bigs. And yeah, you listen to it enough, you're going to definitely get some sort of resemblance in your voice. As Clark the Cub, a couple outs too late, it seems like, trying to hype up Wrigley Faithful.
See if Nico can knock the run home. He has that clutch factor in him, so it'd be nice to see him be able to get an RBI as well as his first hit of the 2020 season.
It's a 1-2 count on Horner, 2 away. Ian Happ still on second base, has not moved up with the failed base running from the bunt on Samardzija and the weird blooped out. It's going to be up high, and it's going to be ball 2. Zach Brown now up to 42 pitches. He was looking relatively fine earlier in the game, only a handful of pitches. That one's going to be called a fair ball, and they're going to send Happ home. It's the first base hit of the season for Nico Horner, but he's going to be out advancing the second base. Terrible base running, but he's going to get credited with the single, and it's going to be an RBI as Chicago manages to cut the lead in half as we head into the top of the fourth, 2-1.
Leading off for the Brewers, the second baseman, Keston Hiura.
See Keston Hiura at the plate, who homered on his birthday. That's always cool to see, and sort of surprised that Horner went to second there.
Yeah, very interesting base running by both Ian Happ and Nico Horner in that bottom of the third. And of course, Ian Happ not wanting to advance to third base on the bunt from Samardzija with it being wide open, and Horner, on the other hand, for some reason advancing in the middle of a play that definitely was only a single-esque ball, as that one's going to be hit right over to right field. Hayward gets it. Going to be a base hit for Keston Hiura, and just like that, there is a man on base for the Brewers.
Get a look at the Brewers hits leaders. Hiura broke into the 100 mark with that home run. Now's at 101, so 4 guys above the century mark, and he's just been on fire this series. 3 hits yesterday, already 2 today, and that's not even, considering the fact that you have Yelich in this lineup.
Well, it's a 1-0 count. Of course, Yelich hit that solo shot. I believe it was 1 or 2 pitches right after Keston Hira's home run. Samardzija, of course, other than struggling in that first inning, has managed to really hold it down since. You see there, Yelich just under 1,200 hits in the 7 seasons that he has played so far in his career. And, you know, it's still a very dumb move, in my opinion, by Miami, moving a guy that, although he didn't play at an MVP level for you, he definitely is an MVP caliber player, and just moving him in the midst of his prime and the very entrance of it. But that's going to be flown out over to right field, caught by Hayward for out number 1.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think Yelich is one of those guys who had plenty of time left before, you know, you might see those MVP years, and that change of scenery did everything. And considering that they moved Stanton, they moved Ozuna, all, you know, in this quick succession, you're getting a lot of prospects who in return really have not turned out completely as well as they'd hoped, for one, but still it's hard when you move your 3 best players, you know, on like that, when some of them, you know, like Stanton, sure, I could see you moving him at his age, but Yelich was right in his prime, as you said.
All that makes Justin Smoke 1 for 13 all-time against Jeff Samardzija. You saw that graphic earlier. He's looking for his 1,000th hit, but he's not going to get it on his second strikeout of the day for him. Samardzija, I believe that's his 4th, maybe? And we are 2 away here as Omar Navarro singled back in the 2nd inning. We're heading towards what seems to be a relatively fast, but also kind of slow game. Series right now, Omar 5 for 6 with 4 ribbies and a homer. Definitely showing his stuff right now, but it's a 1-0 count. He's going to look at strike 1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
He got the day off in game 1 with the lefty Quintana on the mound, opting for Manny Pena as the catcher for that game. And I mean, Narvaez is sort of showing, hey, I should be in the lineup against lefties too. Oh, I mean, I'm hitting pretty well.
Well, 2-1 pitch comes in from Samardzija. It's going to be swung and missed. Jeez Louise, beautiful 2-seamer. It's going to be skied up into left field. Well hit, but it is going to be caught by the left fielder. I believe that is our wonderful little friend Kyle Schwarber. It's going to be 3 outs, so nothing on a hit. And we're going to the bottom of the 4th. Rizzo, Baez, and Schwarber leading it off for the Cubs.
Leading off for the Cubs.
See, we are not, in fact, Matt Discursion, Mark DeRosa, or Dan Plesac, in fact. They are off gallivanting around the universe somewhere, but left us with this job, which I would say is much better than not having it, of course.
Our first pitch at the bottom of the 4th is going to be in there for a strike. Interesting. See, their career WAR of 40. Congratulations, Anthony Rizzo. You're good at baseball.
Well, that's
Outside for ball 1.
Rizzo's good at everything. I mean, he's such a great guy off the field, too, that, you know, it's amazing to see players be great human beings, but it's even better when, you know, they're great baseball players, not, you know, they may be earning the, you know, big millions, but they're still such great people.
With 2-1 count on Anthony Rizzo. Brown up to 46 pitches now. It's going to be called strike 2. Very interesting 2 strikes so far from Anthony Rizzo. And the 2-2 count comes in. It's going to be ripped foul over third base side in the Cubs dugout.
Dangerous shot there going in there. Saw someone doing a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump out of the way.
Yeah, well, Rizzo's going to foul that one again, and it's still a 2-2 count. This is going to be pitch number 50 for Zach Brown. It's going Be check swing a bit up high for ball 3, and it's going to be a full count. See Baez on deck. Definitely the power core of this lineup, even without Chris Bryan right here up to bat, and Zach Brown is definitely in a situation. Payoff pitch comes in. It's going to be up high. It's going to be walking Anthony Rizzo for the first batter of the game. I believe that's his first walk.
It is indeed the first walk for Zach Brown. So he's found actually some good control. I think it was a little bit of a surprise coming in with his numbers that he started off so hot against this obviously insane Cubs lineup, and now maybe some signs of weakness here as we get, after the first 3 innings and we reach the order for the second time around.
Javier Baez now up to bat 0 for 1 on the day so far. It's a 1-0 count on him already. Pitch comes in, and it's going to be in there for strike 1. Swing and a miss on a very, very nice breaking ball. It's a 1-2 count now. Pitching coming in, and it's going to be swing and a miss, strike 3. Zach Brown's second strikeout victim of the day so far, and it's 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th.
It's a nice tight breaking ball there. Had some good movement on it. I think might have wanted it a little lower after watching Javi wave and a miss at one that was way away, but that got the job done anyway.
That's going to be ripped foul. Schwarber definitely looking to bring something out of here. He's 6th in the NL with that slugging percentage of .590. It's going to be a 1-1 count as Zach Brown gets his 58th pitch of the night in. It's going to be lifted in the center field, a base hit. They're going to hold Rizzo at second base. It's going to be a nice little single for Kyle Schwarber.
Now that's something about Schwarber is he can even just lift it, either the other way or just lift it over the defense. And just looking at his swing, I love watching him hit homers, obviously, but I love his swing and how quick it is just to hit the ball and slap it to the pull direction still, but still be able to get solid contact and not try to launch it to the moon.
Wilson Contreras right now, 287 average, second on the Cubs. One of the last people you'd expect when you think about this lineup to really be up high there when it comes to the batting average for the Cubs, but definitely been a solid contributor down to the 5 position in the order. It's a 2-1 count with the tying run in scoring position here, only 1 away. Pitch coming in. It's going to be far outside. 3-1 count, and catcher definitely saying to, hey, buddy, calm down. I know Jason Hayward's up next, but, calm down. 3-1. It's going to be outside corner, and that means the bases are loaded with 1 away and Jason Hayward up to bat.
We've seen 1 grand slam in this series, courtesy of Chris Bryant, and maybe we can see one here from Jason Hayward, or at least should be able to get a run home barring a double play.
Hayward looks at ball 1, and he's grounded into 10 double plays this season alone. Definitely not a wonderful little stat there, but I'm definitely holding out hope that he can get something into the outfield, bring at least 1 run home. But that's definitely not going to be the one. That's fouled just into the dirt. See there, 11 balls, 11 strikes, 22 pitches in this inning alone for Zach Brown. 1-1 count, bases loaded, 1 away. It's going to be ripped. Third base, Holt grabs it to throw second, throw to first, and they're going to get him on the 5-4-3 double play for his 11th ground in a double play on the season. And broadcaster Jinx continues to haunt the Cubs, that it's still only 2-1, even with the bases loaded. We're headed to the top of the 5th. Here comes Brock Holt. I did not have enough time to gas him up back in the second inning when he grounded out. Brock Holt, you know, Hines, I love this man. Of course, he's an MLB history maker. He, you know, he was selected to represent the Red Sox in the 2015 All-Star Game. That's the first time ever that a player selected to an All-Star game started at 7 more positions throughout the season before the break. He's really played everywhere. And of course, he also has the only postseason cycle back in October 2018 against the Yankees in that wonderful drubbing that I still love to this day to watch. But it's no 2 count on Brock Holt, and I'm not really loving it as much, even with my biases. It's going to be 3 pitches and 3 strikes. It's going to be swing and a miss. Samardzija with his 4th of the night. So other than those, 2 homers back-to-back in the first inning, Samardzija has really managed to hold down this Milwaukee Brewers lineup and really show why he still got it even in his old age and returning to the Cubs.
It was a good split finger pitch there. It's one of his out pitches he likes to use along with his curveball as well. But that was just amazing. The bottom just drops right out and gets him swinging.
Well, just like that, it's a 2-0 count. Eric Sogard, 2 homers in his last 10 games. Not really known for his power, but why am I saying that? He's probably going to hit it right out, but he was looking to immediately prove me wrong with that. It's going to be fouled down right field side, 2-1. Inside, 3-1 count.
With the pitcher on deck, you really don't want to walk Sogard because that pretty much is a free runner at second base unless the Cubs defense would be able to come up clutch on a bunt.
The batter, the pitcher.
It's going to be a walk, not the best situation. You see, yes, indeed, Zach Brown, only 2 hits on the season, 2 for 10 now after he grounded out in the 3rd inning. It's relatively close, though. Baez getting him only by a step and a half or so, and looking for a bunt, and he's going to try and get it, but he's going to foul the bunt, and it's going to be an 0-1 count now.
We've seen some poor bunts, and we've seen some good bunts in this series. One good one by Samardzija, and a couple poor ones by Yu Darvish in yesterday's affair.
Well, he misses that one. It's going to be called strike 2, and, I don't know if this is the best idea. Brown is not one of the fastest. Sogard isn't particularly fast either. And even a 0-2 count, and you're still going for the bunt. I would honestly just say at least go for a regular swing. It's like you swing, it's a strike. You miss, it's probably a strike. But it's a 1-2 count. Still going for the bunt. It's going to actually manage to get the bunt. It's going to fall foul. And it's going to be called out because of the bunt. Or I believe that it is. And it's going to be 2 outs as Lorenzo Cain. 2 ground outs on the game so far. 3 pitches, 3 strikes. 2 of them being ground outs. And he continues his trend of swinging at every single pitch he has seen. And he's missing all the shots that he is currently taking, as that's 3 out of the 4 pitches he's swung at and seen have resulted in outs. We are headed to the bottom of the 5th, still 2-1, nothing on a single walk for the Brewers. We get a glimpse of the beautiful confines, and there you see Heidi Watney. She would be telling us about Meals on Wheels, but her batteries are not working apparently, so I'll tell you about Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels, of course, benefits those who really need this food and help them, just be able to get their groceries without as much risk as other people currently having to go through right now in this pandemic and troubling times. And donating Meals on Wheels is such a wonderful thing to do. And of course, the donation is down below. I'll put it in the chat because it's a great organization. I lost my train of thought. I don't know why.
We've all done it.
I've said it so many times that, I feel like I have a script for it myself, but at the same time, I don't have one. It's hard to really describe it in different ways because of how, just straightforward, what Meals on Wheels does and why it's so impactful, and not just one state or a couple states, it's how it's impactful just countrywide and how important it is in these trying times. Well, it's going to be fouled. Of course, now it's an 0-2 count on our little friend Ian Happ. He got that double, which was the first hit of the game, and eventually scored back in the third inning. And he goes too far on that check swing. It's going to be strike 3. Zach Brown's third of the game, I believe, and that's one away.
No pitcher.
Here comes Jeff Samardzija. He had that bunt ground out, and we're still kind of trying to figure out what happened. Never really moved up on that with third base being wide open. And luckily Samardzija is not going for the bunt here, but he's going to look at strike 1.
I mean, you never know. Sometimes you put down the bunt sign. Not normally with a guy like Samardzija. I mean, sitting 211 though, that's above the Mendoza line.
I mean, hey, always got to look at the positive. Selective memory. See there, Zach Brown, 72 pitches, 42 of them strikes, 30 of them balls. We were talking earlier, Hines, control issue is definitely something that Zach Brown has as a reliever, and it's definitely carrying over into him being a starter right now, as that's when he's going to be up high, four-seamer for ball 1. And just outside there on another four-seamer, ball 2, and he's looking to just throw something powerful into the strike zone, but he's not really able to locate it. That one's going to be grounded deep second, turn around, throw to first, and they're going to get him by just another step and a half. And both pitchers managing to get the ball in play, but only by a step or so are they out on the ground outs. It's 2 away here for Albert Almora Jr. Popped out back in the third inning with one of the weirdest outs I've seen in ML Botball.
Well, it's nice to see both pitchers putting up some professional at-bats, too, watching some strikes go by and watching some balls and working an actual count, which is more than can be said for Lorenzo Kane and some others as well.
Big ol' swing and a miss very early on that swing. It's a 1-2 count. And it's 3 up, 3 down. 4th or 5th strikeout of the day for Zach Brown. I believe it's his 4th. So he's managing to relatively match Samardzija's output. Nothing on nothing at all. 2 strikeouts and a ground out. We're going to the top of the 6th already. It is only 4:36 Eastern, 3:36 Central Time. Make that 37 for both. Still 2-1 is Avi Garcia. He's struck out and he gets flown out so far in this game. And he was third going into today in hits right now for the Brewers, but Keston Hira decided, hey, I'm going to get a couple hits really quick.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Outside, fastball, 1-1. Comes in and he's trying to make him chase something on that splitter. It's going to be a 2-1 count now.
Samardzija's pitch count at 64, not bad at all, really, considering he's just starting his 6th inning of work. So needs some offense to help him out to maybe get a little further in the game. But if they can do that, we might see him go deeper into this ball game.
Very true, and not to mention Zach Brown right now having a bit of struggles himself with those control issues. He's in the mid-70s right now for his pitches. Full count to Avi Garcia. It's going to be swung on and fouled. Still a full count. In there, strike 3. He thought that it was ball 4, but it is called strike 3. It's 6th of the night for Jeff Samardzija. Wheeling and dealing here right now in his return to Wrigley, even with those 2 homers.
It's definitely an improvement coming from his last start, which he gave up, I believe, 4 runs against the Giants, in fact, his former team. And this will definitely be a good start if he can get through this inning and be able to say he went 6 with only 2 runs allowed.
Well, the guy that's responsible for half of the runs scored so far is up to bat Keston Hira, homered back in the first inning, singled last time at bat, 2 for 2 on the day so far. It's going to be fouled down the third base side. It's going to be an 0-1 count as pitch comes in, number 69, nice for Samardzija, up high for ball 1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. See, they're 70 on the pitch count. His most pitches, of course, was back in the first inning with those 2 shots, but you look at the second inning, 5 pitches, Hines. That's really been the main factor in him managing to hold it down, was really getting things under control after first inning struggles, and going to be just outside the bottom corner, 2-2.
And the thing here is he's got to really get through Hura and Yelich. Besides them, really, most of the lineup has been quiet.
Well, grounder to second base is going to be blooped, and it's going to definitely be called an error on the second baseman, Bodie. And they will score it as that. It's Ian Happ, sorry. I keep forgetting the Bodie's out, and Happ is right now playing instead over at second base. And a little blunder, but at the same time, it doesn't really affect Samardzija's stat line, only affects batters faced. So here comes Christian Yelich, who hit that solo shot right after Hira back in the first inning. Take a second look at it. It was nearly in the same position in terms of the fielding over in right field. And you said earlier his was 401, Hira's was 399 for an even 400 on the average. And that was definitely one of those moonshots that he is known for over into the bleachers. 1 away, Hira on first, Yelich up to bat, 1 for 2 on the night. Looks at inside, ball 1. Again, Samardzija, he has had his number for the most part, 9 for 21, hitting 429 total, with 5 doubles, but no home runs.
Until today, that is, of course.
Very true. Check swing, he was not too far, but at the same time, it was still in there for strike 1. Going to be in there for strike 2 on the outside outside walls of the strike zone, sorry. 1-2. Grounded. Into a field base hit. Here will move up to second base. And there is now a runner in scoring position for the Brewers with only 1 away here in the top of the 6th.
Situational baseball, that's how you win. Just hit the ball the other way.
You see Alec Mills and Albert Adzale right now warming up in the bullpen for the Cubs just in case this inning gets too much for Samardzija. You know, you said if he manages to keep it relatively normal or calm right now in this inning, he can definitely go to 7th inning, but you know, he started the inning with only 60 pitches. He's now up to 78 as that one's going to be a 1-1 count now. Smoke right now for 342 with runners in scoring position throughout the season. Definitely a favorable position for the Brewers, but he's going to swing and miss at a beautiful splitter nearly in the dirt, fooling him. 1-2 count.
This is what Samardzija needs to do. If he can get out of this inning nice and easy here, that's a sign that he's really back to the sort of prime that we know of Samardzija, and also back to where he was with the Giants that proved to the Cubs that he was their guy.
Well, 2-2 pitch comes in to Justin Smoke. Can be swung on and missed, strike 3 on the 4-seamer. 92 miles an hour, definitely losing some stuff, but Samardzija 7 strikeouts in his return. You know, Hines, this is definitely exactly what the Cubs were looking for when they traded for him a couple of weeks back here in ML Bopball.
Yeah, normally you expect the Cubs offense to have more than 1 run through 5 innings, especially against a guy like Zach Brown, who, no offense to him at all, he's just an unproven rookie that, you know, you'd assume that the Cubs offense would have a better outing than they have, and normally Samardzija would be in line for the win.
Well, very much so, and my Discord randomly was tweaking for a second. Weird. As I was saying, it's now a 2-0 count, and you were definitely talking about what they needed from Samardzija. That's going to be grounded over to short, throw to first, and they're going to get him. So a bit of a threat by the Brewers in the top of the 6th, but nothing on those 2 hits, and we're going to the bottom of the 6th, still 2-1. And Horner, Rizzo, and Baez the top of the order leading it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for Milwaukee, number 37,
Adrian Hauser, the new pitcher for the Brewers, came in a couple times so far this series, just as sort of a one-and-done sort of guy, but was in the rotation for a while, and I think Zach Brown is one of the guys who took his spot.
Yeah, you see they do have Devin Williams and Brent Suter right now warming up in the bullpen just in case. It's an 0-1 count on Nico Horner, 1 for 2 on the day so far. Hit his first hit of the season earlier this game, and again, as I said earlier, you see the lefty Suter and the righty Williams warming up in the pen in case they need to go over there. First strikeout of the night as he manages to hold Horner to swing and miss at a very interesting ball there. It's a one away here, bottom of the 6th. Came close with the contact there, Hines, but just unlucky in the outcome of that.
Yeah, and it'll tell you something that comes a little bit with time for Horner. He's just coming up, and he's getting used to having to face a lot of guys he's never seen before, and maybe once he gets his footing and has some scouting reports behind him, he'll know what to expect. But, when he got pulled up this, just today, he's not going to have much experience against any of these Brewers players.
Last lifted, but blooped for a lazy fly ball in a center field and is going to be easily caught by Lorenzo Cain for 2 away here. Rizzo now 0 for 2 on the night alongside that walk. And it's now going to be Javier Baez, also 0 for 2 on the night so far with a strikeout and a ground out.
Hey! 0-1.
Javi looked a bit cautious there. He could have swung at that one, but I think after the strikeout, maybe he's trying to be a little more patient.
Well, he's definitely not being patient with that, as that one's going to be flied out to left field. Thought that was going to drop in the corner maybe, but Yelich manages to get to it, and we're headed to the top of the 7th. It is 2-1.
Your attention, please.
See Albert Alzolay, I never get his name right, now bringing it in. 6 games, 19 2/3 innings, pitched .412 ERA, 15-7 strikeout to walk ratio, 2-0 record. Not the worst situation to be in right now for Alzolay. Only a 1-run game, and you see a couple more arms warming up in the bullpen for the Cubs. This has become something I've noticed a bit. The Cubs relying on really bringing in a one-and-done reliever for each inning, but Samardzija managing to go 6 strong innings, honestly. And now they're going to rely on their bullpen for the next 3 innings, as that one's going to be flied out to left field, Schwarber under it and grabbing it.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot, too. They sort of, especially been going to Alzolay and Mills. I really feel like you might want to trust guys like Wick and Tepera a little more. With these guys, Alzolay and Mills being long relievers, you're going to want to save them for situations where they're going to be going to distance rather than just a short period of time. Watch out.
Well, 1-0 count on Eric Sogard, 0 for 1 of the day so far. It's going to look at ball 2 from Alzolay. 95 on the 4-seamer right there, of course. See down below, Cleveland did manage to beat Chicago earlier, 9-1. A bit of a interesting game, of course. Those are 2 of the 3 main teams are now in the fighting in the AL Central for their division title, and even for the wild card, as that one's going to be called a fair ball. Alzolay will manage to sprint over to first to cover it as Rizzo manages to get him out from the foul territory, 2 away.
Nice piece of defense there from Rizzo. Of course, we all know how good he is, and good job from Alzolay to cover as boos start ringing out at Wrigley Field.
Now here comes Ryan Braun, the 9 batter.
No, inside.
Of course, a staple of the Brewers for years and years. He is pinch hitting indeed for the relief pitcher. 246 on the year with 8 homers. he's been more of that bench guy for the Brewers over the past couple years. Hines, he's obviously a staple of the team and was a big name for them before the PED suspension, and even after the PED suspension, when he came back, he still showed that he was definitely had the talent, but he's definitely fallen over the past couple years due to age and regular regression. He's going to swing and miss at strike 2.
Yeah, and I think that PED thing really added salt to the already big wound between basically Ryan Braun and the Cubs and pretty much every other NL Central opposition.
Very much so, and right now, a little beautiful strike 3 there, and it's going to be going to the bottom of the 7th. You know what time it is, Hines. I know what time it is as Brent Suter comes in. He's looking pretty good. 15 holes, light work. The 10-second 7th inning stretch. Take me out to the ball game, take me out to the crowd, buy me some crackerjack. I don't care if you'll ever get back first root for the Cubbies. If they don't want, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, just here at the old ball game. Let's give a quick shout out to Chris Farley. Rest in peace. I was watching The Emperor's New Groove earlier, and it was David Spade. All right, that's why I'm thinking of Chris Farley. He was such a good actor. I still think it's crazy how, like, every Christmas I, like, randomly hear Santa Baby on the radio, and I'm like, oh, hey, it's that lady that played Yzma from Emperor's New Groove. That's so cool. The range. Going from somebody who is in love with Santa to somebody who turns the emperor of a random empire into a llama in order to kill him. 3-0 count. It's going to be 4 straight pitches, 4 straight balls, and it's going to be a walk for Brent Suter. Schwarber on first, the tying run.
The catcher, number 40.
Is down chimney tonight.
Look at 2 lefties in the bullpen for the Brewers, Hader and Claudio, and Suter's going to need to put in a good inning here, because otherwise they could be in trouble.
Nope, that's inside.
Suter's usually a quick worker on the mound. He likes to just get the ball and go. It's going to be a double play, 4-6-3.
Now batting, right fielder, Jason.
Well, that's not ideal. But hey, shout out Keston for doing... Honestly, Keston is, in my opinion, the MVP of this game right now. And it's a great day for him right now. Of course, it's being his birthday, as you mentioned. And here comes Jason Hayward, 2 away out of nowhere. Suter walked him on 4 straight pitches, Schwarber, and then just, you know, casually got the next guy out in the double play and only 2 pitches. And just like that, 2 swings, 2 misses on Jason Hayward. It's an 0-2 count.
Well, that's going to be what the lefty-lefty matchup will do here, and it'll be Happ and then some pinch hitter, the next 2 guys up. So we want to try to get Jason Hayward here.
Well, he definitely tried, and he definitely succeeded. It's strike 3, 3 straight swings and misses. And we're going to the top of the 8th. Nothing for the Cubs on a walk, and we're going 2-1 into the home stretch.
Leading off from Milwaukee, the center fielder, number 6, Lorenzo King.
First pitch is a strike from Alzala. He's out there for his 2nd inning of work. I'm a little surprised that they're doing that in the 8th inning of a 1-run game, really. Well, we talked about how Kane was swinging at everything. Now he's watched 2 straight strikes, so not sure if that plan worked out too well, did it?
Got it.
Javi throws that one over to first for out number 1 here.
Now batting,
Yeah, Baez showing off his glove work throughout this game, and top of the order for the Brewers, definitely a bit of an issue, them being the main focus of the offense, the 3 and 4 batters here, and Yelich being the 2 runs. But Avi Garcia really just not doing much. Lorenzo Cain obviously swinging at quite literally everything he has seen so far. And it's going to be just like that, another ground out. Alzolay, only a couple pitches here in the top of the 8th, and it's already 2 away. Horner, great grab and throw. Keston Hira now up to bat, as we mentioned, him being one of the 2 runs that have scored on that solo shot back in the first. Little birthday gift, I guess. He's 2 for 3 on the day. Some great defensive plays over in the infield. But Alzolay definitely looking to get him out in a 1-2-3 inning.
And that play by Horner, I think that might have been the first defensive play we've seen from him all game, if I remember correctly. So congratulations for him on his first defensive action.
It's 2-1 count on Hira. Alzolay reaching the upper teens right now in terms of pitches. He's known for, eating up only 1, maybe 1 1/3, 1 2/3 innings if he manages to keep his pitch count low, and definitely going to have to start reaching somewhere in the back of the bag to get something that's far outside 3-1. Pitch comes in, and swing and a miss on a very high 4-seamer. 96 miles an hour still on the fastball right now for Adbert. And it's going to be a full count in the top of the 8th with 2 away. Payoff pitch coming in. It's going to be lifted into center field. Well hit. Going back is center fielder at the wall, and it's gone! A second homer for Keston Hira on the day. 2 runs have scored from him alone, being the solo shots. And just like that, the Brewers have redoubled their lead back up to 2 here in the top of the 8th.
Well, that's not going to help the Cubs out. And again, questions about bringing Albert Alzolay in this late in the ball game when you have other options, and that just against the wind to center field.
Now batting, left fielder, Christian Yelich.
Well, here comes the other guy that has homered and scored in this game, Christian Yelich. And I would find it more than ideal that Yelich does not do the same thing that he did after the last time that Hira hit a home run, and it's an 0-1 count on Yelich's Alzolay with his 20th pitch of the day. It's going to make him swing and miss on a very nice breaking 4-seamer. And we are once again 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. And this time it'll be called strike 3 on the low 4-seamer. Unfortunately, though, the last at-bat ended with this beautiful solo shot to straightaway center field. And we're going to the bottom of the 8th. It's 3-1 in favor of the Brewers here at Wrigley.
Your attention, please.
And in comes one of the last guys you and I want to see, Josh Hader. It's right now 4-6 record, 17 for 23 on the saves, though. It's not his best season with that 4.91 ERA, and his averages against batters really interesting, to put it lightly. Corey Neville and Alex Claudio right now warming up in the pen for the Brewers for hope potentially and most likely the bottom of the 9th.
Nope, ball 1. Ball 1, no strike.
See there, Neville.
Former coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surprised they're not bringing him in before Hader, but hey ho, what do you know? That's just sometimes how the Brewers work. The 1-0 pitch comes in. Loopy curve-ish on the slider, 2-0.
Well, they've had issues from both of their guys, Hader and Knebel, and I don't think they figured out which one's the best one for them. I think I remember seeing them switch back and forth, trying to figure out who's their closer and finding out that realistically, neither of them is their closer.
Very much so, and they're definitely talking in the beautiful little dugout. It's going to be a 2-2 count now on Ian Happ. Josh Hader looking to end it right here. Gets that bat. And it's going to be right on the knees. Adbert Alzole right now on deck. It looks like he will be hitting, which is very interesting. But they might bring in a pinch hitter, because I do not expect them to rely on him going into the top of the ninth, as that one's going to be a called strike 3. 97 on the four-seamer from Josh Hader, and that's one away here. And yes, indeed, Alzole's night, they will be over, as Victor Cardini will right now be pinch hitting for him. On the season as a pinch hitter, 261 average, 4 homers. He's definitely looking to not only get on base, but get something here, as that one's going to be lifted. Short right center field. Here is going after it, and he will call it off and grab it for out number 2.
That's not what you want off the bench. Normally, Caratini works his at-bats, and he's got a couple pinch-hit homers, too, that have been big. But lost that one way too short.
Well, we're at the number 9 spot for the Cubs. It's going to be low, ball 1. Only times that I have checked my phone today, during this call, the only things I have seen is what's going on with Cespedes right now. That's an odd situation. Hope it gets not really resolved, but at least explained, because I'm losing focus on what's actually going on in that whole thing. Foul down the first base side, 1-1. You know, Hines, if Almora gets out here, I'm not really worried per se. Of course, we're headed to the very top of the order going into the bottom of the ninth, and that's exactly what you want in these close situations. That one's going to be flown over into left center field. Diving catch is not going to be caught by Yelich, and it's going to be a double sliding in, and he's safe at second. And just like that, a potential 2-out rally has started with Almora Jr. What would have potentially not been a flyout per se, but at least a single if he managed to get a glove on it. Unfortunately for the Brewers, it turns into a sliding double, and we're at the top of the order. Nico Horner, 1 for 3 on the season so far. He had that RBI single. He is the sole run producer for the Cubs so far in this game, and he's looking to do it here with 2 away in the bottom of the 8th.
Well, we mentioned his clutch factor earlier, and could really use it here. And, you know, even worst case scenario, if nothing comes of this here with Horner, you at least will have Rizzo, Baez, Schwarber coming in, and that would likely be against a righty in Knebel, who's their closer. So you have the handedness matchup in your favor as well.
Well, that is going to be a base hit in the left center field. They're going to send him home, and it's a 1-run game here. Nico Horner delivers once again in the clutch, an RBI single, and it's 3-2 in favor of the Brewers, but a 2-out rally definitely is making this much closer than it was originally expected to be. Squeezing it right past the shortstop in the left center. And
it's the youngsters.
The youth has started to change. High for a seamer, and it's ball 1, and this is very scary now for the Brewers. Josh Hader starting to lose his control really early for somebody of his caliber. Only 1 strikeout, and then that little odd moment of flyout. It's going to be low. He's going for the steal. Horner's going to be called out on the steal. No. My voice is breaking. I am heartbroken. Horner, by mere inches, almost had it, but he's called out at second on the steal, and Brandon Morrow comes in relief, and all I can say right now, Hines, is he did what he needed to do, unlucky there, and hopefully Brandon Morrow with that 2.38 ERA, that decent average against both righties and lefties, can handle this middle of the lineup that has really been quiet for the Brewers so far today. We can go to the bottom of the 9th with the heart of our lineup. Baez, Schwarber, and Contreras all leading it off. Any of them can hit a homer to tie this game up, if not get on base and tie it.
Well, the advantage almost is still you have Rizzo leading it off, which is
Oh, yes.
ideal.
You're right. Rizzo never got out, technically. It was Horner's stolen base attempt that made it end.
Wouldn't have been surprised if that was maybe a hit and run attempt too, because think about how useful that would be with a guy like Rizzo, who is known to make a lot of contact and could try to just pull the ball past the second baseman, and that would be first and third then for Baez, and that would be a prime scenario against Hader. David Ross not happy about that ball four call, and I can agree with that one there. Being on Baez at the plate.
Not ideal, and as you did say, Omar Narvaez 1 for 3 on the day so far. He's been really the one bright spot.
That one missed at 98 from Morrow, so he's got to find some control after those 2 straight balls.
Well, it's a 2-0 count now, and I'm really hoping that Brandon Morrow does not become the new Tyler Chatwood, as that one's fouled up the first base side for strike 1. Of course, Chatwood, Hines, you and I have vocally not been the biggest fan of him in this spot ball world, and it was a beautiful stroke of luck to get rid of Chatwood, sending him to San Francisco. In fact, getting Samardzija back in that trade, and also Billy Hamilton, who I'm surprised we did not see at all in this game, even as a pinch runner, much less a pinch hitter. But the 3-1 to Omar Narvaez, it's going to be swung on. Right over to Rizzo, throw to shortstop covering for 1, throw back to Rizzo, and it's a nice little 3-6-3 double play. And just like that, it's 2 away here in the top of the 9th.
Well, you said it right there. Be interesting that we haven't seen Billy Hamilton, which I would have expected to have seen at some point. But, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if someone gets on base. We might see him pinch run. Or even Cameron Maben, too, who's had some good speed and maybe might get on. But with the heart of the order, you probably won't see another pinch hitter until something positive happens in that scenario.
Well, Brock Starr up to bat. He is not really the last hope for the Brewers, per se, them being up. But he is their last potential out and batter. The 0-1 comes in, it's going to be far outside 1-1. Just reaching into the top side of the strike zone, 99 on the fastball, 1-2. And the Brewers are down to potentially their last strike of the day. Even though they're still leading, there's definitely a chance for at least extras, if not a walk-off in the bottom of the 9th, Hines. Going to swing and miss at a very beautiful cutter. And we're going to the bottom of the 9th. Nothing on a 3-up, 3-down with only 1 walk. We're at a 3-2 situation going into the bottom 9th. Top of the order, aside from Nico Horner, it's going to be Rizzo, Baez, and Schwarber leading it off. And looks like a double substitution will be coming in. If not at least 1 pitching sub.
Your attention, please.
And it's going to be Corey Neville. He's reverted to being a closer, but he is really struggling, especially against lefties, and in general, a 6.68 ERA with not looking all that great, and the average against righties is just, ooh boy.
Yeah, he's walked a lot of guys, had some command issues, and some of that's due to injury, and some of that has just been a general lack of control with his attempts to try to amp up the velocity and throwing up at the high 90s and then with that curveball. So Cubs could take advantage maybe with a few walks, and that would be absolutely ideal.
Well, it's a 2-0 count here on Anthony Rizzo. You think Nebels maybe even intentionally, if not unintentionally, dancing a bit around Rizzo, trying to get him to swing at something? Of course, he can't easily tie this game as he's going to foul that one down the third base side for strike one.
It's not out of the realm of possibility, but I would think even though this matchup favors Rizzo, even though you have a better advantage against Baez, and probably also Contreras should it get that far, I don't think you can really risk walking him to get to Rizzo to Baez when you could have some speed, potentially pinch running.
Well, Rizzo has now fouled 3 straight pitches down the third base side. It's a 2-2 count on him. Pitch comes in, swing and a miss, strike 3, an important strike 3 there as Rizzo strikes out there. And now Javier Baez lined out back in the 6th inning. It's 1 away here, bottom of the 9th, still down by 1.
Baez needs to look for a hanging breaking ball here. I think the fastball is going to be hard to hit, but if you can get a hanging breaking ball, that's where you could take advantage of the command issues.
Nebel, as we saw earlier, he has struggled throughout this season, not only with control, but especially against righties in general. So this is a very important at-bat for both of them, not only in terms of the game, but in terms of, well, actually the game as a whole. It's a 1-1 count after that foul hit. Up high, 2-1. And after this game ends, whether it's in a few moments or in a little bit, after this we got nice little Houston, Minnesota action. It's going to be our wonderful, wonderful friend Carlos Zimmerman handling that at 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central. And then after that, it's Kansas City, Detroit with Cookie Eater, 7:15 East, 6:15 Central. And then New York and Boston. Boston, please win. At 9 Eastern, 8 Central with J-Rock, Justin Rock, and Special Effects. And then Bopal After Dark is Brother Beard and TARDIS watching Seattle face off against LA. And it's a 3-2 count on Javier Baez, and an extremely important pitch coming in on the payoff. It's going to be swung on! This game is potentially tied. If it stays fair, it's gone! And it is tied here in the bottom of the 9th. Javier Baez, clutch once again for the Chicago Cubs. 388 feet in the left field, and we might have some more baseball on our hands here at Wrigley.
Oh, baby, that's what you want from Javier Baez there, hyping up the crowd, trying to get them into it. And if you're Craig Counsell, you say, man, that's, I believe, the 6th blown save by Corey Knebel, which is almost the same amount as his saves. Not a good sign there, but oh man, look at that recoil on it. He knew it once he hit it.
He looked to be hooking a bit foul from the wind in right field, but it just managed to stay in. And Devin Williams and Alex Claudio right now warming up in the bullpen, but you really got to wonder what's going to happen here. Is now Kyle Schwarber up to the plate. Hines, we were literally just talking about, Nebel struggling against the righties, and hey ho, what do you know?
Indeed. I mean, you might even be able to see another one here. We've seen the Cubs go back to back to back to walk it off. They don't need to go that far, but, Kyle Schwarber, Cubs home run leader at the moment. Maybe. Come on, Kyle, please.
You never know. And it's a 1-1 count to Schwarber here in the bottom of the 9th. This game tied up after that Baez solo shot. It's going to be called strike 2 down there, and you see, once again, Claudio, the lefty, and Devin Williams, the righty, warming up.
I'm almost surprised that they didn't make the change. Well, actually, they can't make the change. 3-batter minimum.
A 2-2 count here. This is now the third batter of the bottom of the ninth, so if something happens here that isn't a home run, you know, they could easily go into the bullpen and grab somebody. But that he was looking for that to be a walk-off, but instead it's going to be foul down the right field side. Still 2-2 on Kyle Schwarber. Corey Knebel's 18th pitch of the night. It's going to be far outside in the dirt, nearly 3-2.
And now if he walks here, I would not be surprised at all if we see Billy Hamilton pinch running. I know you're taking out a big bat, but you want to try to win now.
But he's going to swing and miss at a beautiful four-seamer from Knebel. And it's 2 away, bottom of the ninth, off to that strike 3. Woo! An exciting bottom of the ninth regardless, Hines. We are 1 out away from either extra innings or a walk-off. He's going to look at it. Strike 1 on the four-seamer. 98 on that one. Knebel, even after 20 pitches, still got a lot of heat in the tank because he runs on cold and sometimes charcoal in terms of giving up the homers. But I will say, though, Hines, this is another righty, and last time a righty came up against Knebel was a guy named Javier Baez who tied this game, so this is extremely dangerous here, keeping him in still against another righty in Contreras, even with a 1-2 count after that foul.
And normally it works the other way. Normally you'd rather see a lefty if you're the Cubs. But hey, it worked last time. Let's make it work this time.
Well, it won't work this time. We are heading some free baseball here on ML Bop Ball. Tie game after the solo shot by Javier Baez. We are headed to the top of the 10th, tied up 3-3 here. Brandon Morrow will start his second inning of the game. It's going to be Eric Sogard leading it off in the 8th spot. I'm definitely expecting a pinch hitter for Knebel in the 9th spot, which is just on deck. It's going to be outside, ball 1, just by a hair.
Well, I believe that with the double switch, we're not going to see the pitcher spot coming up in this inning. It will be the person who came into the game.
Let's foul down the third base side. It's going to be strike numero dos.
Surprised to see Morrow in for his second inning of work, however. I think, this is why I brought up how surprised I was that Alzolay was pitching when, he being the long reliever, a converted starter, would be the guy you'd want in this scenario to try to eat up some innings if you have to.
Well, that's blooped into right center field. Hap under it, and easy catch for out number 1. Morrow up to 19 pitches now. I'm sorry, Almora over in center field. I keep forgetting Hap is not right now starting this game.
Hap is starting the game at second base.
I thought, oh yeah, wait. I thought it was, I'm so confused.
I mean, I get it. It's David Bodie and Ian Happ. They're easy to get mixed up. Maybe not by looks or by name, but by, I don't know. There is a way. I've done it before too.
Exact same amount of letters. Simple as that.
Yes.
Check swing. Inside, ball 2.
They've both played second base a lot.
That is true. And yes, indeed, there is a pinch hitter. It is Manny Pena, hitting .239 on the season as a mainly pinch hitter, but he's definitely been a starter player every so often. It's going to be 3 straight balls here from Brandon Morrow. It's a 3-0 count. Lorenzo Cain on deck, and, Lorenzo Cain, we've joked like 20,000 times so far this game about how he swung at anything and everything. That's going to be called strike 1. And, I'm not going to say anything about it other than that because, duh. But as the 3-1 count comes in, very important pitch here. It's going to be called strike 2. Manny Pena, he hasn't swung at anything so far. Very interesting. Morrow at 101 on that pitch. And the one time Manny Pena swings is a swinging strike 3. Morrow doing great work to come back from the 3-0 deficit to make it a strikeout. And just like that, it's 2 away here in the top of the 10th for the Brewers.
Well, you said he was touching triple digits, and then he goes with an 89-mile front door slider. There's no way you're going to be able to hit that after seeing a pitch up in the zone at 101. So that's just textbook pitching there from Braden Morrow.
Lorenzo Cain finally doesn't swing at a pitch, and it's called a ball. But I would not expect him to hit something like that in a left field well hit, but under it is Schwarber, and he will catch it for 3 outs. So 3 up, 3 down for Brandon Morrow here. We're heading to the bottom of the 10th, still tied up 3-3. With Hayward, Happ, and Morrow warming up. For the Cubs. Now, the question is, though, Morrow, 2 strong innings.
Your attention, please.
You expect you expect somebody to pinch hit for him as Devin Williams comes in relief. Only 10 innings, so I can't really say much, but that lefty average is not looking too hot.
Yeah, well, he gave up 4 runs in the first game of this series. A solo shot to the man at the plate right now in Hayward, and I believe also a 2-run or 3-run shot to Javier Baez. We've already seen homer, so we'll see if the head-to-head with Hayward goes a similar direction to end this.
Check swing was still in there just in time for strike 1, although he didn't go far enough. The 0-1 is low, nearly in the dirt. 1-1 count now on Jason Hayward. 84 on the slider. Devin Williams very good at managing to control the speed of his pitches, but the other thing that he isn't really the greatest at is that control. He's definitely had some problems with it so far this season, as you mentioned. That one's going to be outside for ball 2.
A lot of that's coming from some injury issues he's had. He had a UCL tear back in 2017, meaning he missed the whole year. Had some other injury woes the past couple years that has hampered him a little bit, so that could be the reason why you see him at a 3-1 count.
Very much so when you see Ian Happ on deck. He did score the tying run. Not the tying run, sorry. He did score the first run for the Cubs back in the bottom of the 3rd to make it a 2-1 game after the Nico Horner RBI single. And it's a full count on Jason Hayward here. Payoff pitch coming in. It's going to be blooped up into center field. It will fall for a base hit just over Hira's glove. Sorry, not Hira, the shortstop. Eric Sogard's glove. And there is the winning run on base with nobody out here in the bottom of the 10th for the Cubs.
And I could see Hamilton pinch running, and oh wait, well, what do you know? He is pinch running.
Oh, what do you know? Now the question is, do you go for a steal with Billy?
I personally would not, just because I trust Ian Happ to not ground into a double play. But with the pitcher spot coming up, depending on who's hitting, there is a possibility that I might try it. But I think first you want to be smart, and then you can go a little riskier after seeing what happened with Nico Horner trying to steal earlier.
Well, 2 straight pickoff throws to first base from Williams. They're definitely knowing that Billy Hamilton is on base for one thing and one thing only, and that is his speed right now. Definite questions of whether or not he will go for a steal or just run as fast as his legs take him if Ian Happ can manage to get something into the outfield. So the 1-0 count comes in. It's going for the steal, and he's going to be safe at second base. The winning run is now in scoring position. Everybody knew he was going for it eventually, and he gets there by just 1.5 inches.
Bit surprised he ended up going for just the foot first slide rather than going headlong. You'd think that would be the way to go.
What a blooper! It's at center field! Are they going to wave home Billy Hamilton? They are waving home Billy Hamilton! And the winning run scores, and the Cubs have walked it off in the bottom of the 10th on the Ian Happ RBI single, and Billy Hamilton with expert base running. What do you know? The Cubs come back from 3-1 down to win it here in Wrigley.
And that's situational baseball just off the end of the bat, just a little dink. And you see Eric Sogard just going for it, and after seeing Hamilton hold, I wasn't sure if he was going to try it, but the relay in couldn't get the job done, and hey, holy mackerel. the Cubs get the win.
Well, an amazing game to watch here in Wrigley Field. A victory here. Of course, player of the game is Javier Baez. His solo shot in the bottom of the ninth, tying this game up, sending it to extras. He gets the Gatorade bath alongside the reporter. Whew, what a game indeed. Times just everything all over the place.
Oh man, I haven't seen a walk-off in a good long while. And man, this one feels good to come back in the ninth too, because normally you go into the ninth down 1, you're like, I don't know what's gonna happen. I hope we can do it, but I don't know if we can do it. And well, Javi said, I'll take this. I'll tie the game up and give us a chance. You know me.
Well, very much so. You see Brandon Morrow gets the win, improving to 4 on the season. Devin Williams 0-2 now after getting that loss. 14 hits total between both teams, so definitely some offense alongside the 7 runs, but it was quiet for the most part. You know, there was that stretch from the 4th inning to the 7th inning where it was just 4 straight innings of no scoring, and then out of nowhere, you know, great relief pitching after a honestly wonderful outing by Samardzija. You know, those 3 homers were the only thing that actually occurred. Even with the loss, I still give Keston Hiura the player of the game over Javier Baez. Amazing offense, you know, 2 solo shots, including the one that made it 3-1 and seemed out of reach. And great defensive plays all around at the end of the day.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Hiura, you know, on his birthday, you know, he deserves it, absolutely. And I mean, I think this shows that the Cubs bullpen is finally, you know, able to hold the lead, and now it's the offense's turn to come back and win the game for them, and it's just nice to see the offense coming back in 3 straight innings.
Yeah, it was definitely something that wasn't fully expected, but we are totally fine with it. We're definitely going to look at the replays in a moment, the highlights of this wonderful game that we witnessed here at Wrigley Field.
How about Nico Horner today, though? Can we get an honorary Cubs player of the day besides Javi Baez for him? Because really,
yeah, no.
I mean, Javi tied the game, but Nico in his debut, 2 RBIs. Come on, give the man some love.
Yeah, his season debut, 2 for 4, making it 2-1 and 3-2 at the end of the day. You know, he definitely showed up when we needed him to. Clutch Nico at the end of the day is one of the plays of the game. I'm surprised he's below even Ian Happ with the walk-off or Albert Almora with the double and the run. But you see over there for the notable players from Milwaukee, Lorenzo Cain 0 for 5, swung on every single pitch he saw, basically.
Yeah. See if we end up getting some replays. We do have our trivia question for the game, which was our retired number trivia from Special Effects, which was retired numbers for the Cubs, and I think we of course both have to abstain. I think we know them both by heart pretty well.
Oh yeah. I'm not even going to say it here.
I'm watching the Discord.
I'm not even going to say it here in Twitch, much less in the Discord. I'm going to refrain because the last time that there was a Cubs question answered, it was naming the 4 players that the Cubs have had who hit 300 or more home runs in their career, and I immediately said Sosa, Banks, Williams, and Santo, like, obviously.
Oh, yeah. I missed that one by, like, a second or 2, and it really made me sad because, you know, I had that off my head as well. And I mean, we got 2 right. We do have TARDIS guessing our Phillies legend, Cubs legend, Ryan Sandberg, and, of course, Mr. Cub himself, Ernie Banks. There are, oh gosh, I believe, I know a couple who are missing. I'm not going to say them, of course. I believe we're missing 3, or am I miscounting in my head? Because I cannot do math, even on a simple level.
Well,
I forget if it's 5 or 6.
How many retired numbers we have?
Yeah.
We have only 6.
Okay, it is 6.
It's technically 7, but one of them is Jackie Robinson, and that's always exempt.
Oh, man, I forgot about... Oh man, the amount of times that's been guessed during retired number trivia is just crazy. Yeah. It's like Jackie Robinson. Well, you're not wrong, but it is team-related numbers as it's now been put. So, yeah. But I mean, hey, you could put it for. He's a Hall of Famer, so you could say Bruce Sutter for number 42. It's not retired for him, nor is he in the Hall of Fame as a Cub. I believe he's in as a Cardinal, actually.
And I will say, one number that is not retired that I want retired so bad, Gabby Hartnett.
Ooh, what?
One of the greatest players in Cub history in their heyday back in the 20s and 30s. Homer in the Glowman. He initially, when the Cubs first wore numbers back in, I believe, 32, he was originally number 7, but he switched to number 9. And he also wore number 2 from the 37 in 1940, which is the number that they've consistently considered for retirement. And there's also been, I know, petitions for Hack Wilson, for Cavaretta, a lot of guys. But you see the nice little highlights here. Of course, the 2 solo shots back in the first inning. Bottom of the third, Nico Herner's beautiful chopper out in the left field for the single. There is that little nice RBI, but there's that little problem of him advancing to second and getting out. And then Keston here, top of the 8th. This is where we thought, potentially it was maybe slightly out of reach. 427 feet, dead center field. 3-1 ball game after that.
Yeah, the Cubs really have been struggling late in games in clutch situations, so we were both, I think, getting down there. But hey, Nico Hoerner, man, debut of the season. I love you, Nico Hoerner.
Yeah, and somebody I also very much love is not Anthony Rizzo striking out there. Corey Knebel definitely managed to get him to chase that, but we thought that wasn't going to happen with Baez, and that was definitely proven true as he hit a 388 bomb over into left field to tie this game up in the bottom of the 9th. We were losing our minds here in the box. And then, of course, Hapt, base hit, center field. Billy Hamilton, after stealing second, after everybody knew he was going to steal second base, manages to, for a moment, hold at third, but then run on home to score the winning run and end this game much earlier than I initially expected after going into extras.
And quickly, we were just talking about retired numbers, and before we introduce our next guest in the booth, I think it would be also nice to see if we get Lee Smith's number retired at some point, number 46, just because he is now an official Hall of Famer as a Cub. I think it's deserved for him.
Yeah, also, where's Andre Dawson's number being retired?
Number 8, hello? Exactly. I would agree with that, too. I mean, he's in the Hall as an Expo, fair enough, but hey, he doesn't have a home anymore. There's no more Expos, which is awful, and he also want to get into that, but
he also has gone on record saying he regrets being inducted into the Hall of Fame wearing an Expos cap.
So, anyway, Carlos Zimmerman's in the booth with us, so while we get ready for our next game, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good, I was just in the late night section of this series last night, but y'all had a pretty exciting game. Extra inning walk-off for Ian Happ, scoring Billy Hamilton. Ought to be a fun one. I'll let y'all go ahead and sign things up, and we'll head out to Target Field in Minnesota for the final game of the series. Astros seeking a sweep.
Yeah, and a very interesting sweep, especially considering the Astros skid as of late, and starting to wonder if it's going to be really the Angels right now taking the AL West, but the Astros seeming to pick things up against the AL leading Twins. And for Hines and myself, I'm gravy for Boss saying, induct Lee Smith into the Cubs Hall of Fame with the retired number. You should really get on it. And Andre Dawson. And Andre Dawson. Have a good night, guys. Carlos, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We will get out to Target Field just momentarily, a little bit over time, but we're getting it going. Folks, if you're expecting Beardy Buddha, he's getting the day off, and he decided to let me go ahead and take the call on this one, as we'll get set to head out to Target Field. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final game of this series. The Minnesota Twins and the Astros dueling it out once again. Twins hoping to maintain their division lead today in the AL Central, currently tied with the Cleveland Indians as the 59 and 51 Astros look to sweep them today and in turn be able to get win number 60. I'm Carlos Zimmerman bringing you the action here today from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Really going to be a fun one, and I'm very excited for this pitching matchup. Kenta Maeda is going to get the call for the Twins today. Look at that, 11-0, no losses on his decisions, 1.89 ERA. If there's a guy that the Twins wanted to put on the mound to help avoid the sweep today, this is the guy to do it. Picked up from the Dodgers during the offseason. He will face Jose Altuve to lead off the ball game today, the second baseman for the Houston Astros. Astros in their orange uniforms today, and then the Twins out in their little bit of a nice, cool-looking blue jerseys this afternoon for some South versus North ML Ball. Glad you're with us on Twitch.tv. First pitch, misses low from Maeda for a ball.
First pitch, 110.
Oh, that's off the plate.
Next pitch misses for 2-0. In the game, pretty decent weather for a ball game. 79 degrees, partly cloudy, wind blowing in just a little bit. Shouldn't be too much of a factor today. We'll see how it is. The Astros been really hitting the long ball as of late, and Maeda quickly down 3-0 to Altuve. This one might be going down the pipe here. We'll see as Maeda delivers. Actually, he'll miss a 4-pitch walk to lead off the ball game for Kenta Maeda. Not the start you wanted as Altuve gets the free pass, and that'll bring up Michael Brantley. Brantley batting .287 this season, 14 home runs. Hoping to add number 15 here and give the Astros a 2-0 lead. But a fifth straight ball from Maeda as the count's 1-0. Pickoff move to try and get Altuve. He gets in under the tag of Sano. Maeda trying to figure it out here. Trying not to really quit a second one. Finally has one that hits the zone, a strike. Umpires today, Dave Lawrence behind the plate, Ricky Holiday at first, Daryl Parker over at second, and then Matthew Ross over at third for this game today. Another try and pick-off move to try and keep Altuve honest. So they're Maeda and the Twins infield really worried that he's going to be taking off here on them. So here is the 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed by Brantley for a strike, 1-2. Of the inning here, or just get an out here in the inning. That one misses low for a ball. 2-2 the count. As already he is nearing 10 pitches in this one. That one misses high, ball 3. Maeda in trouble now of walking the first two batters with first of the 1-2 punch and Alex Bregman on deck. Brantley chops one over to second. Arias tried to make the tag and couldn't, but he'll just throw on to first for the out there.
Batting third, the third baseman, number 2, Alex Bregman.
That'll bring up Alex Bregman, an all-star this season for the American League, 25 home runs. And again, as mentioned last night, if not for the man who's in the on-deck circle, he'd be really in the big talks to be MVP, as another one from Maeda misses for a ball, 1-0. See that number there, first in the AL with doubles. The Astros leading all of the AL as a team in doubles, up near around 130, just really blowing the competition away as Bregman chops one foul. Defensive alignment for the Twins. Left to right in the outfield to Eddie Rosario as Bregman fouls another one off. Out in center, Byron Buxton. Max Kepler out in right field. Around the horn on the infield, Josh Donaldson at third. Jorge Polanco at short. Luis Arias at second. Miguel Sano at first. As Bregman swings, as that's going to get away to the backstop, and he is going to reach on a drop third strike. Strikeout and a wild pitch, and I'll put runners at the corners with one out.
Alvarez.
That one got away from the catcher, Mitch Garver. And then, of course, Maeda on the mound. That closes out the Twins' defense. Here is Yordan Alvarez, the man that has just been on a tear this season, batting .400 against right-handed pitching. One out here in the top of the first. That one floats in for a strike, 0-1. You see it. Alvarez has had troubles this year, grounding into 11 double plays. That one misses down into the dirt, 1-1. Maeda having some trouble early on locating the off-speed pitch, nearing 20 pitches with only one out.
That's ball 2. I got 2-1 to count. Outside.
3-1 now as Maeda, despite having a perfect season so far, not looking his best out there right now. The 3-1 to Alvarez is swung on and golfed in the right, but that one will make the seats, and that'll run the count full with runners still holding at the corners. Payoff pitch from Maeda misses for ball 4. Still struggling to locate his other pitches outside of the fastball. 20 pitches, 1 out, and the bases are juiced for Carlos Correa. Correa digs in. Big opportunity to really get it going for the Astros. Of course, winning the first game of this series on Friday. First pitch misses for a ball, 1-0. An 8-3 win. So they really jumped on him. And then last night, jumping on Jake Odorizzi, making it a 7-3 win eventually. And wouldn't this be something to sweep the red-hot Twins? And again, a loss for the Twins today gives Cleveland the full outright division lead by half a game in the AL Central. 2-0 catches the zone, 2-1 the count. Another one misses for a ball, 3-1. Another batter that Maeda struggles to get behind. Correa might be swinging at this one, though. He does, and fouls it to the right side. Count full at 3-2. Payoff pitch again from Maeda. Golfed foul. Over by the third base coach, Gary Pettis. Count will remain full. Correa fouls off another good pitch. Keeping this one alive for himself. Maeda just looking to try and get out of the inning on anything hit on the ground. 91-mile-an-hour fastball fouled off again by Carlos Correa. 9th pitch of the at-bat coming. That one's into right. Will it get down for a base hit? No, it will not. '30th pitch for Maeda is swung on and hit foul again, so we keep it going. Payoff pitch one more time. Correa gets under it. Infield fly rule in effect. Sano will complete the out. And now Maeda gets a much-needed second out of the inning.
the first base.
What an at-bat by Correa. 11 pitches. That gets Maeda up over 30 pitches in this first inning with Gurriel coming to the plate. Correa bats decently against right-handers, as you see it there. 265 on the year. He's got the bases loaded and hoping for a big opportunity here to get the Astros on the board. First pitch misses for a ball, 1-0. Last night, Gurriel went 1 for 3, had a single. That one just catching the plate there on the circle change, 1-1. Everyone on base right now, a lot of them by virtue of the walk. Gurriel swings at a nice curve from Maeda, 1-2, as now Maeda's 1 strike from getting out of this horrible jam. Gurriel holds up on a pitch way low out of the zone. 2-2 the count. Chopped up the middle. Over to get it is shortstop Polanco, and he will get the force out over at second. Maeda gets out of the bases loaded jam, and we head to the bottom of the first. Astros miss big as they leave them loaded. Now we'll get a look at the Astros starter for the day. Zach Greinke, mullet and all, 10-8 this season, a 3.79 ERA. 135 strikeouts to 47 walks. Really needs to work well with the off-speed today. His counterpart from last night, Forrest Whitley, did a really good job doing that. He was player of the game, striking out 8 and only giving up 3 runs. He will face the lefty Max Kepler, batting right at 300, as we are finally in the bottom of the first after a disastrous first inning by Maeda, despite not giving up a run. First pitch for a ball, 1-0. And the Astros seeking win number 60 today, hoping to continue to cut into that lead that Oakland has, about 6.5 games up. That one's fouled off by Kepler. Greinke's 1-1 hit right back to him. He'll get set and throw on to first. And that will be the first out of the inning on a 1-3 putout, as Kepler could not get on. Now bring up the shortstop, Jorge Polanco. Batting .289, 20 home runs on the season. First pitch from Greinke misses in the lower corner of the zone, 1-0. Defensive alignment for the Astros, left to right in the outfield. Michael Brantley in left, center fielder George Springer, as that's fouled off, and will stay in play for Alex Bregman, who makes the play go into his right quickly now. 2 out in the bottom of the first for Zach Greinke.
Batting third, the catcher.
Out in right field is Josh Reddick. Around the horn on the infield. Over at third, as you saw, Alex Bregman. Correa at short. Jose Altuve over at second. Gurriel over at first. Wilson Ramos doing the catching for Zach Greinke today, as here is the catcher for the Twins, Mitch Garver, and what a season he has had. Batting third in the lineup as a catcher. That's something you don't really see nowadays, and this is just a welcoming sight to see catchers getting some good pop this year. First pitch from Greinke is strike.
0-1's the count.
No 1. This is outside for a ball, 1-1. Greinke would love to get out of the inning here with just 10 pitches, as Garver fouls that one off. Make the count 1-2. Another 1-2. Swung on and missed by Garver, as Greinke has himself a 9-pitch inning with a strikeout to cap it off. A good inning for the Astros ace. So we still have no score here in Minneapolis.
Leading off for Houston, the center
7, 8, and 9 due up to face Kenta Maeda, who had a less than godly first inning, as that one is going to, oh my goodness, went all the way to the backstop. Garver couldn't even glove it. That one, though, has a bit better chance of being located by Maeda. 1-1 the count now on George Springer.
Ball 2.
That one misses low, 2-1. Again, folks, if you're just joining us, I'm filling in for Beardy Buddha today. My name's Carlos Zimmerman, bringing you this South versus North matchup. Astros and Twins. Astros seeking a sweep today. After being swept by Oakland, as Springer puts that one on the ground, Polanco gloves it, throw to first, and dug out well by Sano for the first out of the inning here. Good defensive work there by the Twins infield. That'll bring up Wilson Ramos. Batting .246, spent most of this season with the Mets, picked up via trade. That sent Josh James and minor leaguer Chucky Robinson over to Queens. And Ramos to the Bayou City. First pitch, swinging is Ramos, and that will get into center for Buxton. And he will make the play here, 2 out. As this is a much more efficient inning for Kenta Maeda. 5 pitches compared to the 36 he threw in the top of the first. That'll bring up Josh Reddick, 9-hole hitter. But doesn't really play like a 9-hole hitter. He has been really hot as of late. Cooled off a little bit in this series with the Twins. Hoping to jump back on it here. The first pitch from Maeda misses low for a ball, 1-0. Reddick, of course, coming to the Astros back in 2016. Spent the first bit of his career in Boston. And went on to Oakland, where that's where he was able to gain some fame, and then had a 1-year stint with the Dodgers in 2016, and then I'm going to correct myself here, joining the Astros between the 16 and 17 offseason, and has been ever since. And Maeda having trouble against him here. Got a 3-0 count against that man right there to lead off the game, Jose Altuve. Trying not to lose Reddick. Reddick will hit one into play. Polanco gloves it, throws it on, and another excellent pick by Miguel Sano to get a 1-2-3 inning for Kenta Maeda. Bottom of the second, still no score here in Minnesota.
Leading off for the Twins, the designated hitter, Nelson Cruz.
Power hitting Nelson Cruz will lead things off here in the bottom of the second for Minnesota to face Zach Greinke. That one finds the zone. Good start by Greinke, 0-1. You see it there. Nelson Cruz 2 RBIs away from 1,200. One of the journeymen in this league. 15 seasons, as you saw. Next pitch from Greinke fouled off. Greinke's 0-2, fouled off again, 92-mile-an-hour high heater. Keeps the count at 0-2.
Nope. 1 ball.
Good waste pitch by Greinke, couldn't get Cruz to chase. That'll make the count 1-2. This game getting underway just a little bit behind schedule, about 4 minutes, so shouldn't be any major delays going forward as Cruz gets to that one. Greinke off the mound, and he'll make the play with ease over at first by the throw by Gurriel, and that'll be 1 out in the bottom of the second. That will bring up Eddie Rosario, also like Bregman, a 2020 AL All-Star. Very well for the Twins this season. 289, 28 home runs. That's the thing about this Twins lineup. Very, very good from top to bottom, much like the Astros. So I was hoping for maybe a bit more excitement out of this series, but it's really been all Astros. The run differential, 15 runs for the Astros and just 6 for Minnesota as that next one from Greinke misses. Eddie Rosario, member of 2 World Baseball Classic teams back in 2013 and 2017, winning silver medals in both years.
Ball. Count is 2
Of course, the 2013 one being won by the Dominican Republic, and then the 2017 won by the United States. Greinke's 2-1 to Rosario. Thought about pulling the trigger, did Eddie, but still called the strike, and the count's at 2-2. Just missing the outside part of the plate, and that'll make the count full with Josh Donaldson on deck.
Ball
3-2 misses outside for ball 4. First walk issued by Zach Greinke. And that's a runner for the Twins here in the bottom of the second as Donaldson will come up.
The third baseman, Josh Donaldson.
Of course, Josh Donaldson picked up in the offseason. Spent some time with the Braves last season. Of course, known more for his heroics as a member of the Oakland Athletics and the Toronto Blue Jays. Brought over here on a big-time contract. And after speaking with Beardy Buddha last night, that he hasn't really been able to bring much to the table after that big contract that the Twins gave him. A 4-year deal. As that one is hit down the line. Fair ball. Throw to Gurriel in time across the diamond from Bregman. And it'll be 2 out in the inning. That'll move the runner over to second. That should bring up Luis Arias.
Luis Arias.
Piano for Donaldson. 4-year, $92 million contract. As you see, Arias comes in here, riding a 12-game hitting streak. They're extending that last night with a pair of hits. Batting right at 300, much like his leadoff hitter, Max Kepler. Greinke's first pitch misses way outside for a ball 1-0. Arias signed out of Venezuela, of course. Been a good asset for the Twins. Was making his debut last season in May. Didn't play much in real life, but now in a starter role in bunt ball. See what he can do here with a runner in scoring position as Greinke's 91-mile-an-hour fastball catches the zone 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, Arias up the middle, and that'll get down for a base hit. Runner coming to the plate, and he will score. And the Twins strike first on an RBI single by Luis Arias. And it's 1-0 for the Twins. Good piece of hitting right back up the middle past Greinke. That'll bring up very tall Miguel Sano. Didn't have the night he wanted last night. First pitch, a strike. Greinke's 0-1, misses down and low as Rosario couldn't frame it properly. 1-1. Sano spending his entire career with the Twins, dating back to 2015. He's been an incredible asset for them over at first base as that one's fouled off. Make it count 1-2. As Sano puts a charge into that one high and deep to left field. And you can forget about it. That baby's gone. Sano's 25th on the year as there's Minnie and St. Paul. And it's quickly 3-0 Twins. Off of a mooch shot by their first baseman, Miguel Sano. It is 3-0. Oh my goodness, not what a Greinke wanted to see after such an efficient bottom of the first inning, 9 pitches. Gives up a walk to Rosario, a base hit to Araya, scoring Rosario, and now Miguel Sano puts that one up into left field. Correa hit one second deck last night. Let's see where this one lands. Way up in the second deck there, that little mezzanine. Greinke knew it immediately. And Minnesota having only 3 runs in this entire series with 3 on Friday, 3 on last night. They get 3 quickly as Buxton's going to lay one down. Bregman barehands it, throws to first, and that will end the inning. But Sano pads the 1-0 lead by putting one into the left field bleachers. Twins up 3-0 on the Astros as we head to the top of the third in Minneapolis. You're watching ML Buffball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the Astros, the second baseman.
Top of the order here for the Astros, 1, 2, and 3, starting with Jose Altuve. Maeda walked him his first time up on 4 pitches, and he'll start him with the ball here. 1-0. Maeda quickly down 2-0. Like I said, 4-pitch walk to lead off the ball game. And had the bases loaded at one point in that top of the first, Astros could not do anything with it. Another one that misses, 3-0. Altuve has not seen a single strike from Kenta Maeda so far. .30 offering. Misses outside for ball 4. A second straight 4-pitch walk. The Astros leadoff hitter, Jose Altuve. And quickly, Houston a runner on here with no one out in the third. I don't know what it is for Maeda. Just hasn't really brought his good stuff so far. I know there's still a goose egg on the board for the Astros, and the Twins are up 3-0, but he has just not looked himself out there as he's going to throw a ball here to Brantley, 1-0. Beautiful day at Virtual Target Field. Pickoff move again to try and get Altuve. Nothing happening. Offering to Brantley, misses inside, 2-0. Fastball, tried to get the call, didn't get it, did Maeda.
Come on now, it's the game right here.
2-0, that one catches the zone. 2-1 as Baldelli gives a sign. Good crowd on hand, hoping to see Maeda get it together. Brantley put something fierce behind that one, but fouled it off. 2-2. Brantley chases ball 3 and hits it foul. That'll keep the at-bat going. Pickoff move at Altuve again. Really concerned that he might steal here. Might not be a bad move by Dusty Baker to send him down by 3. 2-2 to Brantley, fouled off again in at the hands. Two again. Misses low, ball 3. Bregman on deck. I don't know if Maeda wants to afford to walk him here, but Brantley will get underneath of one. Chasing back after it is the left fielder, and that will make the out there. It does Rosario for the first out of the top of the third.
The third baseman, number 2.
So look at the stats here.
Bregman.
Maeda not in that top group. Currently tied with Masahiro Tanaka, Gio Gonzalez, Lucas Giolito, and Aaron Saval. Currently tied for 4th with all those wins there. Of course, Mike Fiers leads this entire American League with 14 of them. Been really good for Oakland lately, the former Astro. That'll bring up Alex Bregman as Maeda delivers from the stretch, and Bregman fouls it off 0-1. Bregman, like Alvarez, both of them combined have grounded into 22 double plays this season. A double play would get Minnesota out of the inning.
Nope, that's the ball.
As Altuve is going, throw into second, couldn't be gloved well by Arias. And that will be a stolen base for Altuve, 10th one on the year for him. Bregman fouls off the 1-1, makes it 1-2. It's a good effort by Garver to try and get him. It was going to be close as Bregman hits one off the end of the bat, reaching for it, throw on to Sano, and that will be second out here in the top of the third. Keeping Altuve over there at second, but still in scoring position.
The designated hitter, Yordan Alvarez.
You see it there. Bregman just really chased not a good pitch, and that's why the only reason he beat it into the ground. That'll bring up Yordan Alvarez. He walked back in the first. Maeda up over 60 pitches now. Definitely not the start he wanted. First pitch to Yordan. Hit to third. Donaldson gloves it, and he'll throw on to Sano with ease. Pulled him off a little bit, but kept the foot on the bag, did Sano, and that'll end the top of the third. Astros strand a runner in scoring position. Going to the bottom of the third, still 3-0 Minnesota. There is virtual Heidi Watney talking about this Twins hitting. They have been, really stellar. Second in runs per game, fourth in the MLB in average, fourth in on-base percentage, second in slugging, second in home runs. Not a lot of speed, as you can see, that's the only category that they are not top 10 in American League or in all of the majors. So, not a lot of speed, but man, do they have pop. That was shown by Miguel Sano an inning ago. Greinke hoping to recover from that first pitch to the German hitter, Max Kepler. Swings through that one and fouled. Actually, no, he fouled that one off. Thought he Ramos gloved it, but instead 0-2. Greinke's 0-2, misses low for a ball, 1-2. A little history behind Max Kepler. He back in his youth played association football in Germany for Hertha BSC. That one misses outside, 2-2. Played his baseball for Buschwinter Legionär Regensburg of Bundesliga, the highest baseball league in Germany. Did not know Bundesliga had baseball as well, so that was an interesting fact when I looked it up. 2-2, Kepler swings over, and that'll be a strikeout for Greinke. His second of the afternoon, 1 out now in the bottom of the third.
Not shortstop, Jorge.
Kepler was just way out in front of it, and just a really good off-speed pitch by the veteran Greinke. And we'll bring up Jorge Polanco, 0 for 1, popped out back in the first. First pitch, catches the zone, 0-1. Zach Greinke, like I mentioned, been around for quite some time. Spent his first 6 years in Kansas City. And then bounced around a little bit, not much tenures in Milwaukee or Anaheim, as that is going to be fouled on an attempted bunt by Polanco. And, of course, Greinke spent some time with the Dodgers as Polanco swings through that one. Another strikeout for Zach Greinke on the fastball there. Third one for him.
Now batting, the catcher, Mitch Garver.
You know, Kepler couldn't... was way out in front of a pitch there, and then Polanco couldn't catch up to that fastball. We'll see what Mitch Garver will do. 0 for 1. Greinke's 40th pitch is fouled off. 0-1 to count. And then I'm going to make an argument here that really Greinke's best years really came when he was a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks from 2016 through halfway of 2019 after the Astros traded for him. 1-1 count now on Garver. Of course, our resident Snakes man, Duggo, would concur with me that I think both teams really won that trade. As Greinke was sent over to Houston for Corbin Martin, J.B. Bukowskis,
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Seth Beer and Josh Rojas. Seth Beer and Botball, a staple now in the lineup for Arizona. So really, I think both teams won that trade as Greinke has got a full count now on the catcher for Minnesota, Mitch Garver. Payoff pitch coming as Garver will foul it off, and that'll keep the at-bat going. Greinke will try again, another 3-2. That is golfed down the left field line, but that will make the seats. Garver just a little bit too out in front of that one. Three-two, chopped up the middle. Correa will charge it and throw on to first. Actually, that was Altuve that made the play. The shift was on, and that'll be the end of the bottom of the third. Greinke gets out of that one. 1-2-3 inning for him. 2 strikeouts. Top of the fourth coming up. Houston still trying to look for their first hit.
Leading off for Houston, the shortstop, Carlos.
Kenta Maeda back out for another inning of work. Couple arms in the bullpen for the Twins. We'll get to that in a minute. First pitch to Correa misses. 1-0, and there is the 2 arms. Randy Dobnak and Michael Pineda, 2 guys. Or actually, Dobnak we saw last night. Pitched well, trying to limit the damage that Houston had, but they just got to him. So that one misses up, 2-0 to Correa. 0 for 1 today. So with that happened to Dobnak last night, it wouldn't surprise me if Pineda would be seen in the 5th. Correa hits that one foul. Again, the reason why the Twins have that up in the bullpen, a 30-plus pitch inning for Maeda in the top of the first. As Correa swings through that one. Nice slider from Kenta. I'll make it 2-2. Two-two offering misses outside for ball 3 with Gurriel on deck. Maeda might be in trouble of walking the leadoff hitter for 3 out of these 4 innings. Instead, Correa will hit one over to second. Arias makes a play going against him and still is able to fire it on to Sano, and that'll be the first out here in the 4th. That's the thing I'm sure that Rocco Baldelli loves out of his second baseman, being able to make those type of plays going to your right. He has been very well with his bat and his fielding has Luis Arias. With 1 out in the 4th, Yuli Gurriel will come to the plate. Maeda nears 70 pitches. First pitch floats into the zone for a strike, 0-1.
One and one.
Gurriel checks his swing there on a pitch low, 1-1. Again, Gurriel, 36 years old, but has been in the majors only for, this is his 5th season. Spent some time over in Japan for a couple of years, but it's become a staple here in Houston. Grounded over to short. Polanco will double clutch it and just beating Gurriel by a step. And that'll be 2 out here in the top of the 4th.
The center fielder, number 4, George.
Again, that little thing there, that little programming thing in MLB The Show, my buddy and colleague Jordan Smith will concur with me, just doesn't like that on a typical ground ball play, making it so close. If Gurriel was any more speedy, could have beat that out on that throw by Polanco. First pitch to Springer misses in, 1-0. Didn't have a great night last night. 0 for 4 with a strikeout after having a 2-home-run game the night before that on Friday, as that one bounces away from Garver. Maeda's 2-0 pitch. Misses low for ball 3. 2 out here. I expect this one to be hittable for Springer. kind of hittable, but it made the zone for Maeda. 3-1 the count. Springer, born in New Britain, Connecticut, of Puerto Rican and Panamanian descent. Astros, of course, have history with Panamanian players.
Nope.
That one misses high for ball 4. A 2-out walk, as that'll give the free pass to Springer. So the Astros once again have another base runner here in the top of, first one here for the top of the 4th. They'll keep Kenta Maeda in to face the catcher Wilson Ramos. 0-for-1. Flew out in the 2nd.
Come on, Chris. Oh, that's low.
First pitch misses for a ball, 1-0. But going back to my point about Panamanian players for Houston, one other name sticks out. That being Carlos Lee, the part of the Astros during some down years back in the mid to late 2000s. Of course, made his name known as a member of the White Sox. As Ramos grounds one, and Sano couldn't glove it, so that'll go into right for possibly a hit. That'll send Springer over to 3rd. I don't know what they're going to rule that. I thought Sano had a chance to glove it. Instead, runners at the corners and 2 out, and the tying run, Josh Reddick at the plate.
Ball inside.
Man, this is not what you want if you're Maeda. You're just called upon here to try and just get it out of this inning and then probably give way to Dobnak or Pineda in the 5th.
Look out, 1-1.
Reddick swings through that one, 1-1.
Nope.
That one floats through the zone but missed at the end. 2-1 on the 75-mile-an-hour curve.
Hey!
That one, though, finds the zone. Good pitch from Kenta Maeda. 2-2 the count. Springer at 3rd, Ramos at 1st. Maeda trying to get out of the jam. And he will with a swing and a miss by Josh Reddick. And that will end the top of the 4th inning. Astros do get a hit from Ramos. That's all they get as they strand a pair. Going to the bottom of the 4th. Still 3-0 Twins. As there is Heidi Watney once again. Probably talking about some Twins players. We're never probably going to ever get that mic fixed. The way things are going, you get a look at the Twins skipper, Rocco Baldelli. Former outfielder. Spent just about all of his career with the Tampa Bay Rays. One of those rare guys that was a part of a time where he was a member of the Devil Rays and the Rays after the Rays dropped the name Devil. Back in the 2000s. Nelson Cruz will lead things off here against Zach Greinke. Still trying to hold the Twins at 3-0. As the first pitch catches the zone for a strike 0-1. Cruz didn't really have a good night last night. Also probably could relate with Springer there as he swings through that 1-0-2. 3 strikeouts last night for the heavy-hitting Cruz. As Reddick's 0-2 is hit well into right. Reddick moves over to his right probably a couple steps, and that will be the first out at the bottom of the 4th.
Up next for Minnesota, the left fielder, Eddie.
Greinke having a much better outing so far than his counterpart Kenta Maeda, who we likely may not see in the bottom of the 5th unless they just call upon him to go 5. Here is Eddie Rosario, the left fielder for the Twins. He gets one into right, and he will beat the shift, and that will be cut off by Reddick, making sure he does not go over to the 2nd. So a 1-out hit for Eddie Rosario on a first pitch swinging. And the Twins got something cooking here in the bottom of the 5th. Could not get that out if I tried. Bottom of the 4th, excuse me. I'll bring up Josh Donaldson. First pitch misses, 1-0. As Donaldson hits this one into left center field, will it be caught? No, it will not, as that one falls Into the Twins bullpen, a 2-run shot off of Josh Donaldson. 415 feet on the ticker tape. And the Twins bust this one open. It is 5-0 as the Twins fans finally have something to cheer about in this series. That one caught way too much of the plate, and much like Sano's home run, Greinke knew that was gone off the bat. That one had no chance for coming back as it falls into the Twins bullpen, and like I said, a 5-0 lead now for the Twins. Here is Luis Arias, and Greinke throws the ball 1-0. So it is safe to say now the Twins will not finish the day with 3 runs, much akin to their last 2 outings. That one finds the zone. So Arias looking to extend his 12-game hitting streak to 13. Right, he has extended it. Now at a 12-game hitting streak, excuse me. He did have a hit in this one. The 1-1 from Greinke misses way inside at the knees, 2-1. Arias may have gotten a piece of that one. Regardless, it's 2-2. Arias fouls that one down the left field line. Keeping the at-bat going here. Greinke just trying to stop the bleeding at this point with nobody on. That one in at the hands. Bregman will come in and make the play. Nice play with the glove down, and that'll be 2 out here in the 4th.
The first baseman, Miguel.
That will bring up Miguel Sano. Like I said, 2-run shot back in the 2nd that made it 3-0. He's only 1 for 1 as this is his 2nd at-bat. Swings through a pitch he'd love to have back, I'm sure. 0-1 the count. He's been riding it hot as of late. 8 RBIs in his last 4 games, averaging 2 a game. So he's got 1. He's got 2 today, so that average will keep going as he fouls another one off.
The count is 1-2.
Greinke misses there with a slider. 1-2 the count. Couldn't get Sano to chase. Greinke just trying to get out of the inning here and send it to the 5th. The 1-2 misses inside as Sano didn't pull the trigger. Sano swings and misses at a pitch inside. 91-mile-an-hour fastball gets him, but Josh Donaldson puts one into the left field bullpen of the Twins and has extended their lead, their biggest one of the series. 5-0 over the Astros right now as we head to the 5th in Minneapolis. Top of the 5th is Heidi Watney's talking about Yuli Gurriel. Will be the 2nd batter of this inning. As you see Dusty Baker and Brent Strom talking things over, possibly thinking about getting a bullpen arm up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
as Michael Pineda, he will come into the game for the Twins. You see it, his 12th appearance of the year, 3-0, has a save to him this season. In 43 1/3 innings of work, he'll be called upon here to try and get Altuve, who has walked both his times up on 8 pitches, all of them being 4-pitch walks. Hoping to maybe hit something into play here and get something going for the Astros as we're in the 5th, almost halfway through this one. As Pineda's first pitch is a strike. First strike Altuve has seen all day. It's 0-1. Pineda's 0-1 hit into play and into center field for a base hit. So Altuve, his 3rd time up, is able to put one into play, and he's got himself a single to lead off the 5th.
Number 23, Michael Brantley.
Now that will bring up Michael Brantley. 0 for 2 today is flied out and grounded out. Pena winds and delivers. Swinging through that one is Brantley, 0-1. You know, I love Michael Pineda's delivery. It's just it's very interesting. Just cocks the arm back, and then is able to just fire it on there with one finger on the ball. Find it just very unique out of the Twins' long reliever.
Ball that's outside.
That one misses outside for a ball, 1-1. No pickoff moves yet. Altuve already has a stolen base in this one. As Pineda's 1-1, that one misses outside again, 2-1.
One strike.
That one floating in there and catching the zone at the knees, 2-2. Good changeup from Pineda. Looking for the punch out here. This is inside for a ball, and that'll run the count full. Definitely not what you want to do, give a leadoff hit and then walk the next guy up to hand things over to Bregman. I know Bregman's been quiet, but you never know what can happen. Payoff pitch. Fouled off by Brantley. Another 3-2 from Pineda, misses inside for ball 4. Good at bat there by Michael Brantley, and that'll be 2 on. Nobody out here for Alex Bregman. Folks, I do want to take this opportunity to remind you to donate to our charity this week, Meals on Wheels. An incredible organization helping out the seniors of America. Got a bunch of locations across the United States. They do incredible work. So if you love what you see, hit ! Donate, put that in the chat, and they'll take you to a link to be able to donate. Also, you can scroll down and look at our PayPal link, and that's another way you can donate as well. We would appreciate your donation to Meals on Wheels. 2 on, nobody out. And quickly a 2-0 count here against Alex Bregman from Pineda.
That's ball 3.
Misses high for ball 3. Really shaky start for Pineda, much like Maeda back in the top of the first. Bregman get the green light, a 3-0. Misses outside for ball 4, and the bases are loaded with nobody out for Yordan Alvarez.
Designated hitter.
Could that possibly it for Pineda? Will they go to the bullpen? They have Tyler Clippard and Sergio Romo up, and they will let Pineda pitch to Alvarez, who's 0 for 1, and he walked in the first. And you just look at those numbers. He's first in average, first in home runs, first in RBIs. So he has that triple crown there. He also has the nerdy triple crown with on-base percentage, OPS, and slugging. He's first in all of those as well in the American League. As the first pitch to him misses inside for a ball, 1-0. But you look at that total. He's 8th in the American League in strikeouts, so he's vulnerable as well. Pineda's 1-0. Swung on and hit over to first. Sano will throw it. Polanco back to first. And that will be a twin killing as Alvarez grounds into his 12th double play of the year. That does score a run as Altuve scores. It is 5-1 as Alvarez, man, he just beat that one into the ground, and with Sano just making a really good play on the 3-6-3 twin killing. Actually, no, I think it was a 3-6-1. Pineda went over to make that play. My mistake. The Astros take that goose egg off the board. It's 5-1, but the bases are almost clear as the runner is now over at third in Brantley. First pitch to Correa, a strike, 0-1. Next pitch from Pena misses high, 1-1. He could not locate the fastball. Correa swings through that one. 1-2 the count. Correa gets underneath of that one. Chasing after it is Buxton, and he's going to have to play that one off the wall, way off the top of the wall. That'll score another run in Brantley, and it's 5-2 on an RBI double by Carlos Correa, his 20th of the year. Thought that had a chance of hanging up, but it bounces just off the top of the wall as Correa just missed a 2-run homer. It's now 5-2 as the Astros take 2 runs back from Minnesota. Here's Yuli Gurriel. First pitch, a strike. Two out, runner on at second in Correa, and Pineda quickly up 0-2 on Yuli. The 0-2 way outside and off the plate over the other batter's box. 1-2. One-two to Yuli. This is up and in. He works it back to 2-2. Swing and a miss from Yuli Gurriel, and then now Pineda gets out of that inning, but the Astros get a pair of runs by a double play RBI and then a base hit by Correa. It's 5-2 as we head to the bottom of the fifth. 9-1-2 due up for the Twins.
Leading off for the Twins.
Here is Byron Buxton, a pair of arms up in the pen now for the Astros. You'll see them in just a moment. As Greinke's back out for his 5th inning of work. First pitch misses for a ball, 1-0. So there you go. You got the lefty Framber Valdez and the newly acquired Alex Wilson. Buxton swings at a pitch up high, 1-1. Swings at another one, 1-2. Byron Buxton looking to try and help his cause out here. Instead, he'll ground one, and that will get through the infield for a base hit. A leadoff hit for the Twins center fielder, and there's a runner here for him with nobody out.
Now batting, right fielder, Max Kepler.
Typically, when you beat those into the ground, it's usually not going to work out well for you, but with the way the infield was playing straight up, they left that big gap, and that is going to do it for Zach Greinke. 4 innings, 5 runs given up. He's on the hook for the loss. We'll see who Dusty Baker goes to. I'm assuming it'll be Valdez with the lefty hitting Kepler up.
Your attention, please.
And no, they're going to go to a guy who was not really up in there. They're going to go to their long reliever in Brad Peacock. 43rd appearance for him. Has a couple spot starts this year. 7-4, 5.07 ERA. Oh, excuse me. Fighting a little bit of allergies today, as he's going to face 2 lefties here in Kepler and Polanco, so I'm impressed that they went to him instead of Valdez, as lefties have a better time hitting against Peacock. The runner on in Buxton. Throw over there, just getting back in time, was Byron. Definitely a major steal opportunity here for the Twins. See if they decide to test Ramos's arm. First pitch to Kepler. Is there. Here goes Buxton, and he is in with ease. No chance Ramos was going to have him there. Just a big-time jump. As, man, he was already halfway to second when the pitch landed in Ramos's glove, and now it's a runner over at second on the stolen bag by Buxton. Kepler fouls off the knuckle curve, 0-2. Two misses way up and in around the noggin of Kepler. 1-2 the count. One hit here for the Twins, and that could get them a 4-run lead, get one of those runs back that they lost in the top half. As Peacock's 1-2 pitch, Kepler hits that one through the gap for a base hit. Brantley will glove it, and it wasn't far enough for Buxton to come home despite his speed. And that will be 2 on and nobody out. The Twins are threatening to extend their lead. Like I said, lefties hit well against Peacock, and that came out into force there as the first pitch to Jorge Polanco is a strike 0-1. Polanco 0 for 2, struck out and popped out. Definitely do some bigger damage here. You can make it a 6-run game with a home run. Make it a 6-2 ball game with just a hit into the outfield, or even on the infield for that matter. The 0-1 hits Polanco. And so a base hit by Buxton, a base hit by Kepler, and now a hit by pitch for Polanco has loaded the bases for the Twins, and nobody out still for Mitch Garver. Only has 1 hit in this series, 0 for 2 today, but a big spot for the Twins catcher. The first pitch by to Garver is hit deep into left field, and that one ain't coming back. Oh my goodness, a grand slam from Mitch Garver. His 31st home run of the year, and he has blown it big time open. A 7-run lead now on the grand salami by the Twins catcher. It's 9-2. Oh my goodness, just a heartbreaker for Houston today, looking for the sweep. Now that's starting to look a lot unlikely as Garver first pitch swinging and puts that one into the seats. That has made it 9-2. Oh my.
Oh, that's out.
No kidding, EP. There in the Twitch chat. Grand slam indeed as the Twins now lead the Astros by 7 runs, 9-2. As Cruz swings through that one. Peacock now just looking to limit the damage at this rate as that one misses inside for a ball, 2-1. That'll officially close the line on Zach Greinke, who's still on the hook for a loss, giving up officially 6 runs. On as however many hits it's been for him. It's been a lot for the Twins today as that one finds the zone by Peacock, 2-2. Gave up a walk. 2 strikeouts, I believe, is all he had, as there's a strikeout. Peacock gets Cruz with the slider, and there is finally the first down, and there is the official line. 4 innings, 5 hits, 6 earned runs, a walk and 4 strikeouts, and 68 pitches by Zach Greinke. Again, facing a loss today, and that would drop him his 8th loss of the year. Peacock now just trying to stop the gushing blood. That is the Twins' 9 runs today. First pitch to Eddie Rosario misses inside for a ball, 1-0. A lot of all-stars on this Twins lineup, I'm noticing. Polanco, Rosario, Nelson Cruz. well represented at this year's All-Star game just a few weeks back. We're now into the month of August. The playoff push now is real. Twins, of course, a win today keeps themselves up a half a game on the Indians, leaving the Indians in that wild card race with the White Sox. If the season were to end today, they would be the two teams leaving out the Rays, the Astros, and the Angels. As Rosario fouls that one off 2-2. Twins would be the 1 seed, then the Athletics, and then the Yankees would have to play the play-in team. As Peacock misses inside for ball 3, count full as Donaldson's on deck. Payoff pitch for Brad Peacock, misses outside for ball 4, and so a walk. Puts another runner on for the Twins as Donaldson will come up, and will they pull the plug on Peacock?
Your attention, please.
And then indeed they will. Baker goes to his bullpen, and here's the guy who I figure should have been the one brought in. Framber Valdez, 55th appearance for him, 3-0 record, 15 holds. You look at that average there, my goodness. Lefties bat 186 against him, so I don't know why Baker didn't go to him to face Kepler and Polanco. Could have been a definitely different inning. He'll face the righty Josh Donaldson, runner Rosario at first pitch, fouled off. Still in the bottom of the 5th here. Next pitch to Donaldson is just skied on the infield. Ramos will get underneath of it just a few feet in front of home plate, and that'll be out number 2 here in the 5th.
The batter, number 2, second baseman, Luis Arias.
That'll bring up the second baseman, Luis Arias, 1 for 2, single, and RBI and a run scored. Now batting .301 on the year. Got a good pop in this bat, but the matchup here favors Valdez. First pitch, Arias swinging, and Reddick's got a chase after that, but that one's not going to come back. It bounces off the facade and right, a 2-run shot for Luis Arias. 5th on the year for him, and man, the Twins just punishing the Astros today for the Astros actions in the first 2 games. It's now 11-2. I know the matchup favored Valdez, but he left that one way up, and Arias, this one I think just snuck out of here. Just bouncing off of those plants up there on the facade in right field. That has really busted this one wide open, folks. A 9-run lead for the Twins, and here is Miguel Sano, who he has a home run in this one. Back in the 2nd inning, that made it 3-0. .1-0 pitch from Framber Valdez. This is low for a ball, 2-0. Two out here in the bottom of the 5th. Valdez's 2-0 pitch swung at by Sano and fouled off, 2-1. This inning got out of hand already. Greinke giving up a base hit to Buxton, a walk to Max Kepler, or a base hit by Kepler. And Polanco hit by the pitch by Brad Peacock, and then Mitch Garver just put it into the left field seats. That made it 9-2, and then now the 2-run shot by Arias has made it 11-2. Just an inning that has gotten way out of hand. As it's now a full count here for Sano, as here is Buxton, as the Twins have nearly batted around. Payoff pitch for Valdez. Swung on and missed by Sano. 2-seamer gets him, and that will mercifully end the bottom of the 5th. Twins get 6 runs across, and they have really blown it open. It's 11-2 as we head to the 6th. George Springer will come up here. Michael Pineda will remain in the game as the Twins, again with that 6th spot in the bottom of the 5th, will keep him in. For obvious reasons, first pitch to George Springer catches the upper half of the plate, 0-1. Randy Dobnak still up in the bullpen now, stretching and tossing. Sergio Romo might be the guy that comes in as he's warming up. Pineda's 0-1 to Springer, misses outside, 1-1. Astros get a 3-game series with Arizona back in Houston. Springer fouls that one off, 1-2. As for the Twins, they will, trying to find it here. Gonna get a series with the Indians up next as that one makes the count 2-2. Of course, Beardy Buddha, he'll be back for those. Springer hits one right to Miguel Sano, sticks the glove up and makes the play on the screamer, 1 out in the 6th.
Ramos.
Folks, we got some fun stuff as Ramos is at the plate. We got some fun stuff coming up for you in the primetime hours starting tomorrow. The ML Buffalo Broadcaster Tournament. Here on MLB 20, the show is Ramos hits one into left, and picking it up on a bounce will get Ramos a base hit. Wow. Rosario couldn't glove it there as that one is going to go down for Ramos, and the Astros have a 1-out runner here in the top of the 6th. But back to what I was saying, a broadcaster tournament kicking off tomorrow at 7:15 Eastern. They'll start with Heinz AS against P. Mr. 3, that one going at 7:15, and then right after them, P. Mr. and JD Gregory will go at it at 7:55. And then towards the 9 o'clock hour, starting at 8:40, JD Gregory will go up against Heinz AS. And then Duggo and Jake get to have a battle, a couple Snakes broadcasters. Reddick gets underneath of one, and Blanco will move a little bit to his left, and that'll be the 2nd out here in the top of the 6th. And then later that night at 10:05 Eastern Time, Cookie will go up. Cookie, our buddy Ian, he'll go up against Jake. And that will come at 10:05. And then that'll give way to the next time the Twins will be here on Buttball tomorrow. Cleveland and Minnesota. Beardy Buddha Special FX will be on for that one. And then another slate coming up on Tuesday for the broadcaster tournament. So we got some good fun for you guys in the primetime hours of Buttball coming up Monday and Tuesday. Should correct myself. That's Jake Zim, I believe, not Jake D. My mistake. For that broadcaster tournament. Michael Pineda just trying to get this last out here in the top of the 6th. Jose Altuve at the plate, a 1-for-1 with a pair of walks. Runner Ramos over at first. Astros just trying to do what they can as the next one misses up and in, ball 2. Two-one from Pineda, swung at and missed by Altuve, 2-2 the count. Altuve doesn't offer at the 2-2. Instead, it'll be a full count with Brantley on deck. Altuve gets underneath of this one, hits it into deep center field, but with room will be Buxton a few steps in front of the track. And that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. Astros strand a runner, still down by 9 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Twins leading this one. Well, here is Byron Buxton as the Twins brought 9 batters to the plate last inning. Framber Valdez will remain in the ballgame. The first pitch to Buxton is swung and hit well into left. Going after it is Brantley, but that one is going to sail out of here. Byron Buxton joins the home run barrage for the Twins today as this one continues to get out of hand. A 10-run lead now for the Twinkies, and it's now 12-2. Buxton hooks that one inside the left field foul pole. Thought Brantley may have had a chance at it, but now I look at it, no way that was coming back. Now a 10-run lead. This one is just way out of hand as Kepler hits one in at the hands, and Correa will make the play with the shift on. There's your first out of the sixth.
Not shortstop, Jorge Polanco.
Jorge Polanco now at the plate. 0 for 2. Hit by the pitch last inning. Set up that Mitch Garver grand slam. First pitch to Polanco in there for a strike, 0-1. The 0-1 misses low for a ball, 1-1. Beardy Buddha, I know you're probably not watching right now, but Twins combined for 6 runs in the last 2 games, and now they've hit twice as many in this game alone as Polanco grounds to Altuve and throw on to Gurriel in time for out number 2.
The catcher, number 8, Mitch.
Folks, coming up after this one, Royals and Tigers get underway out in Comerica Park in Detroit. Graterol versus Boyd out there, a battle of 2 teams in the AL Central that are just trying to salvage whatever season they can, as there's no chance for them to make the playoffs. Cookie Eater was supposed to call today. I believe it'll be someone different out there today. Could be wrong. But we'll see who decides to step up and call that one. That one coming up supposed to be in 25 minutes. That'll definitely be a different time, as this one has been an offensive-heavy game for Minnesota. As Valdez has not offered anything to Garver yet that has been hittable, and that'll continue as it's 3-0 with Cruz on deck. Bottom of the 6th, 2 out. 3-0 pitch to Garver, misses for ball 4, and that'll keep the inning going. I mean, I don't really blame Valdez for not really pitching anything to Garver that he can hit after that grand slam he hit. It's a 2-out runner here for Minnesota, and that'll bring up Nelson Cruz, hoping to turn things around here. First pitch to Cruz in the happy zone for a strike, 0-1. You see him there tied for 5th in the American League, 73 runs scored. Hasn't seen much in this series in terms of scoring, as he'll hit that one to short. Correa will glove it and throw on to first. Gurriel plays it on a bounce, and that'll be end of the bottom of the 6th. Another home run by the Twins extends their lead to 10 off the bat of Byron Buxton. We head to the back half of this one, the final 3 innings. 9 outs for Houston left.
Leading off
2, 3, and 4 due up here as Michael Pineda will continue his work here into the 7th. Facing the lefty Brantley, 0 for 2 today. The heel swings at the first pitch, and that's a fair ball down the left field line, and that will get all the way to the wall. Brantley will chug on into second with a lead-off double. His 32nd on the year, and the Astros have a base runner with no one out.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and that'll effectively close the day for Michael Pineda, and that'll bring up Randy Dobnak. 6-4 record, a blown save, 4.19 ERA. He'll just be called upon here. Slow down the Astros bats and prevent any sort of comeback from happening. His 22nd appearance of the season. He will face Alex Bregman, who's been pretty quiet in this series. 3 for 11, 0 for 2 today. That one finds the zone for a strike, 0-1. Brantley over at second. Bregman trying to bring him home. 0-1 pitch from Dobnak. Is chopped to third. Gloved well by Donaldson. Quick transition from glove to hand. And that'll be the first out here in the top of the 7th, as Bregman is 0 for 3 today now.
The batter, number 44, designated hitter, Yordan Alvarez.
That'll bring up the lefty hitting Rodon Alvarez. He's 0 for 2 today. The walk back in the first inning. Seems like an eternity ago. He looks for home run number 43 on the year. First pitch. Fouled off. 0-1. Dobnak checks Brantley at second, throws in Alvarez, and swings wildly at ball 1. Instead, it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Dobnak, same space, but Alvarez knows not to chase it, and instead it's 1-2. 1-2 pitch again, misses just off the plate, and Alvarez works it back to 2-2. To Alvarez, misses inside for ball 3. So from 0-2, Alvarez works it back full. Dobnak in danger of filling that open base at first. Alvarez hits that one off the end of the bat, but going after it will be Kepler near the wall, and that'll be out number 2 here in the top of the 7th. Alvarez gave it a ride, but couldn't quite pull it out of here.
The batter, number 1, shortstop Carlos Correa.
That'll bring up Correa, 1 for 3 today with a double. Brantley's still over there at second, hoping to come home. First pitch. In there for a strike from Randy Dobnak. And the Astros were looking for a sweep today, not looking likely now. They're going to get 2 out of 3 against the Twins as Correa fouls one off 0-2. Unless they somehow miraculously come back down by 10. As the 0-2 to Correa misses low for a ball 1-2 as Dobnak couldn't locate his fastball. One-two to Correa, misses outside for a ball, so much like the last at-bat, we're able to work it back even as Correa. The 2-2 pitch in, but caught with a backhand by Jorge Polanco. That looked like it could sneak into left, but it didn't. So Polanco makes a good play, and that'll end the inning. Astros strand another runner. We have stretch time here in Minneapolis.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Houston.
As here is Alex Wilson, his 31st appearance on the year. 2-1 record in 31 1/3 innings pitched, 2.01 ERA. 4 strikeouts to every walk in his appearances this season, so he's done fairly well. Picked up by Houston by a trade with Detroit. He'll face the 5, 6, and 7 starting with Eddie Rosario. That one misses off the black, 1-0. That one in the zone, but man, Rosario got a hold of that one high and deep into right center, and that one is gone. Oh my goodness, the home runs just keep coming. A solo shot for Eddie Rosario, 389 feet, and now it's 13-2. It is hard to pick out a guy on this team that has not really had a home run today so far. As Rosario got a hold of a pitch from Alex Wilson, and he just put it into right center. Let's see where this one landed. 102.6 miles an hour exit velocity. Just bouncing off the stairs there up in a really high right field wall here at Target Field. And now it's an 11-run lead. And 2 pitches for Alex Wilson. He's already given up a run, but that one finds the zone for a strike against Donaldson, 0-1. Donaldson had a home run earlier in this game. 6-hole hitter for the Twins. Next pitch from Wilson misses low, 1-1. Couple arms up in the bullpen. Presley stretching and tossing. Joe Smith getting set to probably come in if this gets worse. Again, the Astros, they're going to meet Arizona back home in Houston this week. For, I believe, either a 2-game or 3-game series with them. Twins welcome in Cleveland. They're in-division rivals. Devin Smeltzer set to go tomorrow for Minnesota. And on Wednesday, Jose Barrios ought to be up for them again, as that one is fouled off by Donaldson, count 2-2. Wilson trying to get a punch out, but couldn't get it there, as it's a full count now with Arias on deck. "3-2, swung at wildly and missed. Donaldson goes down swinging on a nice slider from Alex Wilson, and there's one out in the bottom of the 7th.
Batter, number 2, second baseman, Luis Arias.
That'll bring up Luis Arias. He had a home run today. He's 2 for 3 with that homer, single and 3 RBIs. I'm going to look up and down in this lineup. Rosario just hit a home run. Donaldson has a home run. Arias hit a home run. Sano got the home run going back in the second with a 2-run shot. That was 3-0 at the time. Buxton has a home run. Kepler does not. Neither does Polanco. Neither does Cruz. So basically, this back half of the lineup of the Twins has been the ones producing the runs today. Mitch Garver's got that grand slam. So really, Kepler, Polanco, and Cruz are the only 3 players that have not joined the home run hitting barrage today. As the 2-1 from Alex Wilson is hit down the left field line. Will it stay fair? No. As the 2-2 fouled off again by Arias. Wilson just trying to get out of this as Arias hits one now down the right field foul line, and that one is going to keep the count at 2-2. Another 2-2 offering as Arias hits this one into right center field. Reddick, thankfully, will come in and make the play as that one was hit well by Arias, but stays in the park. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th.
First baseman, Miguel Sano.
Here is Miguel Sano, aforementioned, had that home run earlier. 1 for 3 as that's his only hit. First pitch from Wilson. Fouled off to the right, 0-1. Sano looks at the 0-1, and he'll keep looking at it as that one misses, 1-1. 2 games after Kansas City and Detroit. Mike Minor and Eduardo Rodriguez battle it out in a continued rivalry as Sano wildly swings at that one. As the Yankees and Boston continue their rivalry series, New York been pretty dominant in that one. Justin Rock in Special FX, they'll be on the call for that one. That ought to be a fun one to listen to, folks, so please stick around for that one after Kansas City and Detroit. And then in the Bop Ball After Dark, Seattle and Los Angeles. Angels of Anaheim, they go at each other. Yusei Kikuchi and Felix Pena. we'll have the battle there in the bubble after dark as Sano is caught looking at that one, and that'll be a strikeout for Alex Wilson. But the Twins add another one as Eddie Rosario goes yard. Makes it 13-2. The lead is 11 as we head to the 8th. Astros down to their final 6 outs and trying to make any semblance of a comeback. I'm really doubting it at this point, but Yuli Gurriel will come to the plate 0 for 3. Final touch on that bubble after dark game, Brother Beard and TARDIS 16. They'll be on the call for that one. Be sure to tune in to the rest of the games here. Got 3 more for you tonight. As Kansas City and Detroit, once again, they'll get underway tentatively after this one is wrapped up. The 0-1 in at the hands of Gurriel and will stay on the infield. Over to make the play is Donaldson, and that will be the first out here in the 8th.
Now batting, the center fielder, George Springer.
And that will bring up George Springer. 0 for 2 today, walked in the 4th. He started to turn it around a little bit. He had 2 home runs in the first game of this series.
1-0.
Hitting a pair off of Jose Barrios, but has been silent ever since. Didn't have a hit yesterday, and so far doesn't have one yet. As this crowd of nearly 31,100 people have been loving what they've been seeing from their Twins today. They're more than likely going to be able to keep their AL Central lead, barring a comeback by the Astros. They'll be up half a game on the Indians, and that'll be critical as they come to town starting tomorrow. Dobnak finally gets one into the zone here against Springer. 2-1 the count. Springer hits that one into right center field. Could be trouble, and it's going to get down between Arias, Buxton, and Kepler, as none of them could get in, as there is the first hit in quite some time for Springer in this series. He's now 1 for 3 today. And a runner here for the Astros with 1 out. Now bring up Wilson Ramos, has really been the best hitter for Houston today. 2 for 3 of the pair of singles. As that one's going to get into left field for a base hit. That'll bounce off the wall. Springer will go first to third, and a third single for Wilson Ramos. Has got runners at the corners and only 1 out.
The right fielder.
That one slapped over the glove of Donaldson. That will bring up Reddick. Dobnak will be staying in to face him. First pitch to Reddick is hit down the right field line for a base hit. Scoring is Springer. Diaz will go first to third, and Reddick will get into second with an RBI double. It's now 13-3 with runners at third and second.
The second baseman.
As Reddick hits his 16th double on the year. Man, he was eager to hit that one over the head of Miguel Sano and got all the way to the wall. Reddick, with his speed, despite his age, able to get into second. And now, what does Baldelli decide to do? He will let Dobnak pitch to Altuve. 1 for 2, single, run scored. And a pair of walks for the Astros leadoff hitter. One out here in the 8th. Runners at third and second, both in scoring position. First pitch from Dobnak. In there for a strike as Altuve didn't offer at it. The 0-1 misses for a ball. Dobnak couldn't get the call on the slider. Another 1-1. That one right in the spot. Altuve thought he would hack at it, and he didn't. It's 1-2 instead. Doesn't offer it another one there. 2-2 the count as Altuve has not decided to swing at any of them. Will he do it here? 2-2. He does swing at it, and he missed it, as that is a strikeout for Randy Dobnak. I'll give him 2 out here in the 8th, and that'll keep the runners at third and second.
Michael Greinke.
Altuve just could not catch up to that one. And that'll bring up the left-hitting Michael Brantley. 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored. First pitch to him. This is inside, 1-0. Again, runner at third and second, Ramos at third, Reddick at second. The 1-0 catches the upper half of the plate, 1-1. Dobnak likely called upon here to close out the 8th, and then probably they'll go to someone like maybe Sergio Romo for the 9th. Maybe they'll just let Dobnak pitch into the 9th. Let him do it, and they'll just do it with 3 pitchers today. Maeda, Pineda, and Dobnak. Here is the 1-1. Brantley gets into one, into center. Not deep enough as Buxton has plenty of room, and he will make the play on one leg for the 3rd out of the 8th. Astros get a run back, but they're going to need a miracle at this point. Down by 10 as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Buxton, Kepler, and Polanco due up.
Leading up for the
Alex Wilson called upon here in the bottom of the 8th. Just try and get 3 outs and just prevent this from getting worse than it's already been. First pitch to Buxton misses for a ball, 1-0. That's definitely going to be the case because the Astros have sat everyone in the bullpen. They're just going to let this ride out. Another one misses to Buxton, 2-0. Next pitch swung over and missed by Buxton. 2-1 the count from Wilson. That one catches the black on the outside of part of the plate. 2-2. Good job by Wilson to work it back. And the even count offering is swung on and hit in the air to right field. Coming in is Reddick, and he will make the play for the first out here in the 8th. So the first time since the 5th inning that these innings don't start with a home run.
Now batting, the right fielder, Max Kepler.
That'll bring up Max Kepler. Again, one of 3 guys who hasn't gone yard today, but he has a hit, 1 for 4, single and a run scored. That leaves Nelson Cruz as the only player today that has not had a base hit. First pitch to him. Way inside for a ball, 1-0. Again. Kepler fouls it off, makes the count 1-1. Another 1-1, misses inside, 2-1. Getting a little history on Alex Wilson. Of course, actually played, actually no, that was his father, excuse me, I was about to say. So he'll get ready to deliver a 2-1 to Max Kepler. Kepler fouls it off, makes the count 2-2. Played his college ball at Winthrop University out of the Big South Conference. The 2-2 to Kepler, fouled off again. Played his collegiate summer ball, did Alex Wilson, for the Falmouth Commodores of the Cape Cod Baseball League, so our buddy Justin Rock should know a little thing or two about that. Had Tommy John surgery back in 2007, so he has had it. He fouls another one off. And then in 2008, he transferred over from Winthrop to Texas A&M. Was drafted by the Cubs in the 10th round of 2008, did not sign, and then redrafted in 2009 by the Red Sox in the 2nd round. So a good move by him as he gets Kepler swinging there for a strikeout for him. And now there's 2 out in the bottom of the 8th.
Batter number 11, shortstop, Jorge Polanco.
Another interesting fact about Alex Wilson is you get a look at Kepler's at-bat there against Wilson. He was collegiate baseball. Named him the National Freshman Pitcher of the Year in 2006. Of course, the real Alex Wilson has actually called it a career. He still lives on here in Bothell as a member of the Houston Astros. after just a few he spent 2 seasons with Boston, and of course with the Tigers, and then last year was with the Brewers, and a member of that 2017 World Baseball Classic team for the United States. But yeah, definitely just an excellent pitcher all around, as he's now up 0-2 here against Polanco, who actually is 0-3. So Polanco and Cruz, the only 2 Twins that have not got on base today. Here is the 0-2 offering to Jorge Polanco, and he won't offer at it as it misses outside 1-2. Another 1-2. Hit up the middle. Gloved over there by Correa with the shift on in the dirt, but picked out well by Gurriel to end the bottom of the 8th. 3, 4, and 5 up for Houston in the top of the 9th. Last chance for them to try and make something happen, down by 10.
Your attention, please.
Now they will go to... The Twins are going to go to their closer. Taylor Rogers up by 10 just to try and close the door. 41st appearance for him. 28 saves out of 29 opportunities. Of course, not a save opportunity for the Twins.
Alex Bregman.
As Alex Bregman will kick things off here, 0-3, grounded out in the 5th. The first pitch from Taylor Rogers in there for a strike, 0-1 to Bregman. He'll deliver another 0-1. That one fouled off into the seats. Quickly down 0-2. Another 0-2 offering. Bregman just getting a piece of that one. So barring a comeback, Astros will fall to 59 and 52, putting them even further behind Oakland. The 0-2 to Bregman misses inside for a ball. Twins will improve to 72 and 41. And again, they'll be half a game up on the Indians as they are going to welcome Indians to town. Coming up for a 3-game series, and that could definitely sway things and how things play out in the Central, as Bregman fouls another one off from Rogers. Again, the Astros get a 3-game series with Arizona. Interleague matchup should be a good one. Duggo going to be calling a majority of those as Bregman fouls another one off from Rogers. One-two again from Taylor. Misses well inside, backing Bregman off the plate. 2-2. Two-two offering. Misses for ball 3. Bregman able to work out a good at-bat here. Make the count full. 9th pitch coming. Three-two. Fouled off again by Bregman. The thing about these Astros, they will not quit until the final out. Payoff pitch. Underneath of it did Bregman. Going out is Arias and Buxton, and neither of them can make the play. So Bregman will reach on a loop single. Second time that has happened to both Arias and Buxton out there. And the Astros get a runner here with nobody out. And we'll bring up Alvarez. 0-3 today. Flew out in the first. That one misses from Rogers. Cleanup hitter for the Astros looks in here. 1-0 for Rogers. Catches the zone. 1-1. That one misses off the plate. 2-1. Bregman over at first. Nobody out. 2-1 pitch to Alvarez. He held up on it. That'll make the count 3-1 as the slider missed. Definitely not want to walk next man up after a base hit by Bregman. That should have not have probably been a base hit. But that will miss for ball 4. So a hit and a walk to lead off the top of the 9th. I'll hand things over to Carlos Correa. Taylor Rogers, closer of the Twins, having a little early trouble here. So here's Correa, 1 for 4 with a double and an RBI. In this series, 3 for 12 with a pair of home runs and 4 RBIs. One here would get the lead down to 7 as that one misses in, ball 1. Rogers having some control issues here, a 95-mile-an-hour sinker, but instead it's 2-0 as it missed. Couldn't get the call there, and quickly Correa up in the count 3-0. Rogers ought to just lay one in here. Will Correa offer at it? 3-0. Catches him at the knees, 3-1. Rogers still looking for that first out, but Correa able to get it full as he missed at it, 3-2. Gurriel on deck. Barring a triple play, he'd come up. But it'll miss outside for ball 4. A pair of walks for Taylor Rogers has loaded them up with nobody out and Gurriel coming to the plate.
Gurriel.
Gurriel trying to avoid an 0 for 5 collar. He's already got the 0 for 4 collar. The 0 for 5 a lot heavier. He's got him loaded with nobody out. Second time the Astros have been able to load it up here. This is going to be grounded. Diving stop by Arias. Will he throw it to first in time? No, he's safe. And so everyone advances 90 feet. A run will score. And it's going to be a base hit RBI for Yuli Gurriel. And that'll close it for Taylor Rogers. And here is Tyler Clippard, 49th appearance for him, a former Astro in his own right, played for him in 2017. 3.06 ERA, 8 holds, looking for one here. As man, oh man, still nobody out. Base is still juiced, 9-run lead for the Twins, and here's George Springer.
That's a ball.
First pitch from Clippard misses for a ball, 1-0. Next pitch from Clippard. Swung at and missed by Springer. Makes the count 1-1.
I got 2-1.
That one floats over the plate but missed low. 2-1 on the changeup from Clippard. Another 2-1. Fouled off by Springer. 2-2. Clippard searching for that first out of the inning. 2-2, right in the happy zone, and Springer couldn't pull the trigger. There's that first out here in the top of the 9th, and that'll bring up Wilson Ramos, who's 3 for 4 today. Arguably has been the best hitter for Houston today with a trio of singles. A single here could bring home another pair of runs. First pitch to Ramos in the zone, 0-1. The 0-1 to Ramos, misses inside for a ball, 1-1.
1-1.
Twins got a pair of arms up in the bullpen, Corey Guerin and Sergio Romo, 2 guys we saw last night. Just in case, this tends to even get worse. As the 1-1 to Ramos misses inside, just off the black, 2-1. Folks, Royals and Tigers are up next at the conclusion of this one. Ramos looks at a ball, 3-1. M. Frost, 23. He'll be on the call for that one. Should be an interesting one of two teams battling at the bottom of the AL Central. Hoping for just a higher draft pick. It's the 3-1 from Clippard. Swung at and missed by Ramos. Full count. Full count offering. Fouled off again by Ramos. Would have been close if he looked at it. Could have went either way. So he had to protect. Another payoff pitch coming. Swung on and hit in the air into left center. Buxton way back to get it. Tagging is the runner from third, and the throw into the plate not in time as Alvarez gets under the tag. It's 13-5.
The batter.
But now the Astros down to their final out. Here is Josh Reddick. 1 for 4 today, a double and an RBI. Astros just trying to add some runs here, pad some stats, as this game was pretty much lost. First pitch from Clippard.
Nope.
Misses low for a ball, 1-0.
Ball 1, no strike.
Reddick fouls one off there on the changeup. 1-1, the count's even. One to Reddick. Underneath of it into left center. Rosario over to make the play, and that will end the ball game. Rocco Baldelli's team able to put together 13 runs. Almost over twice as many as they'd scored in the series already. They avoid the sweep today, and they maintain first place in the AL Central for the time being as they move to 72-41. Astros fall to 59-52 on the blowout loss today. Tried to make something happen in the top of the ninth, just ran out of gas. As the Twins will now welcome the Indians to town once again, and that'll set up for an exciting series this week. Should be a lot of fun. Michael Pineda will pick up his 4th win of the year. Zach Greinke goes down to 10-9 with the loss. You see it, the 6th spot in the bottom of the 5th is what aided the Twins' victory today. We'll get to look some highlights. Eddie Rosario, your player of the game today. 2 for 2, a home run and an RBI. As you look up and down that lineup again, 3 players for the Twins today didn't have a home run. That being Kepler, Polanco, and Cruz. The rest of them, they all had them, and they really brought their A game today. Line scores for the teams: Astros 5 runs on 10 hits, no errors. Minnesota 13 runs on 10 hits and no errors. And again, Michael Pineda the win, and Zach Greinke the loss. We'll get set for some highlights here. Just wait to see them to pop up. Oh man, it's just Astros, they came in with the mindset today to try and get a sweep, but man, it got out of hand just so fast. The Twins just came to play today. I don't know if it was those alternate jerseys or not, but man, they're going to really carry this momentum into this series with Cleveland, and it is definitely going to be a very, very interesting series, as like I mentioned earlier, it is going to pretty much sway how the rest of this season's going to go. I know it's only a 3-game set, but it can definitely change things. If the Indians win all 3, they would go up to 2.5, as I'm joined into the booth here by mfrost23 as we look through some highlights here. Man, how are you doing? Well, I guess he's not there for a second. As we look at the highlights here, Miguel Sano, he got really the home runs going today for the Twins. That made it 3-0 at the time. Again, that seemed like just an eternity ago, almost 2 hours ago now.
Yeah, that was a very explosive game from the offense, from one offense. I caught the end of it. Can't imagine what it must have been like to watch from the start. Yeah, the Twins showing a very dominant performance today. They're a big contender going into the back half of the season, and this is a very telling performance as we look ahead.
Astros were able to get a little bit of offense in. They had the lead back down to 3 in the top of the 5th. That made it 5-2. But then this grand slam from the catcher, Mitch Garver, pretty much just made it out of reach at that point, 403 feet into the stands, and that was a 7-run lead that the Twins would hang on to, and then we'll just scroll through more of these highlights, mostly Twins highlights. Luis Arias got a piece of one, put that one into right field. That made it 11-2 in the bottom of the 5th. So really, it got out of hand really quick as that one barely actually got out of here. And then Buxton was like, let me add my name to this list of guys hitting home runs today. He hit that one to left in the bottom of the 6th. That made it 12-2, and then I'm assuming the next one you'll see is Eddie Rosario saying that I want to join in on this, and that's exactly what it is, as he hit this one to right in the bottom of the 7th inning, and that one found the seats. That made it 13-2, and that's how all the runs the Twins would have. 13 of them today on 10 hits, as mentioned. Astros would try to string something together. Reddick had a double in the top of the 8th that scored a run. That made it 13-3. That one rolled all the way to the wall past Max Kepler. And then things would transition to the top of the 9th. Reddick flied out in the 5th, and in the 9th, as the Astros were able to score 2 more. Rosario made the final play, and that would do it here today in Minnesota. 13-5 victory. Again, they move and keep their division lead in the AL Central. Again, Eddie Rosario, your player of the game with his performance today, an excellent one at that. 2 home run on a 2 Purdue day, RBIs, and 4 runs. But, man, you got an interesting matchup up next. I say interesting very lightly because it's 2 teams riding the bottom of the AL Central. In Detroit and Kansas City, you're filling in for Cookie today. What do you think we have on tap?
You know, this game is going to be competitive for all the wrong reasons. Most games you look at when you call competitive, it's because it's 2 teams that are in the hunt. They're studded. They've got great bats. You're looking for a lot of offense. This game is going to be more competitive in the aspect that it's going to be a real struggle for either of the teams. Many runs on the board. I'm expecting either a very low scoring game or a very high scoring game. Low scoring in that the bats just can't go in, or high scoring in that pitchers just can't get going. Whichever team cracks first will just will probably take it. It's going to be very competitive for not the best reasons.
Yeah, the pitching matchup, Brusdar Graterol and Matt Boyd will be up for Detroit. Graterol up for Kansas City. I don't know too much about Graterol, but Matt Boyd, he, despite the horrible season the Tigers have had, he's an excellent pitcher. So his key today would be slowing down the Kansas City bats led by Salvador Perez. Alex Gordon, despite being at the bottom of the order, he's still got pop in his old age. Got some other good guys on that team. Detroit, not taking anything away from them. They got good stuff too. Nico Goodrum, a lot of speed. CJ Crone, despite not getting traded. Other guys, Miggy, of course. You got Jake Rogers, their catcher. He's got good pop as well. So this should be a fun one. We're waiting to get out of the postgame here of Houston and Minnesota to get ready to send you out to Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan.
Yeah, another thing about that Tigers team, they've got a lot of young talent with a few veterans spiced in or thrown in just to give a lot of mentoring. You're looking at guys like Miggy to provide some leadership. Guys like Crone or Goodrum that are new to the team, new to the league, and you're like I said, you're just looking at guys like Cabrera that have been around for a while. They've seen it all. You're looking at them so they can usher this new generation of players into the game and hopefully build a successful program going forward. That's what the Tigers are looking to do here.
Again, folks, that game coming up for you here momentarily. That'll wrap things up for me, though. I would typically say for my broadcast partner, but I called it solo today. So I'm Carlos Zimmerman. Thank you so much for joining me for the Astros and Twins. Twins finally get a win in that series. Astros win the series, but they lose today 13-5. Twins maintaining control in the AL Central for the time being with the Indians coming to town. I'll see you next time. I will be back for ML Buffalo on Wednesday night in the Buffalo After Dark segment, Cincinnati and Philadelphia in that one. Infrost23, take it away, man. I'll see you next time.
I'll see you around, Carlos. It's always a great broadcast there. Looking ahead to this Royals and Tigers matchup. Should be getting. I wasn't sure what the decision was going to be on the Kansas City outfits there. We were thinking about going powder blue, but our uniform guru Big Fun stepped in and informed us that they don't play in the powder blue when they're on the road. Don't look at the team stats now. Royals, both of them, they're just not doing so good. Team ARA is both well above 4. Both teams. Kansas City getting up into that 478 range. And that's not the kind of thing that you want to see. But as aforementioned, these teams sort of vying for a higher selection in the draft as opposed to a higher placement in the postseason. So Boyd trotting out there for the top of the first, ready to get things started here. 22nd start of the year. An abysmal 111 record in the Sliams. That 4.46 ERA. That's not the kind of stuff you want to see from a guy like Boyd. Royals should be Adalberto Mondesi, a shortstop. And up here, 270 average. Just 8 home runs.
Adalberto Mondesi.
So first pitch here from America. Time is 7:35 Eastern. And that one's high and inside, catches the corner for strike 1. Tigers not quite at the bottom. Fourth place in the Central Division, despite having quite a bad season there. That one swung on and missed by Mondesi. He's behind 0-2 in the count early in this one. And that one's fouled off. Staying alive for another in the top of the first. And that one just barely misses high. Ball.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
To everyone listening, we are doing this all for charity. Meals on Wheels. Back to where we started as Mondesi pops that one up into shallow right field. That'll be tracked down by CJ Crone for the first out of the inning. Whit Merrifield, the second baseman for the Royals. Like I said, we're going back to our roots this week. Meals on Wheels. Been bouncing around between a few charities, but this week all donations will go Meals on Wheels. Great charity there. So if you have the means, feel free to donate, as that one is chopped to second and play made easily for the second out of the inning. Harold Castro on play there. So 2 down quickly for the Royals. Boyd working efficiently for the first inning.
Ball 1. Count 1-0.
And that first pitch misses low, ball 1. Victor Dozier is at the plate. He's playing right field today. He's got a solid 305 average on the season. Takes that one low and inside. Catches the corner for strike 1. Even up at 1 now. And the Royals will be retired 1-2-3. And Nico Goodrum, Howard Kath. Montgomery on the mound for the Royals. Facing Nico Goodrum. Getting off for the Tigers. And he'll lay down a bunt down the third base line. Little slice foul there. Strike one on Goodrum. And that one grounded to shortstop. Easy play there for the out of the inning.
The second baseman, Darrell Lugo.
Now for Detroit, got one out, nobody on as the first pitch. Misses for a ball.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Shot was just a bit outside, getting into chase there. We go ready now for the 1-1 count. And that swung on and chopped foul over to the right side. One and two now. Missing low, ball 2. And the delivery from the lefty. That swung on, sliced into shallow right field. Making the play there is Whit Merrifield. And the Tigers have got 2 down now here in the bottom of the first. Game still tied 0-0. The first baseman, C.J. Crone here for the Tigers. One of these young stars that they'll look to build their team around in the future. He looks at the first pitch for strike 1. Crone's 89 hits are 3rd on the Tigers. He's having a great season so far for this team that is struggling very hard. As that one swung on and missed. Which got the top corner of the strike zone. Crone just missed it with the bat. One off over to the right side. And the 0-2 count. Way going inside for ball 1. And 2. Almost pulled back with that swing, but decided to go for it and chop that one foul. Do it over 1 and 2. And that one he chased way low and swung on and missed for strike 3. So, scoreless in through 1. We'll head to the top of the second. Kansas City, A.J. Pollock, Salvador Perez, and Ryan McBroom.
Leading up for Kansas City, the center fielder, number 2, A.J. Pollock.
Look, as you can see there, struggling a lot at home. 109 average, which is abysmal, well below the Mendoza line, especially when you're looking at your home statistics. As the first pitch is taken for strike 1 right down Main Street. One count, and that's low and in the dirt for ball 1. It's even at 1 apiece, and that one's Popped up over the backstop, foul for strike 2. Pollock finds himself behind him. On top of the second. And that one, for Boyd. See there, a lot of movement. Goes from way above the strike zone to back down inside of it. And Pollock can do nothing but stare. He was retired for the first out of the top of the second. Bringing up Salvador Perez, the catcher. Swing at that one. Perez has knocked in 41 runs this season and 12 homers to go with. Field, that one will get fair. That's a Texas League single right there. Gets fair, goes off the wall, and he'll become the first runner aboard in this game for either team. That one was barely staying fair, right on that foul line. The DH, Ryan McBroom, comes to bat now. McBroom just 1 home run this season to go with 2 RBIs.
Nope.
Now look at that one for ball 1. One count, chopped into right field. That'll get down for a single, getting underneath Crone's glove. So 2 straight hitters getting aboard for the Royals. McBroom adding to his hot streak. He's been hitting .444 in the last 4 games, which is a nice little unlock here. Third baseman now up, Michael Franco. He's got 2 men on and a runner in scoring position. First pitch missed there, so 0-1 count in the top of the second. And that one swung on and missed. You got him with the movement on that curve. One low for ball 2. One just barely missing there. He's trying to catch the corner. Doesn't get the call from the umpire, so it's 3-1 now. Danger of walking the bases loaded now. A runner on first and second. And he does so Franco takes the walk.
Batting it, the first baseman, number 66.
That'll load the bases for Ryan O'Hearn, first baseman. O'Hearn 220 this season. Major RBI opportunity. Chance to add at least 2 more with a base hit. First pitch. Outside ball 1 that gets past the catcher. Luckily, he is able to stop it. And no runners advance. Jake Rogers behind the plate making a stop there. Boyd missing on another pitch. Starting to lose control there, walking that last bat and falling behind 2-0 in the count. And that one, big swing and miss from O'Hearn, 2-1. And swung on grounded to second base, and he'll go for 2, and they will. Won't get the that jam. So Boyd will unscathed. 2 hits from the Royals.
The designated hitter, Miguel. Cabrera.
Sorry about that. A couple of technical difficulties up here in the booth. The first pitch, ooh, that one was low to Miguel Cabrera, but get the call there. 0-1 count. Cabrera, one of those veterans we were talking about in the pregame, looking to lead his team here. Hitting 260 so far in the year. Definitely going to want to improve on that. Going to want to be seen go over the side to take any disrespect, put any disrespect on Cabrera's name. He is one of the league's best hitters. He was the last player to hit the Triple Crown as he grounds out the shortstop. Mondesi there. I was making my play usually for the first out of the inning. You're saying Cabrera, definitely in his prime, one of the better hitters we've seen in recent memory. He's definitely starting to fall off a bit with that knee injury and just old age. As another bunch is laid down there, also going foul over to the left. So hacked foul, 0-2 count. Victor Ray's plate, right fielder for the Tigers, ready for the 0-2 pitch, and that one swung on and missed. Montgomery sits him down. Second strikeout of the day.
The third baseman, Isaac.
Look at that one. A lot of, it's just barely over that one. A great pitch there. Isaac Paredes to the plate. Now we'll look at that first one. That's another one that was very close. Another 50-50 call. They could have gone either way.
Nope.
And that one, I guess a little payback there. That one looked to catch the bottom left corner, but the ump calls it outside. So, ball 1-1. Is it Paredes? 2 outs, nobody on. Hill. Look at that one in the dirt, gets away from the catcher, but it doesn't matter, nobody's on. 2-1. Another ball low there. 3 now with catcher on deck for Paredes.
Batting 7, the catcher.
Jake Rogers will take his swings hitless this year. Chance for his first hit of the season. Montgomery checks the runner on first, delivers, and that one's in there, missing ball 1. No count, that one's swung on, sliced foul over to the left-hand side. One count now. And pitch. It's low, that got away from Perez, and Paredes will advance to second, taking advantage of that. Scores decision, wild pitch on Montgomery. Montgomery, a lot like Boyd, starting to lose control in the second inning. Boyd walking the bases loaded, and then being saved by his infield. That double play last inning, Montgomery. Now in a whole runner in scoring position, 2-1 count. He does have 2 outs though. That pitch right up the middle, stared at by Rogers, strike 2. 2-2 count. And that one's low and inside, full count. Fielder Luis Gonzalez up next for the Tigers, in case it's necessary.
Ball 4, pitches down.
And that's ball 4, so we'll see Gonzalez after all. Jake Rogers taking the walk there. A wild pitch. It does not matter too much in the long run, because he would have advanced second anyway. And guy Luis Gonzalez up here on a hot streak, 667 so far. Hasn't been in the majors too long, but still it's something to brag about. And big swing and a miss there. He chased that sinker outside for strike 2. In the hole 0-2 now. That one almost gets away from Perez, but he gets in front of it. Both runners stay 1-2. Count now to Gonzalez.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
You can see Montgomery 10-12 in the balls to strikes ratio. Strikes to balls. 2-2 count to Gonzalez. That one popped up into the infield. First base runs over to grab it. O'Hearn makes the play easily, so that'll get them out of the jam, just like with the Tigers. The Royals allowing a couple of base runners there. Montgomery starting to slip a bit, but he's able to get out of it thanks to a little help from his infield. So we head to the top of the third. Still scoreless here in Detroit.
Alex
Gordon leading it off this inning. We'll see the 9-8-1 for the Royals. We're looking to clean it up after the last inning. First pitch called strike in the top edge of the strike zone. That one, similar spot, just a few inches higher. Called the ball. 1-1, swung on, grounded foul over to the left.
That's ball 2.
To way low and to the right. Low and outside there with that curveball. 2-2, caught the corner of the strike zone. Alex Gordon, nothing but a pair of shoes there. Looking at that one. That's the third strike for the first out of the inning. As we get a look at the AL Central standings. Detroit, Kansas City there, just in the basement of the AL Central, looking for that first overall pick. Currently, Kansas City's ahead in that race, not ahead standings. No one's ahead in the game. There's one out, nobody on in the top of the third. That one popped up foul, but it slices into the stands. Only able to grab it in the outfield. 0-1 count.
Look out, 1-1.
That one's outside, ball 1, 1-1. And then he lays out down a bunt there. That'll get down. Let's see if he can beat the throw, and he will. Nice bunt there by Gordon.
Now batting. The second base.
Not Gordon. Mondesi getting aboard there. Nice bunt, perfectly placed, hit the grass, slowed down. And Boyd will deliver to Merrifield. Pitch out there, not wanting Mondesi to use his speed to steal second. Mondesi. Yeah, Mondesi's speed, he does have a lot of it. Some of the best legs in the league. And there it is. He'll check the runner at first. Really not wanting to give anything up from Mondesi easily. One-0 pitch after the pitch out. That one high and outside. He swung at it, popped it up into left center field. The center fielder tracking it down And he'll toss it in to make sure. On to see if it doesn't advance. So, 2 outs now. No more sacrifice flies in play for the Royals. I'll bring up Hunter Dozier. Man on first. 2 outs for Dozier.
Nope, outside.
Pitch misses, ball 1. Dozier putting up an impressive 10 of 18 for against Boyd lifetime. A 5.56 average. And the 1-0 swung on, popped into right field. Easy play there for Reyes. And the Tigers will head to the bottom of the third. Game still scoreless here in Detroit. Daz Cameron getting the last Tiger to get his first ups. Till defensive substitutions come into play as we see the 9-1-2 portion of this lineup. And see there are not many stats in the top 10 except for those stolen bases. Like we said, a very quick team. A lot of young guys and a lot of speed on those legs.
The center fielder, Cadron.
And like we said, leading it off for the inning. And that one popped up into shallow right field. Nice play there by
1-1.
Now it dropped. Yeah, did not catch that one, so that'll drop foul for strike 1.
No, that's down.
And Montgomery missing there on 2 straight pitches, 2-1. One pitch from the lefty. That one swung on, popped up into left field. That'll be an easy play for Gordon. We'll track that one down for the first out of the inning. And same graph we looked at earlier, this time from Kansas City's point of view. So, heading back to the top of the lineup for the Tigers, Nico Goodrum, 0 for 1. Not get a board in his last at-bat. He'll try to start off the same way with a bunt, and it ends up the same way, cutting foul over to the left. Well, that one's hit right at the pitcher, dodges out of the way, and Goodrum gets a board with a single into center field.
Now batting, the second baseman, Caldwell. Lugo.
Lugo's got a... Oh, as Montgomery checks the runner there. Lugo's got a man on first and 1 man out. Montgomery delivers inside, ball 1. Lugo's 1 for 5 this season. Getting his first knocks of the year in this recent stretch, as Montgomery will make sure Goodrum's not getting too greedy over there at first. Checking him again.
2 balls, no strikes.
Montgomery finds himself behind 2 balls to no strikes in the count as that one grounded to second base. Or shortstop and get the double play there. So
off for the Royals, the center fielder, number 2.
no runners were able to score off of that outing. So we'll head to the top of the fourth, still scoreless at Comerica Park. AJ Pollock looking in ready for the first pitch from Boyd. This is low and inside, ball 1. Looks 2 for 6 lifetime against Boyd with 2 RBIs. A 1-0 count. Ooh, he looks at that one. A slow slider there, catching the top edge of the, or bottom edge of the strike zone. Now we're evened up at 1-1 apiece. One again, catching low, stared at by Pollock. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's in the hole now. Behind 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out in the top of the fourth. That one high and inside for ball 2, evening up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two count, swung on, popped foul, staying alive there. Making sure he has another shot to get aboard. And a 2-2 offering. One big swing and a miss there from Pollock. And they'll go down swinging for the first out of the top of the fourth. That's Boyd's third strikeout of the afternoon. Perez taking that first strike. And he reaches for that one. That one way low and outside. Strike 2 swung on by Perez. He's got a 4-game hit streak going.
Too high.
So after that one missed for ball 1, it's a 1-2 count. That one popped up into left center field. Easy play by Cameron for second out of the top of the fourth. Ryan McBroom, the DH, as we mentioned before, on a hot streak the last couple of games. He got aboard for the first time of any Royals batter this game earlier on in the first, as he takes that one outside for ball 1.
The third baseman,
And he'll walk him.
Whoa, that's down.
They've got a close game here in Detroit. Still scoreless through in 2/3. As fall behind 2-0 in the count.
Outside, that's the ball.
Boyd falling behind 3-0 to Michael Franco here of the Royals. Got a man on first, and he'll walk in. Pushing the runner over to second. That four-seam fastball, just missing the corner. Starting to lose control, but only up to 60 pitches. He's already starting to lose control. So, not a good sign here if you're a Tigers fan. Off is Ryan O'Hearn. He'll do something with these two runners on.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
So Hearn works his way to a 1-2 count with 2 outs and a man on first and second. Put the first runs of the game on the board for the Royals. 1-2 outside for ball 2. Two pitch from Boyd. He winds, delivers, and swung on and missed for strike 3. Chased that one low and outside. Once again, allows a few base runners, but is able to clean it up without getting any runs.
Leading up for the Tigers, the first baseman, DJ.
Sorry about that brief break. We had some technical difficulties as always. It wouldn't be a ball game without it. And technical difficulties, if I'm being honest with you. 1 count to Crone, low for ball 1. The 1-1 foul. Two. That one's low. Ball 2. Even up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that one's in the dirt. Perez manages to get in front of it. Bring the count full. Oh, it wouldn't matter. Nobody's on. That one chipped over to shortstop. Mondesi makes the play over to first for the first out of the inning. You can see their average hit speed very close there between Montgomery and Boyd, hovering around 95, 94 miles an hour, both of them.
Nope, that's down.
Hey! 1-0 count to Miguel Cabrera. He'll ground it out in his last at for a strike. 1-1 now. That one swung on. That'll over into the left, the stands on the left hand side. Strike 2 now. One, 2 popped up there. Grounded into right. Miguel will get aboard for his first hit of the day. Chance to put some runs on the board. Although we are fairly certain they won't have to worry about him stealing anything. Exactly known for his legs as Rays takes that first pitch for a ball. One-0 is rounded to second and flips it back, and they'll get the double play. So Montgomery gets his way to that. Still scoreless heading into the top of the 5th. There's Heidi Watney there. She too is experiencing some technical difficulties. Don't have to take my word for it.
Leading off for the Royals, the left fielder, number 4, Alex Gordon.
So The Royals still looking run of the day. This inning, Alex Gordon, left fielder.